32. Vroucolaca exhumed in presence of Monsieur de Tournefort. Monsieur Piton de Tournefort relates the manner in which they exhumed a pretended Vroucolaca, in the Isle of Micken, where he was on the 1st of January, 1701. These are his own words: "We saw a very different scene, in the same Isle of Micken, on the occasion of one of those dead people, whom they believed to return to earth after their interment. This one, whose history we shall relate, was a peasant of Micken, naturally sullen and quarrelsome, which is a circumstance to be remarked relatively to such subjects. He was killed in the country, no one knows when, or by whom. 2 days after he had been inhumed in a chapel in the town, it was rumored that he was seen by night walking very fast. That he came into the house, overturning the furniture, extinguishing the lamps, throwing his arms around persons from behind, and playing 1,000 sly tricks. At first people only laughed at it. But the affair began to be serious, when the most respectable people in the place began to complain. The priests even owned the fact, and doubtless they had their reasons. People did not fail to have masses said. Nevertheless the peasant continued to lead the same life without correcting himself. After several assemblies of the principal men of the city, with priests and monks, it was concluded that they must, according to some ancient ceremonial, await the expiration of 9 days after burial. On the 10th day a mass was said in the chapel where the corpse lay, in order to expel the demon which they believed to have enclosed himself therein. This body was taken up after mass, and they began to set about tearing out his heart. The butcher of the town, who was old, and very awkward, began by opening the belly instead of the breast. He felt for a long time in the entrails without finding what he sought. At last someone told him that he must pierce the diaphragm. Then the heart was torn out, to the admiration of all present. The corpse, however, gave out such a bad smell, that they were obliged to burn incense. But the vapor, mixed with the exhalations of the carrion, only augmented the stink, and began to heat the brain of these poor people. Their imagination, struck with the spectacle, was full of visions. Some one thought proper to say that a thick smoke came from this body. We dared not say that it was the vapor of the incense. They only exclaimed Vroucolacas, in the chapel, and in the square before it. This is the name which they give to these pretended Revenans. The rumor spread and was bellowed in the street, and the noise seemed likely to shake the vaulted roof of the chapel. Several present affirmed that the blood of this wretched man was quite vermilion. The butcher swore that the body was still quite warm. Whence it was concluded that the dead man was very wrong not to be quite dead, or, to express myself better, to suffer himself to be reanimated by the devil. This is precisely the idea of a Vroucolaca. And they made this name resound in an astonishing manner. At this time there entered a crowd of people, who protested aloud that they clearly perceived this body was not stiff when they brought it from the country to the church to bury it, and that consequently it was a true Vroucolaca. This was the chorus. I have no doubt that they would have maintained it did not stink, if we had not been present, so stupefied were these poor people with the circumstance, and infatuated with the idea of the return of the dead. For ourselves, who got next to the corpse in order to make our observations exactly, we were ready to die from the offensive odor which proceeded from it. When they asked us what we thought of this dead man, we replied that we believed him thoroughly dead. But as we wished to cure, or at least not to irritate their stricken fancy, we represented to them that it was not surprising if the butcher had perceived some heat in searching amidst entrails which were decaying. Neither was it extraordinary that some vapor had proceeded from them, since such will issue from a dunghill that is stirred up. As for this pretended red blood, it still might be seen on the butcher's hands that it was only a very foetid mud. After all these arguments, they bethought themselves of going to the marine, and burning the heart of the dead man, who in spite of this execution was less docile, and made more noise than before. They accused him of beating people by night, of breaking open the doors and even terraces, of breaking windows, tearing clothes, and emptying jugs and bottles. He was a very thirsty dead man. I believe he only spared the consul's house, where I was lodged. In the meantime I never saw anything so pitiable as the state of this island. Everybody seemed to have lost their senses. The most sensible people appeared as frenzied as the others. It was a veritable brain fever, as dangerous as any mania or madness. Whole families were seen to forsake their houses, and coming from the ends of the town, bring their flock beds to the marketplace to pass the night there. Every one complained of some new insult, you heard nothing but lamentations at nightfall. And the most sensible people went into the country. Amidst such a general prepossession we made up our minds to say nothing, we should not only have been considered as absurd, but as infidels. How can you convince a whole people of error? Those who believed in their own minds that we had our doubts of the truth of the fact, came and reproached us for our incredulity, and pretended to prove that there were such things as Vroucolacas. By some authority which they derived from Father Richard, a Jesuit missionary. It is Latin, said they, and consequently you ought to believe it. We should have done no good by denying this consequence. They every morning entertained us with the comedy of a faithful recital of all the new follies which had been committed by this bird of night. He was even accused of having committed the most abominable sins. The citizens who were most zealous for the public good believed that they had missed the most essential point of the ceremony. They said that the Mass ought not to be celebrated until after the heart of this wretched man had been torn out. They affirmed that with that precaution they could not have failed to surprise the devil, and doubtless he would have taken care not to come back again. Instead of which had they begun by saying Mass, he would have had, said they, plenty of time to take flight, and to return afterwards at his leisure. After all these arguments they found themselves in the same embarrassment as the first day it began. They assembled night and morning, they reasoned upon it, made processions which lasted 3 days and 3 nights. They obliged the priests to fast, they were seen running about in the houses with the asperser or sprinkling brush in their hands, sprinkling holy water and washing the doors with it. They even filled the mouth of that poor Vroucolaca with holy water. We so often told the administration of the town that in all Christendom people would not fail in such a case to watch by night, to observe all that was going forward in the town, that at last they arrested some vagabonds, who assuredly had a share in all these disturbances. Apparently they were not the principal authors of them, or they were too soon set at liberty. For 2 days after, to make themselves amends for the fast they had kept in prison, they began again to empty the stone bottles of wine belonging to those persons who were silly enough to forsake their houses at night. Thus, then, they were again obliged to have recourse to prayers. One day as certain orisons were being recited, after having stuck I know not how many naked swords upon the grave of this corpse, which was disinterred 3 or 4 times a day, according to the caprice of the first comer, an Albanian, who chanced to be at Miko accidentally, bethought himself of saying in a sententious tone, that it was very ridiculous to make use of the swords of Christians in such a case. Do you not see, blind as ye are, said he, that the hilt of these swords, forming a cross with the handle, prevents the devil from coming out of that body? Why do you not rather make use of the sabres of the Turks? The advice of this clever man was of no use, the Vroucolaca did not appear more tractable, and everybody was in a strange consternation. They no longer knew to which saint to pay their vows. When, with one voice, as if the signal word had been given, they began to shout in all parts of the town that they had waited too long, that the Vroucolaca ought to be burnt altogether. That after that, they would defy the devil to return and ensconce himself there, that it would be better to have recourse to that extremity than to let the island be deserted. In fact, there were whole families who were packing up in the intention of retiring to Syra or Tina. So they carried the Vroucolaca, by order of the administration, to the point of the island of St. George, where they had prepared a great pile made up with a mixture of tow, for fear that wood, however dry it might be, would not burn quickly enough by itself. The remains of this unfortunate corpse were thrown upon it and consumed in a very little time. It was on the 1st day of January, 1701. We saw this fire as we returned from Delos. It might be called a real feu de joie. Since then, there have been no more complaints against the Vroucolaca. They contented themselves with saying that the devil had been properly caught that time, and they made up a song to turn him into ridicule. Throughout the archipelago, the people are persuaded that it is only the Greeks of the Greek Church whose corpses are reanimated by the devil. The inhabitants of the Isle of Santorin have great apprehensions of these bugbears. Those of Mako, after their visions were dissipated, felt an equal fear of being punished by the Turks and by the Bishop of Tina. None of the papas would be present at St. George when this body was burned, lest the bishop should exact a sum of money for having disinterred and burned the dead body without his permission. As for the Turks, it is certain that at their first visit they did not fail to make the community of Mako pay the price of the blood of this poor devil, who in every way became the abomination and horror of his country. After this, must we not own that the Greeks of today are not great Greeks, and that there is only ignorance and superstition among them? 517. So says Monsieur de Tournefort. 33. Has the demon power to cause anyone to die and then to restore the dead to life? Supposing the principle which we established as indubitable at the commencement of this dissertation, that God alone is the sovereign arbitrator of life and death. That he alone can give life to men, and restore it to them after he has taken it from them, the question that we here propose appears unseasonable and absolutely frivolous, since it concerns a supposition notoriously impossible. Nevertheless, as some learned men have believed that the demon has power to restore life, and to preserve from corruption, for a time, certain bodies which he makes use of to delude mankind and frighten them. As it happens with the ghosts of Hungary, we shall treat of it in this place, and relate a remarkable instance furnished by Monsieur Nicolas Remy, Procureur General of Lorraine, and which occurred in his own time. 518, that is to say, in 1581, at Dalham, a village situated between the Moselle and the Sarre. A goatherd of this village, named Piron, a married man and father of a boy, conceived a violent passion for a girl of the village. One day, when his thoughts were occupied with this young girl, she appeared to him in the fields, or the demon in her likeness. Piron declared his love to her. She promised to reply to it on condition that he would give himself up to her, and obey her in all things. Piron consented to this, and consummated his abominable passion with this spectre. Some time afterwards, Abrahel, which was the name assumed by the demon, asked of him as a pledge of his love, that he would sacrifice to her his only son, and gave him an apple for this boy to eat, who, on tasting it, fell down dead. The father and mother, in despair at this fatal and to both unexpected accident, uttered lamentations, and were inconsolable. Abrahel appeared again to the goatherd, and promised to restore the child to life if the father would ask this favor of him by paying him the kind of adoration due only to God. The peasant knelt down, worshipped Abrahel, and immediately the boy began to revive. He opened his eyes, they warmed him, chafed his limbs, and at last he began to walk and to speak. He was the same as before, only thinner, paler, and more languid. His eyes heavy and sunken, his movements slower and less free, his mind duller and more stupid. At the end of a year, the demon that had animated him quitted him with a great noise. The youth fell backwards, and his body, which was foetid and stunk insupportably, was dragged with a hook out of his father's house, and buried in a field without any ceremony. This event was reported at Nancy, and examined into by the magistrates, who informed themselves exactly of the circumstance, heard the witnesses, and found that the thing was such as has been related. For the rest, the story does not say how the peasant was punished, nor whether he was so at all. Perhaps his crime with the demon could not be proved, to that there was probably no witness. In regard to the death of his son, it was difficult to prove that he was the cause of it. Procopius, in his secret history of the Emperor Justinian, seriously asserts that he is persuaded, as well as several other persons, that that emperor was a demon incarnate. He says the same thing of the Empress Theodora his wife. Josephus, the Jewish historian, says that the souls of the wicked enter the bodies of the possessed, whom they torment, and cause to act and speak. We see by St. Chrysostom that in his time many Christians believed that the spirits of persons who died a violent death were changed into demons, and that the magicians made use of the spirit of a child they had killed for their magical operations. And to discover the future. Saint Philastrius places among heretics those persons who believed that the souls of worthless men were changed into demons. According to the system of these authors, the demon might have entered into the body of the child of the shepherd Piron, moved it and maintained it in a kind of life whilst his body was uncorrupted and the organs underanged. It was not the soul of the boy which animated it, but the demon which replaced his spirit. Philo believed that as there are good and bad angels, there are also good and bad souls or spirits, and that the souls which descend into the bodies bring to them their own good or bad qualities. We see by the Gospel that the Jews of the time of our Savior believed that one man could be animated by several souls. Herod imagined that the spirit of John the Baptist, whom he had beheaded, had entered into Jesus Christ 5:19 and worked miracles in him. Others fancied that Jesus Christ was animated by the spirit of Elias 5:20 or of Jeremiah, or some other of the ancient prophets. 34. Examination of the opinion which concludes that the demon can restore motion to a dead body. We cannot approve these opinions of Jews which we have just shown. They are contrary to our holy religion, and to the dogmas of our schools. But we believe that the spirit which once inspired Elijah, for instance, rested on Elisha, his disciple, and that the Holy Spirit which inspired the first animated the second also, and even St. John the Baptist, who, according to the words of Jesus Christ, came in the power of Elijah to prepare a highway for the Messiah. Thus, in the prayers of the Church, we pray to God to fill his faithful servants with the spirit of the saints, and to inspire them with a love for that which they loved, and a detestation of that which they hated. That the demon, and even a good angel by the permission or commission of God, can take away the life of a man appears indubitable. The angel which appeared to Zipporah 5:21 as Moses was returning from Midian to Egypt, and threatened to slay his 2 sons because they were not circumcised. As well as the one who slew the firstborn of the Egyptians 5:22 and the one who is termed in Scripture the destroying angel, and who slew the Hebrew murmurers in the wilderness 5:23 and the angel who was near slaying Balaam and his ass. 5:24 The angel who killed the soldiers of Sennacherib, he who smote the first 7 husbands of Sarah, the daughter of Raguel, 5:25 and, finally, the one with whom the psalmist menaces his enemies, all are instances in proof of this point 5:26. Does not St. Paul, speaking to the Corinthians of those who took the communion unworthily, 5:27 say that the demon occasioned them dangerous maladies, of which many died? Will it be believed that those whom the same apostle delivered over to Satan 5:28 suffered nothing bodily? And that Judas, having received from the Son of God a bit of bread dipped in the dish 5:29 and Satan having entered into him, that bad spirit did not disturb his reason, his imagination, and his heart, until at last he led him to destroy himself, and to hang himself in despair? We may believe that all these angels were evil angels, although it cannot be denied that God employs sometimes the good angels also to exercise his vengeance against the wicked, as well as to chastise, correct, and punish those to whom God desires to be merciful. As he sends his prophets to announce good and bad tidings, to threaten punishment, and excite to repentance. But nowhere do we read that either the good or the evil angels have of their own authority alone either given life to any person or restored it. This power is reserved to God alone. 5:30 The demon, according to the Gospel 5:31 in the last days, and before the last judgment, will perform, either by his own power or that of Antichrist and his subordinates, such wonders as would, were it possible, lead the elect themselves into error. From the time of Jesus Christ and his apostles, Satan raised up false Christs and false apostles, who performed many seeming miracles, and even resuscitated the dead. At least, it was maintained that they had resuscitated some. St. Clement of Alexandria and Hegesippus make mention of a few resurrections operated by Simon the magician. 5:32 It is also said that Apollonius of Vienna brought to life a girl they were carrying to be buried. If we may believe Apuleius 5:33 Asclepiades, meeting a funeral convoy, resuscitated the body they were carrying to the pile. It is asserted that Aesculapius restored to life Hippolytus, the son of Theseus. Also Glaucus, the son of Minos, and Campaigns, killed at the assault of Thebes, and Admetus, king of Phera in Thessaly. Elian 5:34 attests that the same Aesculapius joined on again the head of a woman to her corpse, and restored her to life. But if we possessed the certainty of all these events which we have just cited, I mean to say, were they attested by ocular witnesses, well informed and disinterested, which is not the case, we ought to know the circumstances attending these events. And then we should be better able to dispute or assent to them. For there is every appearance that the dead people resuscitated by Aesculapius were only persons who were dangerously ill, and restored to health by that skillful physician. The girl revived by Apollonius of Diana was not really dead. Even those who were carrying her to the funeral pile had their doubts if she were deceased. What is said of Simon the magician is anything but certain. And even if that impostor by his magical secrets could have performed some wonders on dead persons, it should be imputed to his delusions and to some artifice, which may have substituted living bodies or phantoms for the dead bodies which he boasted of having recalled to life. In a word, we hold it as indubitable that it is God only who can impart life to a person really dead, either by power proceeding immediately from himself, or by means of angels or of demons, who perform his behests. I own that the instance of that boy of Dalham is perplexing. Whether it was the spirit of the child that returned into his body to animate it anew, or the demon who replaced his soul, the puzzle appears to me the same. In all this circumstance we behold only the work of the evil spirit. God does not seem to have had any share in it. Now, if the demon can take the place of a spirit in a body newly dead, or if he can make the soul by which it was animated before death return into it, we can no longer dispute his power to restore a kind of life to a dead person. Which would be a terrible temptation for us, who might be led to believe that the demon has a power which religion does not permit us to think that God shares with any created being. I would then say, supposing the truth of the fact, of which I see no room to doubt, that God, to punish the abominable crime of the father, and to give an example of his just vengeance to mankind, permitted the demon to do on this occasion what he perhaps had never done, nor ever will again, to possess a body, and serve it in some sort as a soul, and give it action and motion whilst he could retain the body without its being too much corrupted. And this example applies admirably to the ghosts of Hungary and Moravia, whom the demon will move and animate, will cause to appear and disturb the living, so far as to occasion their death. I say all this under the supposition that what is said of the vampires is true, for if it all be false and fabulous, it is losing time to seek the means of explaining it. For the rest, several of the ancients, as Tertullian 535 and Lactantius, believed that the demons were the only authors of all the magicians do when they evoke the souls of the dead. They cause borrowed bodies or phantoms to appear, say they, and fascinate the eyes of those present, to make them believe that to be real which is only seeming. 35. Instances of phantoms which have appeared to be alive, and have give many signs of life. Le Lawyer, in his book upon spectres, maintains 536 that the demon can cause the possessed to make extraordinary and involuntary movements. He can then, if allowed by God, give motion to a dead and insensible man. He relates the instance of Polycrites, a magistrate of Aetolia, who appeared to the people of Locria 9 or 10 months after his death, and told them to show him his child, which being born monstrous, they wished to burn with its mother. The Locrians, in spite of the remonstrance of the spectre of Polycrites, persisting in their determination, Polycrites took his child, tore it to pieces and devoured it, leaving only the head, while the people could neither send him away nor prevent him. After that, he disappeared. The Aetolians were desirous of sending to consult the Delphian oracle, but the head of the child began to speak, and foretold the misfortunes which were to happen to their country and to his own mother. After the battle between King Antiochus and the Romans, an officer named Buptiges, left dead on the field of battle, with 12 mortal wounds, rose up suddenly, and began to threaten the Romans with the evils which were to happen to them through the foreign nations who were to destroy the Roman Empire. He pointed out in particular, that armies would come from Asia, and desolate Europe, which may designate the eruption of the Turks upon the domains of the Roman Empire. After that, Buptiges climbed up an oak tree, and foretold that he was about to be devoured by a wolf, which happened. After the wolf had devoured the body, the head again spoke to the Romans, and forbade them to bury him. All that appears very incredible, and was not accomplished in fact. It was not the people of Asia, but those of the north, who overthrew the Roman Empire. In the war of Augustus against Sextus Pompey, son of the great Pompey 537, a soldier of Augustus, named Gabinius, had his head cut off by order of young Pompey, so that it only held on to the neck by a narrow strip of flesh. Towards evening they heard Gabinius lamenting. They ran to him, and he said that he had returned from hell to reveal very important things to Pompey. Pompey did not think proper to go to him, but he sent one of his men, to whom Gabinius declared that the gods on high had decreed the happy destiny of Pompey, and that he would succeed in all his designs. Directly Gabinius had thus spoken, he fell down dead and stiff. This pretended prediction was falsified by the facts. Pompey was vanquished, and Caesar gained all the advantage in this war. A certain female juggler had died, but a magician of the band put a charm under her armpits, which gave her power to move. But another wizard, having looked at her, cried out that it was only vile carrion, and immediately she fell down dead, and appeared what she was in fact. Nicole Aubry, a native of Vervius, being possessed by several devils, one of these devils, named Baltasso, took from the gibbet the body of a man who had been hanged near the plain of Arlon, and in this body went to the husband of Nicole Aubry, promising to deliver his wife from her possession if he would let him pass the night with her. The husband consulted the schoolmaster, who practiced exorcising, and who told him on no account to grant what was asked of him. The husband and Baltasso having entered the church, the woman who was possessed called him by his name, and immediately this Baltasso disappeared. The schoolmaster, conjuring the possessed, Beelzebub, one of the demons, revealed what Baltasso had done, and that if the husband had granted what he asked, he would have flown away with Nicole Aubry, both body and soul. Le Lawyer again relates 538 four other instances of persons whom the demon had seemed to restore to life, to satisfy the brutal passion of two lovers. 36. Devoting to death, a practice among the pagans. The ancient heathens, both Greeks and Romans, attributed to magic and to the demon the power of occasioning the destruction of any person by a manner of devoting them to death, which consisted in forming a waxen image as much as possible like the person whose life they wished to take. They devoted him or her to death by their magical secrets, then they burned the waxen statue, and as that by degrees was consumed, so the doomed person became languid and at last died. Theocritus 539 makes a woman transported with love speak thus. She invokes the image of the shepherd, and prays that the heart of Daphnis, her beloved, may melt like the image of wax which represents him. Horace 540 brings forward two enchantresses, who evoke the shades to make them announce the future. First of all, the witches tear a sheep with their teeth, shedding the blood into a grave, in order to bring those spirits from whom they expect an answer. Then they place next to themselves two statues, one of wax, the other of wool. The latter is the largest, and mistress of the other. The waxen image is at its feet, as a suppliant, and awaiting only death. After diverse magical ceremonies, the waxen image was inflamed and consumed. He speaks of this again elsewhere. And after having with a mocking laugh made his complaints to the enchantress Canidia, saying that he is ready to make her honorable reparation, he owns that he feels all the effects of her too powerful art, as he himself has experienced it to give motion to waxen figures, and bring down the moon from the sky. 541. Virgil also speaks 542 of these diabolical operations, and these waxen images, devoted by magic art. There is reason to believe that these poets only repeat these things to show the absurdity of the pretended secrets of magic, and the vain and impotent ceremonies of sorcerers. But it cannot be denied that, idle as all these practices may be, they have been used in ancient times, that many have put faith in them, and foolishly dreaded those attempts. Lucian relates the effects 543 of the magic of a certain Hyperborean, who, having formed a cupid with clay, infused life into it, and sent it to fetch a girl named Chryseis, with whom a young man had fallen in love. The little cupid brought her, and on the morrow, at dawn of day, the moon, which the magician had brought down from the sky, returned thither. Hecate, whom he had evoked from the bottom of hell, fled away, and all the rest of the scene disappeared. Lucian, with great reason, ridicules all this, and observes that these magicians, who boast of having so much power, ordinarily exercise it only upon contemptible people, and are such themselves. The oldest instances of this dooming are those which are set down in Scripture, in the Old Testament. God commands Moses to devote to anathema the Canaanites of the kingdom of Arad. 544 He devotes also to anathema all the nations of the land of Canaan. 545 Balak, king of Moab. 546 sends to the diviner Balaam to engage him to curse and devote the people of Israel. Come, says he to him, by his messenger, and curse me Israel. For I know that those whom you have cursed and doomed to destruction shall be cursed, and he whom you have blessed shall be crowned with blessings. We have in history instances of these devotings and maledictions, and evocations of the tutelary gods of cities by magic art. The ancients kept very secret the proper names of towns. 547 For fear that if they came to the knowledge of the enemy, they might make use of them in their invocations. Which to their mind had no might unless the proper name of the town was expressed. The usual names of Rome, Tyre, and Carthage, were not their true and secret names. Rome, for instance, was called Valentia, a name known to very few persons, and Valerius Soranus was severely punished for having revealed it. Macrobius 548 has preserved for us the formula of a solemn devoting or dooming of a city, and of imprecations against her, by devoting her to some hurtful and dangerous demon. We find in the heathen poets a great number of these invocations and magical doomings, to inspire a dangerous passion, or to occasion maladies. It is surprising that these superstitious and abominable practices should have gained entrance among Christians, and have been dreaded by persons who ought to have known their vanity and impotency. Tacitus relates 549 that at the death of Germanicus, who was said to have been poisoned by Piso and Platina, there were found in the ground and in the walls bones of human bodies, doomings, and charms, or magic verses. With the name of Germanicus engraved upon thin plates of lead steeped in corrupted blood, half-burnt ashes, and other charms, by virtue of which it was believed that spirits could be evoked. 37. Instances of devoting or dooming amongst Christians. Hector Boethius 550 in his History of Scotland, relates that Duffus, king of that country, falling ill of a disorder unknown to the physicians, was consumed by a slow fever. Passed his nights without sleep, and insensibly wasted away. His body melted in perspiration every night, he became weak, languid, and in a dying state, without, however, his pulse undergoing any alteration. Everything was done to relieve him, but uselessly. His life was despaired of, and those about him began to suspect some evil spell. In the meantime, the people of Moray, a county of Scotland, mutinied, supposing that the king must soon sink under his malady. It was whispered abroad that the king had been bewitched by some witches who lived at Forres, a little town in the north of Scotland. People were sent there to arrest them, and they were surprised in their dwellings, where one of them was basting an image of King Duffus, made of wax, turning on a wooden spit before a large fire, before which she was reciting certain magical prayers. And she affirmed that as the figure melted the king would lose his strength, and at last he would die when the figure should be entirely melted. These women declared that they had been hired to perform these evil spells by the principal men of the county of Moray, who only awaited the king's decease to burst into open revolt. These witches were immediately arrested and burnt at the stake. The king was much better, and in a few days he perfectly recovered his health. This account is found also in the History of Scotland by Buchanan, who says he heard it from his elders. He makes the King Duffus live in 960, and he who has added notes to the text of these historians, says that this custom of melting waxen images by magic art, to occasion the death of certain persons, was not unknown to the Romans. As appears from Virgil and Ovid. And of this we have related a sufficient number of instances. But it must be owned that all which is related concerning it is very doubtful. Not that wizards and witches have not been found who have attempted to cause the death of persons of high rank by these means, and who attributed the effect to the demon, but there is little appearance that they ever succeeded in it. If magicians possessed the secret of thus occasioning the death of any one they pleased, where is the prince, prelate, or lord who would be safe? If they could thus roast them slowly to death, why not kill them at once, by throwing the waxen image in the fire? Who can have given such power to the devil? Is it the Almighty, to satisfy the revenge of an insignificant woman, or the jealousy of lovers of either sex. M. D'Este. André, physician to the king, in his letters on witchcraft, would explain the effects of these devotings, supposing them to be true, by the evaporation of animal spirits, which, proceeding from the bodies of the wizards or witches, and uniting with the atoms which fall from the wax, and the atoms of the fire, which render them still more pungent, should fly towards the person they desire to bewitch, and cause in him or her sensations of heat or pain, more or less violent according to the action of the fire. But I do not think that this clever man finds many to approve of his idea. The shortest way, in my opinion, would be, to deny the effects of these charms. For if these effects are real, they are inexplicable by physics, and can only be attributed to the devil. We read in the history of the Archbishops of Treves that Eberhard, Archbishop of that church, who died in 1067, having threatened to send away the Jews from his city, if they did not embrace Christianity, these unhappy people, being reduced to despair, suborned an ecclesiastic, who for money baptized for them, by the name of the bishop, a waxen image, to which they tied wicks or wax tapers, and lighted them on Holy Saturday, Easter Eve, as the prelate was going solemnly to administer the baptismal rite. Whilst he was occupied in this holy function, the statue being half consumed, Eberhard felt himself extremely ill. He was led into the vestry, where he soon after expired. The Pope John XXI, in 1317, complained, in public letters, that some scoundrels had attempted his life by similar operations, and he appeared persuaded of their power, and that he had been preserved from death only by the particular protection of God. We inform you, says he, that some traitors have conspired against us, and against some of our brothers the cardinals, and have prepared beverages and images to take away our life, which they have sought to do on every occasion. But God has always preserved us. The letter is dated the 27th of July. From the 27th of February, the Pope had issued a commission to inform against these poisoners. His letter is addressed to Bartholomew, Bishop of Frejus, who had succeeded the Pope in that see, and to Peter Tessier, Doctor and Decret, afterwards Cardinal. The Pope says therein, in substance, we have heard that John de Limoges, Jacques de Cravencan, Jean d'Arent, physician, and some others, have applied themselves, through a damnable curiosity, to necromancy and other magical arts, on which they have books. That they have often made use of mirrors, and images consecrated in their manner. That, placing themselves within circles, they have often invoked the evil spirits to occasion the death of men by the might of their enchantments, or by sending maladies which abridge their days. Sometimes they have enclosed demons in mirrors, or circles, or rings, to interrogate them, not only on the past, but on the future, and made predictions. They pretend to have made many experiments in these matters, and fearlessly assert, that they can not only by means of certain beverages, or certain meats, but by simple words, abridge or prolong life, and cure all sorts of diseases. The Pope gave a similar commission, April 22 d. 1317, to the Bishop of Rheim, to the same Pierre Tessier, to Pierre de Pré, and 2 others, to inquire into the conspiracy formed against him and against the cardinals. And in this commission he says, they have prepared beverages to poison us, and not having been able conveniently to make us take them, they have had waxen images, made with our names, to attack our lives. By pricking these images with magical enchantments, and innovations of demons. But God has preserved us, and caused 3 of these images to fall into our hands. We see a description of similar charms in a letter, written 3 years after, to the Inquisitor of Carcassonne, by William de Godin, Cardinal Bishop of Sabina. In which he says, the Pope commands you to inquire and proceed against those who sacrifice to demons, worship them, or pay them homage, by giving them for a token a written paper, or something else, to bind the demon. Or to work some charm by invoking him. Who, abusing the sacrament of baptism, baptize images of wax, or of other matters with invocation of demons, who abuse the Eucharist, or consecrated wafer, or other sacraments, by exercising their evil spells. You will proceed against them with the prelates, as you do in matters of heresy, for the Pope gives you the power to do so. The letter is dated from Avignon, the 22d of August, 1320. At the trial of Enguerrand de Marigny, they brought forward a wizard whom they had surprised making waxen images, representing King Louis le Hutin and Charles de Valois, and meaning to kill them by pricking or melting these images. It is related also that Cosmo Ruggieri, a Florentine, a great atheist and pretended magician, had a secret chamber, where he shut himself up alone, and pricked with a needle a wax image representing the king. After having loaded it with maledictions and devoted it to destruction by horrible enchantments, hoping thus to cause the prince to languish away and die. Whether these conjurations, these waxen images, these magical words, may have produced their effects or not, it proves at any rate the opinion that was entertained on the subject, the ill will of the wizards, and the fear in which they were held. Although their enchantments and imprecations might not be followed by any effect, it is apparently thought that experience on that point made them dreaded, whether with reason or not. The general ignorance of physics made people at that time take many things to be supernatural which were simply the effects of natural causes. And as it is certain, as our faith teaches us, that God has often permitted demons to deceive mankind by prodigies, and do them injury by extraordinary means. It was supposed without examining into the matter that there was an art of magic and sure rules for discovering certain secrets, or causing certain evils by means of demons. As if God had not always been the supreme master, to permit or to hinder them, or as if he would have ratified the compacts made with evil spirits. But on examining closely this pretended magic, we have found nothing but poisonings, attended by superstition and imposture. All that we have just related of the effects of magic, enchantments, and witchcraft, which were pretended to cause such terrible effects on the bodies and the possessions of mankind, and all that is recounted of doomings, evocations, and magic figures, which, being consumed by fire, occasioned the death of those who were destined or enchanted, relate but very imperfectly to the affair of vampires, which we are treating of in this volume. Unless it may be said that those ghosts are raised and evoked by magic art, and that the persons who fancy themselves strangled and finally stricken with death by vampires, only suffer these miseries through the malice of the demon, who makes their deceased parents or relations appear to them, and produces all these effects upon them. Or simply strikes the imagination of the persons to whom it happens, and makes them believe that it is their deceased relations, who come to torment and kill them. Although in all this it is only an imagination strongly affected which acts upon them. We may also connect with the history of ghosts what is related of certain persons who have promised each other to return after their death, and to reveal what passes in the other world, and the state in which they find themselves. 38. Instances of persons who have promised to give each other news of the other world after their death. The story of the Marquis de Rambouillet, who appeared after his death to the Marquis de Précy, is very celebrated. These two lords, conversing on the subject of the other world, like people who were not very strongly persuaded of the truth of all that is said upon it, promised each other that the first of the two who died should bring the news of it to the other. The Marquis de Rambouillet set off for Flanders, where the war was then carried on, and the Marquis de Précy remained at Paris, detained by a low fever. 6 weeks after, in broad day, he heard some one undraw his bed curtains, and turning to see who it was, he perceived the Marquis de Rambouillet, in buff leather jacket and boots. He sprang from his bed to embrace his friend. But Rambouillet, stepping back a few paces, told him that he was come to keep his word as he had promised, that all that was said of the next life was very certain, that he must change his conduct. And in the first action wherein he was engaged he would lose his life. Précy again attempted to embrace his friend, but he embraced only empty air. Then Rambouillet, seeing that his friend was incredulous as to what he said, showed him where he had received the wound in his side, whence the blood still seemed to flow. Précy soon after received, by the post, confirmation of the death of the Marquis de Rambouillet, and being himself some time after, during the civil wars, at the battle of the Faubourg of Saint-Antoine, he was there killed. Peter the Venerable, abbot of Clugny 551 relates a very similar story. A gentleman named Humbert, son of a lord named Guichard de Belioc, in the diocese of Macon, having declared war against the other principal men in his neighborhood. A gentleman named Geoffrey d'Iden received in the melee a wound of which he died immediately. About 2 months afterwards, this same Geoffrey appeared to a gentleman named Milo d'Ança, and begged him to tell Humbert de Belioc, in whose service he had lost his life, that he was tormented for having assisted him in an unjust war, and for not having expiated his sins by penance before he died. That he begged him to have compassion on him, and on his own father, Guichard, who had left him great wealth, of which he made a bad use, and of which a part had been badly acquired. That in truth Guichard, the father of Humbert, had embraced a religious life at Clugny, but that he had not time to satisfy the justice of God for the sins of his past life. That he conjured him to have mass performed for him and for his father, to give alms, and to employ the prayers of good people, to procure them both a prompt deliverance from the pains they endured. He added, "Tell him, that if he will not mind what you say, I shall be obliged to go to him myself, and announce to him what I have just told you." Milo d'Ança acquitted himself faithfully of his commission. Humbert was frightened at it, but it did not make him better. Still, fearing that Guichard, his father, or Geoffrey d'Iden might come and disturb him, above all during the night, he dare not remain alone, and would always have one of his people by him. One morning, then, as he was lying awake in his bed, he beheld in his presence Geoffrey, armed as in a day of battle, who showed him the mortal wound he had received, and which appeared yet quite fresh. He reproached him keenly for his want of pity towards his own father, who was groaning in torment. "Take care," added he, "that God does not treat you rigorously, and refuse to you that mercy which you refuse to us. And, above all, take care not to execute your intention of going to the wars with Count Amedius. If you go, you will there lose both life and property." He said, and Humbert was about to reply, when the squire Vicard de Merici, Humbert's counsellor, arrived from Mass, and immediately the dead man disappeared. From that moment, Humbert endeavoured seriously to relieve his father Geoffrey, and resolved to take a journey to Jerusalem to expiate his sins. Peter the Venerable had been well informed of all the details of this story, which occurred in the year he went into Spain, and made a great noise in the country. The Cardinal Baronius, 552, a very grave and respectable man, says that he had heard from several very sensible people, and who have often heard it preached to the people, and in particular from Michael Mercati, protonotary of the Holy See. A man of acknowledged probity and well informed, above all in the Platonic philosophy, to which he applied himself unweariedly with Marsilius Phison, his friend, as zealous as himself for the doctrine of Plato. One day, these two great philosophers were conversing on the immortality of the soul, and if it remained and existed after the death of the body. After having had much discourse on this matter, they promised each other, and shook hands upon it, that the first of them who quitted this world should come and tell the other somewhat of the state of the other life. Having thus separated, it happened some time afterwards that the same Michael Mercati, being wide awake and studying, one morning very early, the same philosophical matters, heard on a sudden a noise like a horseman who was coming hastily to his door, and at the same he heard the voice of his friend Marsilius Phison, who cried out to him, "Michael, Michael, nothing is more true than what is said of the other life." At the same, Michael opened his window, and saw Marsilius mounted on a white horse, who was galloping away. Michael cried out to him to stop, but he continued his course till Michael could no longer see him. Marsilius Phison was at that time dwelling at Florence, and died there at the same hour that he had appeared and spoken to his friend. The latter wrote directly to Florence, to inquire into the truth of the circumstance. And they replied to him that Marsilius had died at the same moment that Michael had heard his voice and the noise of his horse at his door. Ever after that adventure, Michael Mercati, although very regular in his conduct before then, became quite an altered man, and lived in so exemplary a manner that he became a perfect model of Christian life. We find a great many such instances in Henri Morris, and in Joshua Granville, in his work entitled Sadduceeism Combated. Here is one taken from the life of B. Joseph de Lyonis, a missionary Capuchin. 553 One day, when he was conversing with his companion on the duties of religion, and the fidelity which God requires of those who have consecrated themselves to them, of the reward reserved for those who are perfectly religious, and the severe justice which he exercises against unfaithful servants, Brother Joseph said to him, let us promise each other mutually that the one who dies the first will appear to the other, if God allows him so to do. To inform him of what passes in the other world, and the condition in which he finds himself. I am willing, replied the holy companion, I give you my word upon it. And I pledge you mine, replied brother Joseph. Some days after this, the pious companion was attacked by a malady which brought him to the tomb. Brother Joseph felt this the more sensibly, because he knew better than the others all the virtues of this holy monk. He had no doubt of the fulfillment of their agreement, or that the deceased would appear to him, when he least thought of it, to acquit himself of his promise. In effect, one day when brother Joseph had retired to his room, in the afternoon, he saw a young Capuchin enter horribly haggard, with a pale thin face, who saluted him with a feeble, trembling voice. As, at the sight of this spectre, Joseph appeared a little disturbed, "Don't be alarmed," it said to him. "I am come here as permitted by God, to fulfill my promise, and to tell you that I have the happiness to be amongst the elect through the mercy of the Lord. But learn that it is even more difficult to be saved than is thought in this world. That God, whose wisdom can penetrate the most secret folds of the heart, weighs exactly the actions which we have done during life, the thoughts, wishes, and motives, which we propose to ourselves in acting. And as much as he is inexorable in regard to sinners, so much is he good, indulgent, and rich in mercy, towards those just souls who have served him in this life." At these words, the phantom disappeared. Here follows an instance of a spirit which comes after death to visit his friend without having made an agreement with him to do so. 554 Peter Calmet, Bishop of Krakow, was translated to the Archbishopric of Niezns, in 1548, and obtained a dispensation from Paul III. To retain still his bishopric of Krakow. This prelate, after having led a very irregular life during his youth, began towards the end of his life, to perform many charitable actions, feeding every day 100 poor, to whom he sent food from his own table. And when he travelled, he was followed by 2 wagons, loaded with coats and shirts, which he distributed amongst the poor according as they needed them. One day, when he was preparing to go to church, towards evening, it being the eve of a festival, and he was alone in his closet, he suddenly beheld before him a gentleman named Curosius, who had been dead some time, with whom he had formerly been too intimately associated in evil doing. The Archbishop Calmet was at first affrighted, but the defunct reassured him and told him that he was of the number of the blessed. "What," said the prelate to him, "after such a life as you led? For you know the excesses which both you and myself committed in our youth." "I know it," replied the defunct, "but this is what saved me. One day, when in Germany, I found myself with a man who uttered blasphemous discourse, most injurious to the Holy Virgin. I was irritated at it, and gave him a blow. We drew our swords, I killed him. And for fear of being arrested and punished as a homicide, I took flight without reflecting much on the action I had committed. But at the hour of death, I found myself most terribly disturbed by remorse on my past life, and I only expected certain destruction. When the Holy Virgin came to my aid, and made such powerful intercession for me with her Son, that she obtained for me the pardon of my sins, and I have the happiness to enjoy beatitude. For yourself, who have only 6 months to live, I am sent to warn you, that in consideration of your alms, and your charity to the poor, God will show you mercy, and expects you to do penance. Profit while it is time, and expiate your past sins." After having said this, he disappeared, and the Archbishop, bursting into tears, began to live in so Christianly a manner that he was the edification of all who knew him. He related the circumstance to his most intimate friends, and died in 1545, after having directed the Church of Niezns for about 5 years. The daughter of Dumoulin, a celebrated lawyer, having been inhumanly massacred in her dwelling, 555 appeared by night to her husband, who was wide awake, and declared to him the names of those who had killed herself and her children, conjuring him to revenge her death. 39. Extract from the Political Works of M. L'Abbé de Saint-Pierre. Volume 4. Page 57. I was told lately at Valognes, that a good priest of the town who teaches the children to read, had had an apparition in broad day 10 or 12 years ago. As that had made a great deal of noise at first on account of his reputation for probity and sincerity, I had the curiosity to hear him relate his adventure himself. A lady, one of my relations, who was acquainted with him, sent to invite him to dine with her yesterday, the 7th of January, 1708, and as on the one hand I showed a desire to learn the thing from himself, and on the other it was a kind of honorable distinction to have had by daylight an apparition of one of his comrades, he related it before dinner without requiring to be pressed, and in a very naive manner. Circumstance. In 1695, said M. Bejuel to us, being a schoolboy of about 15 years of age, I became acquainted with the two children of M. Abequin, attorney, schoolboys like myself. The eldest was of my own age, the second was 18 months younger, he was named Desfontaines. We took all our walks and all our parties of pleasure together, and whether it was that Desfontaines had more affection for me, or that he was more gay, obliging, and clever than his brother, I loved him the best. In 1696, we were walking both of us in the cloister of the Capuchins. He told me that he had lately read a story of two friends who had promised each other that the first of them who died should come and bring news of his condition to the one still living. That the one who died came back to earth, and told his friend surprising things. Upon that, Desfontaines told me that he had a favor to ask of me. That he begged me to grant it instantly, it was to make him a similar promise, and on his part he would do the same. I told him that I would not. For several months he talked to me of it, often and seriously. I always resisted his wish. At last, towards the month of August, 1696, as he was to leave to go and study at Caen, he pressed me so much with tears in his eyes, that I consented to it. He drew out at that moment two little papers which he had ready written, one was signed with his blood, in which he promised me that in case of his death he would come and bring me news of his condition, in the other I promised him the same thing. I pricked my finger, a drop of blood came, with which I signed my name. He was delighted to have my billet, and embracing me, he thanked me 1,000 times. Some time after, he set off with his brother. Our separation caused us much grief, but we wrote to each other now and then, and it was but 6 weeks since I had had a letter from him, when what I am going to relate to you happened to me. The 31st of July, 1697, one Thursday, I shall remember it all my life, the late M. Sorteville, with whom I lodged, and who had been very kind to me, begged of me to go to a meadow near the Cordeliers, and help his people, who were making hay, to make haste. I had not been there a quarter of an hour, when about 2:30, I all of a sudden felt giddy and weak. In vain I leant upon my hay-fork, I was obliged to place myself on a little hay, where I was nearly half an hour recovering my senses. That passed off, but as nothing of the kind had ever occurred to me before, I was surprised at it and feared it might be the commencement of an illness. Nevertheless it did not make much impression upon me during the remainder of the day. It is true I did not sleep that night so well as usual. The next day, at the same hour, as I was conducting to the meadow M. D. Saint Simon, the grandson of M. de Sorteville, who was then 10 years old, I felt myself seized on the way with a similar faintness, and I sat down on a stone in the shade. That passed off, and we continued our way. Nothing more happened to me that day, and at night I had hardly any sleep. At last, on the morrow, the 2nd day of August, being in the loft where they laid up the hay they brought from the meadow, I was taken with a similar giddiness and a similar faintness, but still more violent than the other. I fainted away completely. One of the men perceived it. I have been told that I was asked what was the matter with me, and that I replied, I have seen what I should never have believed. But I have no recollection of either the question or the answer. That, however, accords with what I do remember to have seen just then, as it were some one naked to the middle, but whom, however, I did not recognize. They helped me down from the ladder. The faintness seized me again, my head swam as I was between 2 rounds of the ladder, and again I fainted. They took me down and placed me on a large beam which served for a seat in the large square of the Capuchins. I sat down on it and then I no longer saw M. de Sorteville nor his domestics, although present. But perceiving Desfontaines near the foot of the ladder, who made me a sign to come to him, I moved on my seat as if to make room for him, and those who saw me and whom I did not see, although my eyes were open, remarked this movement. As he did not come, I rose to go to him. He advanced towards me, took my left arm with his right arm, and led me about 30 paces from thence into a retired street, holding me still under the arm. The domestics, supposing that my giddiness had passed off, and that I had purposely retired, went every one to their work, except a little servant, who went and told M. de Sorteville that I was talking all alone. M. de Sorteville thought I was tipsy. He drew near, and heard me ask some questions, and make some answers, which he has told me since. I was there nearly 3/4 of an hour, conversing with Desfontaines. I promised you, said he to me, that if I died before you I would come and tell you of it. I was drowned the day before yesterday in the river of Cannes, at nearly this same hour. I was out walking with such and such a one. It was very warm, and we had a wish to bathe. A faintness seized me in the water, and I fell to the bottom. The Abbé de Menelgene, my comrade, dived to bring me up. I seized hold of his foot. But whether he was afraid it might be a salmon, because I held him so fast, or that he wished to remount promptly to the surface of the water, he shook his leg so roughly, that he gave me a violent kick on the breast, which sent me to the bottom of the river, which is there very deep. Desmoulins related to me afterwards all that had occurred to them in their walk, and the subjects they had conversed upon. It was in vain for me to ask him questions, whether he was saved, whether he was damned, if he was in purgatory, if I was in a state of grace, and if I should soon follow him. He continued to discourse as if he had not heard me, and as if he would not hear me. I approached him several times to embrace him, but it seemed to me that I embraced nothing, and yet I felt very sensibly that he held me tightly by the arm, and that when I tried to turn away my head that I might not see him. Because I could not look at him without feeling afflicted, he shook my arm as if to oblige me to look at and listen to him. He always appeared to me taller than I had seen him, and taller even than he was at the time of his death, although he had grown during the 18 months in which we had not met. I beheld him always naked to the middle of his body, his head uncovered, with his fine fair hair, and a white scroll twisted in his hair over his forehead, on which there was some writing, but I could only make out the word in, and k. It was his same tone of voice. He appeared to me neither gay nor sad, but in a calm and tranquil state. He begged of me when his brother returned, to tell him certain things to say to his father and mother. He begged me to say the 7 psalms which had been given him as a penance the preceding Sunday, which he had not yet recited. Again he recommended me to speak to his brother, and then he bade me adieu, saying, as he left me, Jusques, till, which was the usual term he made use of when at the end of our walk we bade each other goodbye, to go home. He told me that at the time he was drowned, his brother, who was writing a translation, regretted having let him go without accompanying him, fearing some accident. He described to me so well where he was drowned, and the tree in the avenue of Lavigny on which he had written a few words, that 2 years afterwards, being there with the late Chevalier de Gautal, one of those who were with him at the time he was drowned, I pointed out to him the very spot. And by counting the trees in a particular direction which Desfontaines had specified to me, I went straight up to the tree, and I found his writing. He, the Chevalier, told me also that the article of the 7 psalms was true, and that on coming from confession they had told each other their penance. And since then his brother has told me that it was quite true that at that hour he was writing his exercise, and he reproached himself for not having accompanied his brother. As nearly a month passed by without my being able to do what Desfontaines had told me in regard to his brother, he appeared to me again twice before dinner at a country house whither I had gone to dine a league from hence. I was very faint. I told them not to mind me, that it was nothing, and that I should soon recover myself, and I went to a corner of the garden. Desfontaines having appeared to me, reproached me for not having yet spoken to his brother, and again conversed with me for 1/4 of an hour without answering any of my questions. As I was going in the morning to Notre Dame de la Victoire, he appeared to me again, but for a shorter time, and pressed me always to speak to his brother, and left me, saying still, Jusques, and without choosing to reply to my questions. It is a remarkable thing that I always felt a pain in that part of my arm which he had held me by the first time, until I had spoken to his brother. I was 3 days without being able to sleep, from the astonishment and agitation I felt. At the end of the first conversation, I told him, de Varenville, my neighbor and schoolfellow, that Desfontaines had been drowned, that he himself had just appeared to me and told me so. He went away and ran to the parents' house to know if it was true. They had just received the news, but by a mistake he understood that it was the eldest. He assured me that he had read the letter of Desfontaines, and he believed it. But I maintained always that it could not be, and that Desfontaines himself had appeared to me. He returned, came back, and told me in tears that it was but too true. Nothing has occurred to me since, and there is my adventure just as it happened. It has been related in various ways, but I have recounted it only as I have just told it to you. The Chevalier de Gautal told me that Desfontaines had appeared also to M. de Menelgene, but I am not acquainted with him. He lives 20 leagues from hence near Argentan, and I can say no more about it. This is a very singular and circumstantial narrative, related by M. l'Abbé d'Este. Pierre, who is by no means credulous, and sets his whole mind and all his philosophy to explain the most extraordinary events by physical reasonings, by the concurrence of atoms, corpuscles, insensible evaporation of spirit, and perspiration. But all that is so far-fetched, and does such palpable violence to the subjects and the attending circumstances, that the most credulous would not yield to such arguments. It is surprising that these gentlemen, who pique themselves on strength of mind, and so haughtily reject everything that appears supernatural, can so easily admit philosophical systems much more incredible than even the facts they oppose. They raise doubts which are often very ill-founded, and attack them upon principles still more uncertain. That may be called refuting one difficulty by another, and resolving a doubt by principles still more doubtful. But, it will be said, whence comes it that so many other persons who had engaged themselves to come and bring news of the immortality of the soul, after their death, have not come back? Seneca speaks of a Stoic philosopher named Julius Canus, who, having been condemned to death by Julius Caesar, said aloud that he was about to learn the truth of that question on which they were divided, to wit, whether the soul was immortal or not. And we do not read that he revisited this world. Lamotte de Veyer had agreed with his friend Baranzan Barnabite that the first of the two who died should warn the other of the state in which he found himself. Baranzan died, and returned not. Because the dead sometimes return to earth, it would be imprudent to conclude that they always do so. And it would be equally wrong reasoning to say that they never do return, because having promised to revisit this world they have not done so. For that, we should imagine that it is in the power of spirits to return and make their appearance when they will, and if they will. But it seems indubitable, that on the contrary, it is not in their power, and that it is only by the express permission of God that disembodied spirits sometimes appear to the living. We see, in the history of the bad rich man, that God would not grant him the favor which he asked, to send to earth some of those who were with him in hell. Similar reasons, derived from the hardness of heart or the incredulity of mortals, may have prevented, in the same manner, the return of Julius Canus or of Baranzan. The return of spirits and their apparition is neither a natural thing nor dependent on the choice of those who are dead. It is a supernatural effect, and allied to the miraculous. St. Augustine says on this subject 556 that if the dead interest themselves in what concerns the living, St. Monica, his mother, who loved him so tenderly, and went with him by sea and land everywhere during her life, would not have failed to visit him every night, and come to console him in his troubles. For we must not suppose that she was become less compassionate since she became one of the blessed, absit uti facta sit vita felicia crudlis. The return of spirits, their apparition, the execution of the promises which certain persons have made each other, to come and tell their friends what passes in the other world, is not in their own power. All that is in the hands of God. 40. Divers systems for explaining the return of spirits. The affair of ghosts having made so much noise in the world as it has done, it is not surprising that a diversity of systems should have been formed upon it. And that so many manners should have been proposed to explain their return to earth and their operations. Some have thought that it was a momentary resurrection caused by the soul of the defunct, which re-entered his body, or by the demon, who reanimated him, and caused him to act for a while, whilst his blood retained its consistency and fluidity. And his organic functions were not entirely corrupted and deranged. Others, struck with the consequence of such principles, and the arguments which might be deduced from them, have liked better to suppose that these vampires were not really dead. That they still retained certain seeds of life, and that their spirits could from time to time reanimate and bring them out of their tombs, to make their appearance amongst men, take refreshment, and renew the nourishing juices and animal spirits by sucking the blood of their near kindred. There has lately been printed a dissertation on the uncertainty of the signs of death, and the abuse of hasty interments, by M. Jacques Benin Vincelot, Doctor, Regent of the Faculty at Paris, translated, with a commentary, by Jacques-Jean Breuer, Physician, at Paris, 1742, in 8 vo. This work may serve to explain how persons who have been believed to be dead, and have been buried as such, have nevertheless been found alive a pretty long time after their funeral obsequies had been performed. That will perhaps render vampirism less incredible. M. Vincelot, Doctor, and Regent of the Medical Faculty at Paris, maintained, in the month of April, 1740, a thesis, in which he asks if the experiments of surgery are fitter than all others to discover some less uncertain signs of doubtful death. He therein maintained that there are several occurrences in which the signs of death are very doubtful, and he adduces several instances of persons believed to be dead, and interred as such, who nevertheless were afterwards found to be alive. M. Breuer, M.D., has translated this thesis into French, and has made some learned additions to it, which serve to strengthen the opinion of M. Vincelot. The work is very interesting, from the matter it treats upon, and very agreeable to read, from the manner in which it is written. I am about to make some extracts from it, which may be useful to my subject. I shall adhere principally to the most certain and singular facts, for to relate them all, we must transcribe the whole work. It is known that John Duns, surnamed Scott, 557 or the Subtle Doctor, had the misfortune to be interred alive at Cologne, and that when his tomb was opened some time afterwards, it was found that he had gnawn his arm. 558 The same thing is related of the Emperor Zeno, who made himself heard from the depth of his tomb by repeated cries to those who were watching over him. Lancisi, a celebrated physician of the Pope Clement XI, relates that at Rome he was witness to a person of distinction being still alive when he wrote, who resumed sense and motion whilst they were chanting his funeral service at church. Pierre Zacchias, another celebrated physician of Rome, says, that in the hospital of the Saint-Esprit, a young man, who was attacked with the plague, fell into so complete a state of syncope, that he was believed to be really dead. Whilst they were carrying his corpse, along with a great many others, on the other side of the Tiber, the young man gave signs of life. He was brought back to the hospital and cured. 2 days after, he fell into a similar syncope, and that time he was reputed to be dead beyond recovery. He was placed amongst others intended for burial, came to himself a second time, and was yet living when Zacchias wrote. It is related, that a man named William Foxley, when 40 years of age, 559, falling asleep on the 27th of April, 1546, remained plunged in sleep for 14 days and 14 nights, without any preceding malady. He could not persuade himself that he had slept more than one night, and was convinced of his long sleep only by being shown a building begun some days before this drowsy attack, and which he beheld completed on his awaking. It is said that in the time of Pope Gregory II, a scholar of Lubeck slept for 7 years consecutively. Lilius Geraldus 560 relates that a peasant slept through the whole autumn and winter. 41. Various instances of persons being buried alive. Plutarch relates that a man who fell from a great height, having pitched upon his neck, was believed to be dead, without there being the appearance of any hurt. As they were carrying him to be buried, the day after, he all at once recovered his strength and his senses. Asclepiades 561 meeting a great funeral train of a person they were taking to be interred, obtained permission to look at and to touch the dead man. He found some signs of life in him, and by means of proper remedies, he immediately recalled him to life, and restored him in sound health to his parents and relations. There are several instances of persons who after being interred came to themselves, and lived a long time in perfect health. They relate in particular 562 that a woman of Orleans was buried in a cemetery, with a ring on her finger, which they had not been able to draw off her finger when she was placed in her coffin. The following night, a domestic, attracted by the hope of gain, broke open the coffin, and as he could not tear the ring off her finger, was about to cut her finger off, when she uttered a loud shriek. The servant fled. The woman disengaged herself as she could from her winding sheet, returned home, and survived her husband. M. Bernard, a principal surgeon at Paris, attests that, being with his father at the parish of Real, they took from the tombs, living and breathing, a monk of the order of St. Francis, who had been shut up in it 3 or 4 days, and who had gnawed his hands around the bands which confined them. But he died almost the moment that he was in the air. Several persons have made mention of that wife of a councillor of Cologne 563 who having been interred with a valuable ring on her finger, in 1571, the gravedigger opened the grave the succeeding night to steal the ring. But the good lady caught hold of him, and forced him to take her out of the coffin. He, however, disengaged himself from her hands, and fled. The resuscitated lady went and rapped at the door of her house. At first they thought it was a phantom, and left her a long time at the door, waiting anxiously to be let in, but at last they opened it for her. They warmed her, and she recovered her health perfectly, and had after that 3 sons, who all belonged to the church. This event is represented on her sepulchre in a picture, or painting, in which the story is represented, and moreover, written, in German verses. It is added that the lady, in order to convince those of the house that it was herself, told the footman who came to the door that the horses had gone up to the hayloft, which was true. And there are still to be seen at the windows of the grenier of that house, horses' heads, carved in wood, as a sign of the truth of the matter. François de Civille, a Norman gentleman 564 was the captain of 100 men in the city of Rouen, when it was besieged by Charles IX, and he was then 26. He was wounded to death at the end of an assault. And having fallen into the moat, some pioneers placed him in a grave with some other bodies, and covered them over with a little earth. He remained there from 11 in the morning till 6:30 in the evening, when his servant went to disinter him. This domestic, having remarked some signs of life, put him in a bed, where he remained for 5 days and nights, without speaking, or giving any other sign of feeling, but as burning hot with fever as he had been cold in the grave. The city having been taken by storm, the servants of an officer of the victorious army, who was to lodge in the house wherein was Civil, threw the ladder upon a palliasse in a back room. Whence his brother's enemies tossed him out of the window upon a dunghill, where he remained for more than 72 hours in his shirt. At the end of that time, one of his relations, surprised to find him still alive, sent him to a league's distance from Rouen 565 where he was attended to, and at last was perfectly cured. During a great plague, which attacked the city of Dijon in 1558, a lady, named Nicole Lentelet, being reputed dead of the epidemic, was thrown into a great pit, wherein they buried the dead. The day after her interment, in the morning, she came to herself again, and made vain efforts to get out, but her weakness, and the weight of the other bodies with which she was covered, prevented her doing so. She remained in this horrible situation for 4 days, when the burial men drew her out, and carried her back to her house, where she perfectly recovered her health. A young lady of Augsburg 566 having fallen into a swoon, or trance, her body was placed under a deep vault, without being covered with earth, but the entrance to this subterranean vault was closely walled up. Some years after that time, someone of the same family died. The vault was opened, and the body of the young lady was found at the very entrance, without any fingers to her right hand, which she had devoured in despair. On the 25th of July, 1688, there died at Metz a hairdresser's boy, of an apoplectic fit, in the evening, after supper. On the 28th of the same month, he was heard to moan again several times. They took him out of his grave, and he was attended by doctors and surgeons. The physician maintained, after he had been opened, that the young man had not been dead 2 hours. This is extracted from the manuscript of a bourgeois of Metz, who was contemporary with him. 42. Instances of drowned persons recovering their health. Here follow some instances of drowned persons 567 who came to themselves several days after they were believed to be dead. Hecklin relates the story of a gardener of Trondheim, in Sweden, who was still alive, and 65 years of age, when the author wrote. This man being on the ice to assist another man who had fallen into the water, the ice broke under him, and he sunk under water to the depth of 8 ells. His feet sticking in the mud, he remained 16 hours before they drew him out of the water. In this condition, he lost all sense, except that he thought he heard the bells ringing at Stockholm. He felt the water, which entered his body, not by his mouth, but his ears. After having sought for him during 16 hours, they caught hold of his head with a hook, and drew him out of the water. They placed him between sheets, put him near the fire, rubbed him, shook him, and at last brought him to himself. The king in court would see him and hear his story, and gave him a pension. A woman of the same country, after having been 3 days in the water, was also revived by the same means as the gardener. Another person named Janus, having drowned himself at 17 years of age, was taken out of the water 7 weeks after. They warmed him, and brought him back to life. M. Degli, of the Royal Academy of Inscriptions and Belles Lettres, at Paris, relates, that a Swiss, an expert diver, having plunged down into one of the hollows in the bed of the river, where he hoped to find fine fish, remained there about 9 hours. They drew him out of the water after having hurt him in several places with their hooks. M. Degli, seeing that the water bubbled strongly from his mouth, maintained that he was not dead. They made him throw up as much water as he could for 3/4 of an hour, wrapped him up in hot linen, put him to bed, bled him, and saved him. Some have been recovered after being 7 weeks in the water, others after a less time. For instance, Gosselin, a nephew of the Archbishop of Cologne, having fallen into the Rhine, remained under water for 15 hours before they could find him again. At the end of that time, they carried him to the tomb of St. Suitbert, and he recovered his health. 568. The same Saint Suitbert resuscitated also another young man who had been drowned several hours. But the author who relates these miracles is of no great authority. Several instances are related of drowned persons who have remained under water for several days, and at last recovered and enjoyed good health. In the second part of the dissertation on the uncertainty of the signs of death, by M. Breuer, physician, printed at Paris in 1744, pages 102, 103, and it is shown that they have seen some who have been under water 48 hours, others during 3 days, and during 8 days. He adds to this the example of the insect chrysalis, which passes all the winter without giving any signs of life, and the aquatic insects which remain all the winter motionless in the mud, which also happens to the frogs and toads. Ants even, against the common opinion, are during the winter in a death-like state, which ceases only on the return of spring. Swallows, in the northern countries, bury themselves in heaps, in the lakes and ponds, in rivers even, in the sea, in the sand, in the holes of walls, and the hollows of trees, or at the bottom of caverns. Whilst other kinds of swallows crossed the sea to find warmer and more temperate climes. What has just been said of swallows being found at the bottom of lakes, ponds, and rivers, is commonly remarked in Silesia, Poland, Bohemia, and Moravia. Sometimes even storks are fished up as if dead, having their beaks fixed in the anus of one another. Many of these have been seen in the environs of Geneva, and even in the environs of Metz, in the year 1467. To these may be added quails and herons. Sparrows and cuckoos have been found during the winter in hollow trees, torpid and without the least appearance of life, which being warmed recovered themselves and took flight. We know that hedgehogs, marmots, sloths, and serpents, live underground without breathing, and the circulation of the blood is very feeble in them during all the winter. It is even said that bears sleep during almost all that period. 43. Instances of women who have been believed to be dead, and who have come to life again. Very clever physicians assert 569 that in cases of the suffocation of the womb, a woman may live 30 days without breathing. I know that a very excellent woman was 36 hours without giving any sign of life. Everybody thought she was dead, and they wanted to enshroud her, but her husband always opposed it. At the end of 36 hours she came to herself, and has lived a long time since then. She told them that she heard very well all that was said about her, and knew that they wanted to lay her out. But her torpor was such that she could not surmount it, and she should have let them do whatever they pleased without the least resistance. This applies to St. Augustine says of the priest Pretextus, who in his trances and swoons heard, as if from afar off, what was said, and nevertheless would have let himself be burned, and his flesh cut, without opposing it or feeling it. Corneille Le Bruyne, 570 in his Voyages, relates that he saw at Damietta, in Egypt, a Turk whom they called the dead child, because when his mother was with child with him, she fell ill, and as they believed she was dead. They buried her pretty quickly, according to the custom of the country, where they let the dead remain but a very short time unburied, above all during the plague. She was put into a vault which this Turk had for the sepulture of his family. Towards evening, some hours after the interment of this woman, it entered the mind of the Turk her husband, that the child she bore might still be alive. He then had the vault opened, and found that his wife had delivered herself, and that his child was alive, but the mother was dead. Some people said that the child had been heard to cry, and that it was on receiving intimation of this that the father had the tomb opened. This man, surnamed the Dead Child, was still living in 1677. Le Bruyne thinks that the woman was dead when her child was born, but being dead, it would not have been possible for her to bring him into the world. It must be remembered, that in Egypt, where this happened, the women have an extraordinary facility of delivery, as both ancients and moderns bear witness, and that this woman was simply shut up in a vault, without being covered with earth. A woman at Strasbourg, who was with child, being reputed to be dead, was buried in a subterranean vault. 571 At the end of some time, this vault having been opened for another body to be placed in it, the woman was found out of the coffin lying on the ground, and having between her hands a child, of which she had delivered herself, and whose arm she held in her mouth, as if she would fain eat it. Another woman, a Spaniard, 572 the wife of Francisco Aravalos, of Suasso, being dead, or believed to be so, in the last months of her pregnancy, was put in the ground. Her husband, whom they had sent for from the country, whither he had gone on business, would see his wife at the church, and had her exhumed. Hardly had they opened the coffin, when they heard the cry of a child, who was making efforts to leave the bosom of its mother. He was taken away alive and lived a long time, being known by the name of the Child of the Earth, and since then he was Lieutenant General of the town of Jerez, on the frontier of Spain. These instances might be multiplied to infinity, of persons buried alive, and of others who have recovered as they were being carried to the grave, and others who have been taken out of it by fortuitous circumstances. Upon this subject you may consult the new work of Messrs. Winslow and Bruyère, and those authors who have expressly treated on this subject. 573 These gentlemen, the doctors, derive from thence a very wise and very judicious conclusion, which is, that people should never be buried without the absolute certainty of their being dead, above all in times of pestilence, and in certain maladies in which those who are suffering under them lose on a sudden both sense and motion. 44. Can these instances be applied to the Hungarian ghosts? Some advantage of these instances and these arguments may be derived in favor of vampirism, by saying that the ghosts of Hungary, Moravia, and Poland are not really dead, that they continue to live in their graves, although without motion and without respiration. The blood which is found in them being fine and red, the flexibility of their limbs, the cries which they utter when their heart is pierced or their head being cut off, all prove that they still exist. That is not the principal difficulty which arrests my judgment, it is to know how they come out of their graves without any appearance of the earth having been removed, and how they have replaced it as it was. How they appear dressed in their clothes, go and come, and eat. If it is so, why do they return to their graves? Why do they not remain amongst the living? Why do they suck the blood of their relations? Why do they haunt and fatigue persons who ought to be dear to them, and who have done nothing to offend them? If all that is only imagination on the part of those who are molested, whence comes it that these vampires are found in their graves in an uncorrupted state, full of blood, supple, and pliable? That their feet are found to be in a muddy condition the day after they have run about and frightened the neighbors, and that nothing similar is remarked in the other corpses interred at the same time and in the same cemetery. Whence does it happen that they neither come back nor infest the place any more when they are burned or impaled? Would it be again the imagination of the living and their prejudices which reassure them after these executions? Whence comes it that these scenes recur so frequently in those countries, that the people are not cured of their prejudices, and daily experience, instead of destroying, only augments and strengthens them? 45. Dead persons who chew in their graves like hogs, and devour their own flesh. It is an opinion widely spread in Germany, that certain dead persons chew in their graves, and devour whatever may be close to them. That they are even heard to eat like pigs, with a certain low cry, and as if growling and grunting. A German author, 574 named Michael Roth, has composed a work, entitled De Masticatio Mortuorum in Tumulis, of the dead who masticate in their graves. He sets it down as a proved and sure thing, that there are certain dead persons who have devoured the linen and everything that was within reach of their mouth, and even their own flesh, in their graves. He remarks, 575, that in some parts of Germany, to prevent the dead from masticating, they place a mot of earth under their chin in the coffin, elsewhere they place a little piece of money and a stone in their mouth. Elsewhere they tie a handkerchief tightly round their throat. The author cites some German writers who make mention of this ridiculous custom. He quotes several others who speak of dead people that have devoured their own flesh in their sepulchre. This work was printed at Leipzig in 1728. It speaks of an author named Philip Rerijus, who printed in 1679 a treatise with the same title, De Masticatio Mortuorum. He might have added to it the circumstance of Henry Count of Somme 576 who, being supposed to be dead, was interred alive, they heard during the night, in the church of the Abbey of Haute-Seal, where he was buried, loud cries. And the next day, on his tomb being opened, they found him turned upon his face, whilst in fact he had been buried lying upon his back. Some years ago, at Bar-le-Duc, a man was buried in the cemetery, and a noise was heard in his grave. The next day they disinterred him, and found that he had gnawed the flesh of his arms, and this we learn from ocular witnesses. This man had drunk brandy, and had been buried as dead. Roth speaks of a woman of Bohemia 577 who, in 1355, had eaten in her grave half her shroud. In the time of Luther, a man who was dead and buried, and a woman the same, gnawed their own entrails. Another dead man in Moravia ate the linen clothes of a woman who was buried next to him. All that is very possible, but that those who are really dead move their jaws, and amuse themselves with masticating whatever may be near them, is a childish fancy, like what the ancient Romans said of their Menducus, which was a grotesque figure of a man with an enormous mouth, and teeth proportioned thereto, which they caused to move by springs, and grind his teeth together, as if this figure had wanted to eat. They frightened children with them, and threatened them with the Menducus. 578. Some remains of this old custom may be seen in certain processions, where they carry a sort of serpent, which at intervals opens and shuts a vast jaw, armed with teeth, into which they throw cakes, as if to gorge it, or satisfy its appetite. 46. Singular instance of a Hungarian ghost. The most remarkable instance cited by Roth 579 is that of one Peter Plagajovitz, who had been buried 10 weeks in a village of Hungary, called Kisilova. This man appeared by night to some of the inhabitants of the village while they were asleep, and grasped their throats so tightly that in 24 hours it caused their death. 9 persons, young and old, perished thus in the course of 8 days. The widow of the same Plagajovitz declared that her husband since his death had come and asked her for his shoes, which frightened her so much that she left Kisilova to retire to some other spot. From these circumstances the inhabitants of the village determined upon disinterring the body of Plagajovitz and burning it, to deliver themselves from these visitations. They applied to the emperor's officer, who commanded in the territory of Gradiska, in Hungary, and even to the cure of the same place, for permission to exhume the body of Peter Plagojevich. The officer and the cure made much demur in granting this permission, but the peasants declared that if they were refused permission to disinter the body of this man, whom they had no doubt was a true vampire, for so they called these revived corpses, they should be obliged to forsake the village, and go where they could. The emperor's officer, who wrote this account, seeing he could hinder them neither by threats nor promises, went with the cure of Gradiska to the village of Kisilova, and having caused Peter Plagojevich to be exhumed, they found that his body exhaled no bad smell, that he looked as when alive, except the tip of the nose, that his hair and beard had grown, and instead of his nails, which had fallen off, new ones had come, that under his upper skin, which appeared whitish, there appeared a new one, which looked healthy, and of a natural color. His feet and hands were as whole as could be desired in a living man. They remarked also in his mouth some fresh blood, which these people believed that this vampire had sucked from the men whose death he had occasioned. The emperor's officer and the cure having diligently examined all these things, and the people who were present feeling their indignation awakened anew, and being more fully persuaded that he was the true cause of the death of their compatriots, ran directly for a sharp-pointed stake, which they thrust into his breast, whence there issued a quantity of fresh and crimson blood, and also from the nose and mouth. Something also proceeded from that part of his body which decency does not allow us to mention. After this the peasants placed the body on a pile of wood and saw it reduced to ashes. M. Roth 580, from whom we have these particulars, cites several authors who have written on the same subject, and have related instances of dead people who have eaten in their tombs. He cites particularly Gabriel Rysaksinski in his History of the Natural Curiosities of the Kingdom of Poland, printed at Sandomierz in 1721. 47. Reasonings on this matter. Those authors have reasoned a great deal on these events. 1. Some have believed them to be miraculous. 2. Others have looked upon them simply as the effect of a heated imagination, or a sort of prepossession. 3. Others again have believed that there was nothing in all that but what was very simple and very natural, these persons not being dead, and acting naturally upon other bodies. 4. Others have asserted 581 that it was the work of the devil himself. Amongst these, some have advanced the opinion that there were certain benign demons, differing from those who are malevolent and hostile to mankind, to which, benign demons, they have attributed playful and harmless operations, in contradistinction to those bad demons who inspire the minds of men with crime and sin, ill-use them, kill them, and occasion them an infinity of evils. But what greater evils can one have to fear from veritable demons and the most malignant spirits, than those which the ghouls of Hungary cause the persons whose blood they suck, and thus cause to die? 5. Others will have it that it is not the dead who eat their own flesh or clothes, but serpents, rats, moles, ferrets, or other voracious animals, or even what the peasants call striges, 582, which are birds that devour animals and men, and suck their blood. Some have said that these instances are principally remarked in women, and, above all, in a time of pestilence, but there are instances of ghouls of both sexes, and principally of men. Although those who die of plague, poison, hydrophobia, drunkenness, and any epidemical malady, are more apt to return, apparently because their blood coagulates with more difficulty. And sometimes some are buried who are not quite dead, on account of the danger there is in leaving them long without sepulture, from fear of the infection they would cause. It is added that these vampires are known only to certain countries, as Hungary, Moravia, and Silesia, where those maladies are more common, and where the people, being badly fed, are subject to certain disorders caused or occasioned by the climate and the food, and augmented by prejudice, fancy, and fright, capable of producing or of increasing the most dangerous maladies, as daily experience proves too well. As to what some have asserted that the dead have been heard to eat and chew like pigs in their graves, it is manifestly fabulous, and such an idea can have its foundation only in ridiculous prepossessions of the mind. 48. Are the vampires or revenants really dead? The opinion of those who hold that all that is related of vampires is the effect of imagination, fascination, or of that disorder which the Greeks term phrenesis or corybantism, and who pretend by that means to explain all the phenomena of vampirism, will never persuade us that these maladies of the brain can produce such real effects as those we have just recounted. It is impossible that on a sudden, several persons should believe they see a thing which is not there, and that they should die in so short a time of a disorder purely imaginary. And who has revealed to them that such a vampire is undecayed in his grave, that he is full of blood, that he in some measure lives there after his death? Is there not to be found in the nation one sensible man who is exempt from this fancy, or who has soared above the effects of this fascination, these sympathies and antipathies, this natural magic? And besides, who can explain to us clearly and distinctly what these grand terms signify, and the manner of these operations so occult and so mysterious? It is trying to explain a thing which is obscure and doubtful, by another still more uncertain and incomprehensible. If these persons believe nothing of all that is related of the apparition, the return, and the actions of vampires, they lose their time very uselessly in proposing systems and forming arguments to explain what exists only in the imagination of certain prejudiced persons struck with an idea. But, if all that is related, or at least a part, is true, these systems and these arguments will not easily satisfy those minds which desire proofs far more weighty than those. Let us see, then, if the system which asserts that these vampires are not really dead is well founded. It is certain that death consists in the separation of the soul from the body, and that neither the one nor the other perishes, nor is annihilated by death. That the soul is immortal, and that the body destitute of its soul, still remains entire, and becomes only in part corrupt, sometimes in a few days, and sometimes in a longer space of time. Sometimes even it remains uncorrupted during many years or even ages, either by reason of a good constitution, as in Hector 583 and Alexander the Great, whose bodies remained several days undecayed, 584, or by means of the art of embalming. Or lastly, owing to the nature of the earth in which they are interred, which has the power of drying up the radical humidity and the principles of corruption. I do not stop to prove all these things, which besides are very well known. Sometimes the body, without being dead and forsaken by its reasonable soul, remains as if dead and motionless, or at least with so slow a motion and such feeble respiration, that it is almost imperceptible, as it happens in faintings, swoons. In certain disorders very common amongst women, in trances, as we remarked in the case of Pretextat, priest of Calmet. We have also reported more than one instance, considered dead and buried as such. I may add that of the Abbé Saline, prior of Asti. Christopher, 585, who being in his coffin, and about to be interred, was resuscitated by some of his friends, who made him swallow a glass of champagne. Several instances of the same kind are related. 586 in the Causes Célebres, they make mention of a girl who became enceinte during a long swoon. We have already noticed this. Pliny cites 587 a great number of instances of persons who have been thought dead, and who have come to life again, and lived for a long time. He mentions a young man, who having fallen asleep in a cavern, remained there 40 years without waking. Our historians 588 speak of the 7 sleepers, who slept for 150 years, from the year of Christ 253 to 403. It is said that the philosopher Epimenides slept in a cavern during 57 years, or according to others, 47, or only 40 years, for the ancients do not agree concerning the number of years. They even affirm, that this philosopher had the power to detach his soul from his body, and recall it when he pleased. The same thing is related of Aristeas of Proconnesus. I am willing to allow that that is fabulous. But we cannot gainsay the truth of several other stories of persons who have come to life again, after having appeared dead for 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 days. Pliny acknowledges that there are several instances of dead people who have appeared after they were interred. But he will not mention them more particularly, because, he says, he relates only natural things and not prodigies. Post sepulturam quoque visorum exempla sunt, nisi quat naturi opera non prodigia sectumur. We believe that Enoch and Elijah are still living. Several have thought that St. John the Evangelist was not dead, 589, but that he is still alive in his tomb. Plato and St. Clement of Alexandria 590 relate, that the son of Zoroaster was resuscitated 12 days after his, supposed, death, and when his body had been laid upon the funeral pyre. Phlegon says, 591 that a Syrian soldier in the army of Antiochus, after having been killed at Thermopylae, appeared in open day in the Roman camp, and spoke to several. And Plutarch relates, 592 that a man named Thespesius, who had fallen from the roof of a house, came to himself the third day after he died, or seemed to die, of his fall. St. Paul, writing to the Corinthians, 593 seems to suppose that sometimes the soul transported itself without the body, to repair to the spot where it is in mind or thought. For instance, he says, that he has been transported to the third heaven. But he adds that he knows not whether in the body, or only in spirit, sive in corpora, sive extra corpus, nescio, deus sit. We have already cited St. Augustine, 594, who mentions a priest of Calamus, named Pretextat, who, at the sound of the voices of some persons who lamented their sins, fell into such an ecstasy of delight, that he no longer breathed or felt anything. And they might have cut and burnt his flesh without his perceiving it, his soul was absent, or really so occupied with these lamentations, that he was insensible to pain. In swoons and syncope, the soul no longer performs her ordinary functions. She is nevertheless in the body, and continues to animate it, but she perceives not her own action. A cure of the diocese of Constance, named Bayer, writes me word that in 1728, having been appointed to the cure of Rheim, he was disturbed a month afterwards by a spectre, or an evil genius, in the form of a peasant, badly made, and ill-dressed. Very ill-looking, and stinking insupportably, who came and knocked at the door in an insolent manner, and having entered his study told him that he had been sent by an official of the Prince of Constance, his bishop, upon a certain commission which was found to be absolutely false. He then asked for something to eat, and they placed before him meat, bread, and wine. He took up the meat with both hands, and devoured it bones and all, saying, "See how I eat both flesh and bone, do the same." Then he took up the wine cup, and swallowed it at a draught, asking for another, which he drank off in the same fashion. After that he withdrew, without bidding the cure good-bye. And the servant who showed him to the door having asked his name, he replied, "I was born at Rutzingen, and my name is George Rollin," which was false. As he was going downstairs he said to the cure in German, in a menacing tone, "I will show you who I am." He passed all the rest of the day in the village, showing himself to everybody. Towards midnight he returned to the cure's door, crying out 3 times in a terrible voice, "Monsieur Bayer," and adding, "I will let you know who I am." In fact, during 3 years he returned every day towards 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and every night till dawn of day. He appeared in different forms, sometimes like a water dog, sometimes as a lion or some other terrible animal. Sometimes in the shape of a man, or a girl, when the cure was at table, or in bed, enticing him to lasciviousness. Sometimes he made an uproar in the house, like a cooper putting hoops on his casks. Then again you might have thought he wanted to throw the house down by the noise he made in it. To have witnesses to all this, the cure often sent for the beadle and other personages of the village to bear testimony to it. The spectre emitted, wherever he showed himself, an insupportable stench. At last the cure had recourse to exorcisms, but they produced no effect. And as they despaired almost of being delivered from these vexations, he was advised, at the end of the 3rd year, to provide himself with a holy branch on Palm Sunday, and also with a sword sprinkled with holy water, and to make use of it against the spectre. He did so once or twice, and from that time he was no more molested. This is attested by a Capuchin monk, witness of the greater part of these things, the 29th of August, 1749. I will not guarantee the truth of all these circumstances. The judicious reader will make what induction he pleases from them. If they are true, here is a real ghost, who eats, drinks, and speaks, and gives tokens of his presence for 3 whole years, without any appearance of religion. Here follows another instance of a ghost who manifested himself by actions alone. They write me word from Constance, the 8th of August, 1748, that towards the end of the year 1746 sighs were heard, which seemed to proceed from the corner of the printing office of the Sieur Lahart, one of the common council men of the city of Constance. The printers only laughed at it at first, but in the following year, 1747, in the beginning of January, they heard more noise than before. There was a hard knocking near the same corner whence they had at first heard some sighs. Things went so far that the printers received slaps, and their hats were thrown on the ground. They had recourse to the Capuchins, who came with the books proper for exorcising the spirit. The exorcism completed, they returned home, and the noise ceased for 3 days. At the end of that time the noise recommenced more violently than before. The spirit threw the characters for printing, whether letters or figures, against the windows. They sent out of the city for a famous exorcist, who exorcised the spirit for a week. One day the spirit boxed the ears of a lad, and again the letters, and were thrown against the window panes. The foreign exorcist, not having been able to effect anything by his exorcisms, returned to his own home. The spirit went on as usual, giving slaps in the face to one, and throwing stones and other things at another, so that the compositors were obliged to leave that corner of the printing office and place themselves in the middle of the room. But they were not the quieter for that. They then sent for other exorcists, one of whom had a particle of the true cross, which he placed upon the table. The spirit did not, however, cease disturbing as usual the workmen belonging to the printing office. And the Capuchin brother who accompanied the exorcist received such buffets that they were both obliged to withdraw to their convent. Then came others, who, having mixed a quantity of sand and ashes in a bucket of water, blessed the water, and sprinkled with it every part of the printing office. They also scattered the sand and ashes all over the room upon the paved floor. And being provided with swords, the whole party began to strike at random right and left in every part of the room, to see if they could hit the ghost, and to observe if he left any footmarks upon the sand or ashes which covered the floor. They perceived at last that he had perched himself on the top of the stove or furnace, and they remarked on the angles of it marks of his feet and hands impressed on the sand and ashes they had blessed. They succeeded in ousting him from there, and they very soon perceived that he had slid under the table, and left marks of his hands and feet on the pavement. The dust raised by all this movement in the office caused them to disperse, and they discontinued the pursuit. But the principal exorcist, having taken out a screw from the angle where they had first heard the noise, found in a hole in the wall some feathers, 3 bones wrapped up in a dirty piece of linen, some bits of glass, and a hairpin, or bodkin. He blessed a fire which they lighted, and had all that thrown into it. But this monk had hardly reached his convent when one of the printers came to tell him that the bodkin had come out of the flames 3 times of itself, and that a boy who was holding a pair of tongs, and who put this bodkin in the fire again, had been violently struck in the face. The rest of the things which had been found having been brought to the Capuchin convent, they were burnt without further resistance. But the lad who had carried them there saw a naked woman in the public marketplace, and that and the following day's groans were heard in the marketplace of Constance. Some days after this the printer's house was again infested in this manner, the ghost giving slaps, throwing stones, and molesting the domestics in diverse ways. The Sieur Lahart, the master of the house, received a great wound in his head. 2 boys who slept in the same bed were thrown on the ground, so that the house was entirely forsaken during the night. One Sunday a servant girl carrying away some linen from the house had stones thrown at her, and another time 2 boys were thrown down from a ladder. There was in the city of Constance an executioner who passed for a sorcerer. The monk who writes to me suspected him of having some part in this game. He began to exhort those who sat up with him in the house, to put their confidence in God, and to be strong in faith. He gave them to understand that the executioner was likely to be of the party. They passed the night thus in the house, and about 10 o'clock in the evening, one of the companions of the exorcist threw himself at his feet in tears, and revealed to him that same night he and one of his companions had been sent to consult the executioner in Turgau, and that by order of the Sieur Lahart, printer, in whose house all this took place. This avowal strangely surprised the good father, and he declared that he would not continue to exorcise, if they did not assure him that they had not spoken to the executioners to put an end to the haunting. They protested that they had not spoken to them at all. The Capuchin father had everything picked up that was found about the house, wrapped up in packets, and had them carried to his convent. The following night, 2 domestics tried to pass the night in the house, but they were thrown out of their beds, and constrained to go and sleep elsewhere. After this, they sent for a peasant of the village of Annenstorf, who was considered a good exorcist. He passed the night in the haunted house, drinking, singing, and shouting. He received slaps and blows from a stick, and was obliged to own that he could not prevail against the spirit. The widow of an executioner presented herself then to perform the exorcisms. She began by using fumigations in all parts of the dwelling, to drive away the evil spirits. But before she had finished these fumigations, seeing that the master was struck in the face and on his body by the spirit, she ran away from the house, without asking for her pay. They next called in the cure of Valburg, who passed for a clever exorcist. He came with 4 other secular cures, and continued the exorcisms for 3 days, without any success. He withdrew to his parish, imputing the inutility of his prayers to the want of faith of those who were present. During this time, one of the 4 priests was struck with a knife, then with a fork, but he was not hurt. The son of Sieur Lahart, master of the dwelling, received upon his jaw a blow from a Pascal taper, which did him no harm. All that being of no service, they sent for the executioners of the neighborhood. 2 of the persons who went to fetch them were well thrashed and pelted with stones. Another had his thighs so tightly pressed that he felt the pain for a long time. The executioners carefully collected all the packets they found wrapped up about the house, and put others in their room, but the spirit took them up and threw them into the marketplace. After this, the executioners persuaded the Sieur Lahart that he might boldly return with his people to the house. He did so, but the first night, when they were at supper, one of his workmen named Solomon was wounded on the foot, and then followed a great effusion of blood. They then sent again for the executioner, who appeared much surprised that the house was not yet entirely freed, but at that moment he was himself attacked by a shower of stones, boxes on the ears, and other blows, which constrained him to run away quickly. Some heretics in the neighborhood, being informed of all these things, came one day to the bookseller's shop, and upon attempting to read in a Catholic Bible which was there, were well boxed and beaten. But having taken up a Calvinist Bible, they received no harm. 2 men of Constance having entered the bookseller's shop from sheer curiosity, one of them was immediately thrown down upon the ground, and the other ran away as fast as he could. Another person, who had come in the same way from curiosity, was punished for his presumption, by having a quantity of water thrown upon him. A young girl of Augsburg, a relation of the Sieur Lahart, printer, was chased away with violent blows, and pursued even to the neighboring house, where she entered. At last the haunting ceased, on the 8th of February. On that day the spectre opened the shop door, went in, deranged a few articles, went out, shut the door, and from that time nothing more was seen or heard of it. 49. Instance of a man named Curma who was sent back into the world. St. Augustine relates on this subject, 595, that a countryman named Curma, who held a small place in the village of Tullia, near Hippoma, having fallen sick, remained for some days senseless and speechless, having just respiration enough left to prevent their burying him. At the end of several days he began to open his eyes, and sent to ask what they were about in the house of another peasant of the same place, and like himself named Curma. They brought him back word, that he had just expired at the very moment that he himself had recovered and was resuscitated from his deep slumber. Then he began to talk, and related what he had seen and heard. That it was not Curma the Curial, 596, but Curma the blacksmith, who ought to have been brought. He added, that among those whom he had seen treated in different ways, he had recognized some of his deceased acquaintance, and other ecclesiastics, who were still alive, who had advised him to come to Hippoma and be baptized by the Bishop Augustine. That according to their advice he had received baptism in his vision, that afterwards he had been introduced into paradise, but that he had not remained there long, and that they had told him that if he wished to dwell there, he must be baptized. He replied, I am so, but they told him, that he had been so only in a vision, and that he must go to Hippoma to receive that sacrament in reality. He came there as soon as he was cured, and received the rite of baptism with the other catechumens. Saint Augustine was not informed of this adventure till about 2 years afterwards. He sent for Curma, and learnt from his own lips what I have just related. Now it is certain that Curma saw nothing with his bodily eyes of all that had been represented to him in his vision. Neither the town of Hippoma, nor Bishop Augustine, nor the ecclesiastics who counselled him to be baptized, nor the persons living and deceased whom he saw and recognized. We may believe, then, that these things are effects of the power of God, who makes use of the ministry of angels to warn, console, or alarm mortals, according as his judgment sees best. St. Augustine inquires afterwards if the dead have any knowledge of what is passing in this world. He doubts the fact, and shows that at least they have no knowledge of it by ordinary and natural means. He remarks, that it is said God took Josiah, for instance, from this world 597 that he might now witness the evil which was to befall his nation. And we say every day, such a one is happy to have left the world, and so escaped feeling the miseries which have happened to his family or his country. But if the dead know not what is passing in this world, how can they be troubled about their bodies being interred or not? How do the saints hear our prayers? And why do we ask them for their intercession? It is then true that the dead can learn what is passing on the earth either by the agency of angels, or by that of the dead who arrive in the other world, or by the revelation of the Spirit of God, who discovers to them what he judges proper, and what it is expedient that they should learn. God may also sometimes send men who have long been dead to living men, as he permitted Moses and Elias to appear at the transfiguration of the Lord, and as an infinite number of the saints have appeared to the living. The invocation of saints has always been taught and practiced in the Church, whence we may infer that they hear our prayers, are moved by our wants, and can help us by their intercession. But the way in which all that is done is not distinctly known, neither reason nor revelation furnishes us with anything certain, as to the means it pleases God to make use of to reveal our wants to them. Lucian, in his dialogue entitled Philipseuds, or the Lover of Falsehood, relates 598 something similar. A man named Eucrates, having been taken down to hell, was presented to Pluto, who was angry with him who presented him, saying, That man has not yet completed his course, his turn has not yet come. Bring hither Demilius, for the thread of his life is finished. Then they sent Eucrates back to this world, where he announced that Demilius would die soon. Demilius lived near him, and was already a little ill. But a moment after they heard the noise of those who were bewailing his death. Lucian makes a jest of all that was said on this subject, but he owns that it was the common opinion in his time. He says in the same part of his work, that a man has been seen to come to life again after having been looked upon as dead during 20 days. The story of Curma which we have just told, reminds me of another very like it, related by Plutarch in his book on the soul, of a certain man named Anarchus 599 who, being dead, came to life again soon after. And related that the demons who had taken away his soul were severely reprimanded by their chief, who told them that they had made a mistake, and that it was Nicander, and not Anarchus whom they ought to bring. He sent them for Nicander, who was directly seized with a fever, and died during the day. Plutarch heard this from Anarchus himself, who to confirm what he had asserted said to him, You will get well certainly, and that very soon, of the illness which has attacked you. St. Gregory the Great relates 600 something very similar to what we have just mentioned. An illustrious man of rank named Stephen, well known to St. Gregory and Peter his interlocutor, was accustomed to relate to him, that going to Constantinople on business he died there, and as the doctor who was to embalm him was not in town that day, they were obliged to leave the body unburied that night. During this interval Stephen was led before the judge who presided in hell, where he saw many things which he had heard of, but did not believe. When they brought him to the judge, the latter refused to receive him, saying, It is not that man whom I commanded you to bring here, but Stephen the blacksmith. In consequence of this order the soul of the dead man was directly brought back to his body, and at the same instant Stephen the blacksmith expired, which confirmed all that the former had said of the other life. The plague ravaging the city of Rome in the time that Narses was governor of Italy, a young Livonian, a shepherd by profession, and of a good and quiet disposition, was taken ill with the plague in the house of the advocate Valerian, his master. Just when they thought him all but dead, he suddenly came to himself, and related to them that he had been transported to heaven, where he had learnt the names of those who were to die of the plague in his master's house. Having named them to him, he predicted to Valerian that he should survive him, and to convince him that he was saying the truth, he let him see that he had acquired by infusion the knowledge of several different languages. In effect he who had never known how to speak any but the Italian tongue, spoke Greek to his master, and other languages to those who knew them. After having lived in this state for 2 days, he had fits of madness, and having laid hold of his hands with his teeth, he died a second time, and was followed by those whom he had named. His master, who survived, fully justified his prediction. Men and women who fall into trances remain sometimes for several days without food, respiration, or pulsation of the heart, as if they were dead. Thaler, a famous contemplative, philosopher, maintains that a man may remain entranced during a week, a month, or even a year. We have seen an abbess, who when in a trance, into which she often fell, lost the use of her natural functions, and passed 30 days in that state without taking any nourishment, and without sensation. Instances of these trances are not rare in the lives of the saints, though they are not all of the same kind, or duration. Women in hysterical fits remain likewise many days as if dead, speechless, inert, pulseless. Galen mentions a woman who was 6 days in this state. 601 Some of them passed 10 whole days motionless, senseless, without respiration and without food. Some persons who have seemed dead and motionless, had however the sense of hearing very strong, heard all that was said about themselves, made efforts to speak and show that they were not dead, but who could neither speak nor give any signs of life. 602. I might here add an infinity of trances of saintly personages of both sexes, who in their delight in God, in prayer remained motionless, without sensation, almost breathless, and who felt nothing of what was done to them, or around them. 50. Instances of persons who could fall into a trance when they pleased, and remained perfectly senseless. Jerome Cardan says 603 that he fell into a trance when he liked. He owns that he does not know if, like the priest Pretextat, he should not feel great wounds or hurts, but he did not feel the pain of the gout, or the pulling him about. He adds, the priest of Calma heard the voices of those who spoke aloud near him, but as if from a distance. For my part, says Cardan, I hear the voice, though slightly, and without understanding what is said. And when I wish to entrance myself, I feel about my heart as it were a separation of the soul from the rest of my body, and that communicates as if by a little door with all the machine, principally by the head and brain. Then I have no sensation except that of being beside myself. We may report here what is related of the Laplanders 604 who when they wish to learn something that is passing at a distance from the spot where they are, send their demon, or their souls, by means of certain magic ceremonies. And by the sound of a drum which they beat, or upon a shield painted in a certain manner. Then on a sudden the Laplander falls into a trance, and remains as if lifeless and motionless sometimes during 24 hours. But all this time some one must remain near him to prevent him from being touched, or called. Even the movement of a fly would wake him, and they say he would die directly or be carried away by the demon. We have already mentioned this subject in the dissertation on apparitions. We have also remarked that serpents, worms, flies, snails, marmots, sloths, and remain asleep during the winter, and in blocks of stone have been found toads, snakes, and oysters alive, which had been enclosed there for many years, and perhaps for more than a century. Cardinal de Retz relates in his Memoirs 605 that being at Minorca, the governor of the island caused to be drawn up from the bottom of the sea by main force with cables, whole rocks, which on being broken with maces, enclosed living oysters. That were served up to him at table, and were found very good. On the coasts of Malta, Sardinia, Italy, and they find a fish called the dactylus, or date, or dale, because it resembles the palm date in form. This first insinuates itself into the stone by a hole not bigger than the hole made by a needle. When he has got in he feeds upon the stone, and grows so big that he cannot get out again, unless the stone is broken and he is extricated. Then they wash it, clean it, and dress it for the table. It has the shape of a date, or of a finger. Whence its name of dactylus, which in Greek signifies a finger. Again, I imagine that in many persons death is caused by the coagulation of the blood, which freezes and hardens in their veins, as it happens with those who have eaten hemlock, or who have been bitten by certain serpents. But there are others whose death is caused by too great an ebullition of blood, as in painful maladies, and in certain poisons, and even, they say, in certain kinds of plague, and when people die a violent death, or have been drowned. The first mentioned cannot return to life without an evident miracle. For that purpose the fluidity of the blood must be re-established, and the peristaltic motion must be restored to the heart. But in the second kind of death, people can sometimes be restored without a miracle, by taking away the obstacle which retards or suspends the palpitation of the heart, as we see in timepieces. The action of which is restored by taking away anything foreign to the mechanism, as a hair, a bit of thread, an atom, some almost imperceptible body which stops them. 51. Application of the preceding instances to vampires. Supposing these facts, which I believe to be incontestably true, may we not imagine that the vampires of Hungary, Silesia, and Moldavia are some of those men who have died of maladies which heat the blood, and who have retained some remains of life in their graves, much like those animals which we have mentioned. And those birds which plunge themselves during the winter in the lakes and marshes of Poland, and in the northern countries. They are without respiration or motion, but still not destitute of vitality. They resume their motion and activity when, on the return of spring, the sun warms the waters, or when they are brought near a moderate fire, or laid in a room of temperate heat. Then they are seen to revive, and perform their ordinary functions, which had been suspended by the cold. Thus, vampires in their graves return to life after a certain time, and their soul does not forsake them absolutely until after the entire dissolution of their body, and when the organs of life, being absolutely broken, corrupted, and deranged, they can no longer by their agency perform any vital functions. Whence it happens, that the people of those countries impale them, cut off their heads, burn them, to deprive their spirit of all hope of animating them again, and of making use of them to molest the living. Pliny, 606 mentioning the soul of Hermetimes, of Lazamine, which absented itself from his body, and recounted various things that had been done afar off, which the spirit said it had seen, and which, in fact, could only be known to a person who had been present at them, says that the enemies of Hermetimes, named Cantons, burned that body, which gave hardly any sign of life, and thus deprived the soul of the means of returning to lodge in its envelope. Donec cremato corpori interim semi-animi, remianti animi vetu vaginum ademerant. Origen had doubtless derived from the ancients what he teaches, 607, that the souls which are of a spiritual nature take, on leaving their earthly body, another, more subtle, of a similar form to the grosser one they have just quitted, which serves them as a kind of sheath, or case, and that it is invested with this subtle body that they sometimes appear about their graves. He founds this opinion on what is said of Lazarus and the rich man in the Gospel, 608, who both of them have bodies, since they speak and see, and the wicked rich man asks for a drop of water to cool his tongue. I do not defend this reasoning of Origen, but what he says of a subtle body, which has the form of the earthly one which clothed the soul before death, quite resembles the opinion of which we spoke in chapter 4. That bodies which have died of violent maladies, or which have been executed when full of health, or have simply swooned, should vegetate underground in their graves, that their beards, hair, and nails should grow. That they should emit blood, be supple and pliant, that they should have no bad smell, and all these things do not embarrass us, the vegetation of the human body may produce all these effects. That they should even eat and devour what is about them, the madness with which a man interred alive must be transported when he awakes from his torpor, or his swoon, must naturally lead him to these violent excesses. But the grand difficulty is to explain how the vampires come out of their graves to haunt the living, and how they return to them again. For all the accounts that we see suppose the thing as certain, without informing us either of the way or the circumstances, which would, however, be the most interesting part of the narrative. How a body covered with 4 or 5 feet of earth, having no room to move about and disengage itself, wrapped up in linen, covered with pitch, can make its way out, and come back upon the earth. And there occasion such effects as are related of it. And how after that it returns to its former state, and re-enters underground, where it is found sound, whole, and full of blood, and in the same condition as a living body. Will it be said that these bodies evaporate through the ground without opening it, like the water and vapors which enter into the earth, or proceed from it, without sensibly deranging its particles? It were to be wished that the accounts which have been given us concerning the return of the vampires had been more minute in their explanations of this subject. Supposing that their bodies do not stir from their graves, that it is only their phantoms which appear to the living, what cause produces and animates these phantoms? Can it be the spirit of the defunct, which has not yet forsaken them, or some demon, which makes their apparition in a fantastic and borrowed body? And if these bodies are merely phantomic, how can they suck the blood of living people? We always find ourselves in a difficulty to know if these appearances are natural or miraculous. A sensible priest related to me, a little while ago, that, traveling in Moravia, he was invited by M. Genin, a canon of the cathedral at Olmütz, to accompany him to their village, called Libava, where he had been appointed commissioner by the consistory of the bishopric, to take information concerning the fact of a certain famous vampire, which had caused much confusion in this village of Libava some years before. The case proceeded. They heard the witnesses, they observed the usual forms of the law. The witnesses deposed that a certain notable inhabitant of Libava had often disturbed the living in their beds at night, that he had come out of the cemetery, and had appeared in several houses 3 or 4 years ago. That his troublesome visits had ceased because a Hungarian stranger, passing through the village at the time of these reports, had boasted that he could put an end to them, and make the vampire disappear. To perform his promise, he mounted on the church steeple, and observed the moment when the vampire came out of his grave, leaving near it the linen clothes in which he had been enveloped, and then went to disturb the inhabitants of the village. The Hungarian, having seen him come out of his grave, went down quickly from the steeple, took up the linen envelopes of the vampire, and carried them with him up the tower. The vampire having returned from his prowlings, cried loudly against the Hungarian, who made him a sign from the top of the tower that if he wished to have his clothes again he must fetch them. The vampire began to ascend the steeple, but the Hungarian threw him down backwards from the ladder, and cut his head off with a spade. Such was the end of this tragedy. The person who related this story to me saw nothing, neither did the noble who had been sent as commissioner. They only heard the report of the peasants of the place, people extremely ignorant, superstitious and credulous, and most exceedingly prejudiced on the subject of vampirism. But supposing that there be any reality in the fact of these apparitions of vampires, shall they be attributed to God, to angels, to the spirits of these ghosts, or to the devil? In this last case, will it be said that the devil will subtilize these bodies, and give them power to penetrate through the ground without disturbing, to glide through the cracks and joints of a door, to pass through a keyhole, to lengthen or shorten themselves, to reduce themselves to the nature of air, or water, to evaporate through the ground, in short, to put them in the same state in which we believe the bodies of the blessed will be after the resurrection, and in which was that of our Saviour after his resurrection, who showed himself only to those whom he thought proper, and who without opening the doors 609 appeared suddenly in the midst of his disciples. But should it be allowed that the demon could reanimate these bodies, and give them the power of motion for a time, could he also lengthen, diminish, rarefy, subtilize the bodies of these ghosts, and give them the faculty of penetrating through the ground, the doors and windows? There is no appearance of his having received this power from God, and we cannot even conceive that an earthly body, material and gross, can be reduced to that state of subtlety and spiritualization without destroying the configuration of its parts and spoiling the economy of its structure, which would be contrary to the intention of the demon, and render this body incapable of appearing, showing itself, acting and speaking, and, in short, of being cut to pieces and burned, as is commonly seen and practiced in Moravia, Poland, and Silesia. These difficulties exist in regard to those persons of whom we have made mention, who, being excommunicated, rose from their tombs, and left the church in sight of everybody. We must then keep silence on this article, since it has not pleased God to reveal to us either the extent of the demon's power, or the way in which these things can be done. There is even much appearance of illusion. And even if some reality were mixed up with it, we may easily console ourselves for our ignorance in that respect, since there are so many natural things which take place within us and around us, of which the cause and manner are unknown to us. 52. Examination of the opinion that the demon fascinates the eyes of those to whom vampires appear. Those who have recourse to the fascination of the senses to explain what is related concerning the apparition of vampires throw themselves into as great a perplexity as those who acknowledge sincerely the reality of these events. For fascination consists either in the suspension of the senses, which cannot see what is passing before their sight, like that with which the men of Sodom were struck 6:10 when they could not discover the door of Lot's house, though it was before their eyes. Or that of the disciples at Emmaus, of whom it is said that their eyes were holden, so that they might not recognize Jesus Christ, who was talking with them on the way, and whom they knew not again until the breaking of the bread revealed him to them. 611, or else it consists in an object being represented to the senses in a different form from that it wears in reality, as that of the Moabites 6:12 who believed they saw the waters tinged with the blood of the Israelites, although nothing was there but the simple waters, on which the rays of the sun being reflected, gave them a reddish hue. Or that of the Syrian soldiers sent to take Elisha 6:13 who were led by this prophet into Samaria, without their recognizing either the prophet or the city. This fascination, in what way soever it may be conceived, is certainly above the usual power known unto man, consequently man cannot naturally produce it, but is it above the natural powers of an angel or a demon? That is what is unknown to us, and obliges us to suspend our judgment on this question. There is another kind of fascination, which consists in this, that the sight of a person or a thing, the praise bestowed upon them, the envy felt towards them, produce in the object certain bad effects, against which the ancients took great care to guard themselves and their children, by making them wear round their necks preservatives, or amulets, or charms. A great number of passages on this subject might be cited from the Greek and Latin authors, and I find that at this day, in various parts of Christendom, people are persuaded of the efficacy of these fascinations. But we must own three things. First, that the effect of these pretended fascinations, or spells, is very doubtful. The second, that if it were certain, it is very difficult, not to say impossible, to explain it. And lastly, that it cannot be rationally applied to the matter of apparitions or of vampires. If the vampires or ghosts are not really resuscitated nor their bodies spiritualized and subtilized, as we believe we have proved, and if our senses are not deceived by fascination, as we have just seen it, I doubt if there be any other way to act on this question than to absolutely deny the return of these vampires, or to believe that they are only asleep or torpid. For if they truly are resuscitated, and if what is told of their return be true, if they speak, act, reason, if they suck the blood of the living, they must know what passes in the other world. And they ought to inform their relations and friends of it, and that is what they do not. On the contrary, they treat them as enemies, torment them, take away their life, suck their blood, cause them to die with lassitude. If they are predestinated and blessed, whence happens it that they disturb and torment the living, their nearest relations, their children, and all that for nothing, and simply for the sake of doing harm? If these are persons who have still something to expiate in purgatory, and who require the prayers of the living, why do they not explain their condition? If they are reprobate and condemned, what have they to do on this earth? Can we conceive that God allows them thus to come without reason or necessity and molest their families, and even cause their death? If these Revenans are really dead, whatever state they may be in the other world, they play a very bad part here, and keep it up still worse. 53. Instances of persons resuscitated, who relate what they have seen in the other world. We have just seen that the vampires never speak of the other world, nor ask for either masses or prayers. Nor give any warning to the living to lead them to correct their morals, or bring them to a better life. It is surely very prejudicial to the reality of their return from the other world, but their silence on that head may favor the opinion which supposes that they are not really dead. It is true that we do not read either that Lazarus, resuscitated by Jesus Christ, 6:14, nor the son of the widow of Nain, 6:15, nor that of the woman of Shunem, brought to life by Elisha, 6:16, nor that Israelite who came to life by simply touching the body of the same prophet Elisha, 6:17, after their resurrection revealed anything to mankind of the state of souls in the other world. But we see in the Gospel 6:18 that the bad rich man, having begged of Abraham to permit him to send someone to this world to warn his brethren to lead a better life, and take care not to fall into the unhappy condition in which he found himself, was answered, "They have the law and the prophets, they can listen to them and follow their instructions." And as the rich man persisted, saying, "If someone went to them from the other world, they would be more impressed," Abraham replied, "If they will not hear Moses and the prophets, neither will they attend the more though one should go to them from the dead." The dead man resuscitated by Saint Stanislaus replied in the same manner to those who asked him to give them news of the other world, "You have the law, the prophets, and the gospel, hear them." The deceased pagans who have returned to life, and some Christians who have likewise returned to the world by a kind of resurrection, and who have seen what passed beyond the bounds of this world, have not kept silence on the subject. They have related at length what they saw and heard on leaving their bodies. We have already touched upon the story of a man named Eros, of the country of Pamphylia, 6:19, who, having been wounded in battle, was found 10 days after amongst the dead. They carried him senseless and motionless into the house. 2 days afterwards, when they were about to place him on the funeral pile to burn his body, he revived, began to speak, and to relate in what manner people were lodged after their death, and how the good were rewarded and the wicked punished and tormented. He said that his soul, being separated from his body, went with a large company to a very agreeable place, where they saw as it were 2 great openings, which gave entrance to those who came from earth, and 2 others to go to heaven. He saw at this same place judges who examined those arrived from this world, and sent up to the right those who had lived well, and sent down to the left those who had been guilty of crimes. Each of them bore upon his back a label on which was written what he had done well or ill, the reason of his condemnation or his absolution. When it came to the turn of Eros, the judges told him that he must return to earth, to announce to men what passed in the other world, and that he must well observe everything, in order to be able to render a faithful account to the living. Thus he witnessed the miserable state of the wicked, which was to last 1,000 years, and the delights enjoyed by the just. That both the good and the bad received the reward or the punishment of their good or bad deeds, 10 times greater than the measure of their crimes or of all their virtues. He remarked amongst other things, that the judges inquired where was a certain man named Andius, celebrated in all Pamphylia for his crimes and tyranny. They were answered that he was not yet come, and that he would not be there. In fact, having presented himself with much trouble, and by making great efforts, at the grand opening before mentioned, he was repulsed and sent back to go below with other scoundrels like himself, whom they tortured in 1,000 different ways, and who were always violently repulsed, whenever they tried to reascend. He saw, moreover, the 3 fates, daughters of necessity or destiny. These are, Lachesis, Clotho, and Atropos. Lachesis announced the past, Clotho the present, and Atropos the future. The souls were obliged to appear before these 3 goddesses. Lachesis cast the lots upwards, and every soul laid hold of the one which it could reach, which, however, did not prevent them still from sometimes missing the kind of life which was most conformable to justice and reason. Eros added that he had remarked some of the souls who sought to enter into animals, for instance, Orpheus, from hatred to the female sex, who had killed him, by tearing him to pieces, entered into a swan, and the Maris into a nightingale. Ajax, the son of Telamon, chose the body of a lion, from detestation of the injustice of the Greeks, who had refused to let him have the arms of Hector, which he asserted were his due. Agamemnon, grieved at the crosses he had endured in this life, chose the form of the eagle. Atalanta chose the life of the athletics, delighted with the honors heaped upon them. Thersites, the ugliest of mortals, chose the form of an ape. Ulysses, weary of the miseries he had suffered upon earth, asked to live quietly as a private man. He had some trouble to find a lot for that kind of life. But he found it at last thrown down on the ground and neglected, and he joyfully snatched it up. Eros affirmed also that the souls of some animals entered into the bodies of men. And by the contrary rule, the souls of the wicked took possession of savage and cruel beasts, and the souls of just men of those animals which are gentle, tame, and domestic. After these various metempsychoses, Lachesis gave to each his guardian or defender, who guided and guarded him during the course of his life. Eros was then led to the river of oblivion, Lethe, which takes away all memory of the past, but he was prevented from drinking of its water. Lastly, he said he could not tell how he came back to life. Plato, after having related this fable, as he terms it, or this apologue, concludes from it that the soul is immortal, and that to gain a blessed life we must live uprightly, which will lead us to heaven, where we shall enjoy that beatitude of 1,000 years which is promised us. We see by this, 1. That a man may live a good while without eating or breathing, or giving any sign or life. 2. That the Greeks believed in the metempsychosis, in a state of beatitude for the just, and pains of 1,000 years' duration for the wicked. 3. That destiny does not hinder a man from doing either good or evil. 4. That he had a genius, or an angel, who guided and protected him. They believed in judgment after death, and that the souls of the just were received into what they called the Elysian fields. 54. The traditions of the pagans concerning the future life are derived from the Hebrews and Egyptians. All these traditions are clearly to be found in Homer, Virgil, and other Greek and Latin authors. They were doubtless originally derived from the Hebrews, or rather the Egyptians, from whom the Greeks took their religion, which they arranged to their own taste. The Hebrews speak of the Rephaim 620 of the impious giants, who groan under the waters. Solomon says 621 that the wicked shall go down to the abyss, or hell, with the Rephaims. Isaiah, describing the arrival of the king of Babylon in hell, says 622 that, the giants have raised themselves up to meet him with honor, and have said unto him, Thou hast been pierced with wounds even as we are. Thy pride has been precipitated into hell. Thy bed shall be of rottenness, and thy covering of worms. Ezekiel describes 623 in the same manner the descent of the king of Assyria into hell. In the day that Ahasuerus went down into hell, I commanded a general mourning, for him I closed up the abyss, and arrested the course of the waters. You are at last brought down to the bottom of the earth with the trees of Eden, you will rest there with all those who have been killed by the sword, there is Pharaoh with all his host, and in the Gospel, 624 there is a great gulf between the bosom of Abraham and the abode of the bad rich man, and of those who resemble him. The Egyptians called Amenethes, that is to say, he who receives and gives, what the Greeks named Hades, or hell, or the kingdom of Hades, or Pluto. They believed that Amenethes received the souls of men when they died, and restored them to them when they returned to the world, that when a man died, his soul passed into the body of some other animal by metempsychosis. First of all into a terrestrial animal, then into one that was aquatic, afterwards into the body of a bird, and lastly, after having animated all sorts of animals, he returned at the end of 3,000 years to the body of a man. It is from the Egyptians that Orpheus, Homer, and the other Greeks derived the idea of the immortality of the soul, as well as the cave of the nymphs described by Homer, who says there are two gates, the one to the north, through which the soul enters the cavern, and the other to the south, by which they leave the nymphic abode. A certain Thespesius, a native of Solo in Cilicia, well known to Plutarch, 625 having passed a great part of his life in debauchery, and ruined himself entirely, in order to gain a livelihood lent himself to everything that was bad, and contrived to amass money. Having sent to consult the oracle of Amphilochus, he received for answer, that his affairs would go on better after his death. A short time after, he fell from the top of his house, broke his neck, and died. 3 days after, when they were about to perform the funeral obsequies, he came to life again, and changed his way of life so greatly that there was not in Cilicia a worthier or more pious man than himself. As they asked him the reason of such a change, he said that at the moment of his fall he felt the same as a pilot who is thrown back from the top of the helm into the sea. After which, his soul was sensible of being raised as high as the stars, of which he admired the immense size and admirable luster. That the souls once out of the body rise into the air, and are enclosed in a kind of globe, or inflamed vortex, whence having escaped, some rise on high with incredible rapidity, while others whirl about the air, and are thrown in diverse directions. Sometimes up and sometimes down. The greater part appeared to him very much perplexed, and uttered groans and frightful wailings, others, but in a less number, rose and rejoiced with their fellows. At last he learnt that Adrastia, the daughter of Jupiter and Necessity, left nothing unpunished, and that she treated everyone according to their merit. He then details all he saw at full length, and relates the various punishments with which the bad are tormented in the next world. He adds that a man of his acquaintance said to him, "You are not dead, but by God's permission your soul is come into this place, and has left your body with all its faculties." At last he was sent back into his body as through a channel, and urged on by an impetuous breeze. We may make 2 reflections on this recital, the first on this soul, which quits its body for 3 days and then comes back to reanimate it. The second, on the certainty of the oracle, which promised Thespesius a happier life when he should be dead. In the Sicilian War 626 between Caesar and Pompey, Gabienus, commander of Caesar's fleet, having been taken, was beheaded by order of Pompey. He remained all day on the seashore, his head only held on to his body by a fillet. Towards evening he begged that Pompey or some of his people might come to him, because he came from the shades, and he had things of consequence to impart to him. Pompey sent to him several of his friends, to whom Gabienus declared that the gods of the infernal regions favored the cause and the party of Pompey, and that he would succeed according to his wishes. That he was ordered to announce this, and as a proof of the truth of what I say, I must die directly, which happened. But we do not see that Pompey's party succeeded, we know, on the contrary, that it fell, and Caesar was victorious. But the god of the infernal regions, that is to say, the devil, found it very good for him, since it sent him so many unhappy victims of revenge and ambition. 627. 55. Instances of Christians who have been resuscitated and sent back to the world, vision of Vetinus, a monk of Augia. We read in an old work, written in the time of St. Augustine, 628, that a man having been crushed by a wall which fell upon him, his wife ran to the church to invoke Saint Stephen whilst they were preparing to bury the man who was supposed to be dead. Suddenly they saw him open his eyes, and move his body, and after a time he sat up, and related that his soul, having quitted his body, had met a crowd of other souls of dead persons, some of whom he knew, and others he did not. That a young man, in a deacon's habit, having entered the room where he was, put aside all those souls, and said to them 3 times, "Return what you have received." He understood at last that he meant the creed, which he recited instantly. And also the Lord's Prayer. Then the deacon, Saint Stephen, made the sign of the cross upon his heart, and told him to rise in perfect health. A young man, 629, a catechumen, who had been dead for 3 days, and was brought back to life by the prayers of St. Martin, related that after his death he had been presented before the tribunal of the sovereign judge, who had condemned him, and sent him with a crowd of others into a dark place. And then 2 angels, having represented to the judge that he was a man for whom Saint Martin had interceded, the judge commanded the angels to send him back to earth, and restore him to Saint Martin, which was done. He was baptized, and lived a long time afterwards. Saint Salvius, Bishop of Albi, 630, having been seized with a violent fever, was thought to be dead. They washed him, clothed him, laid him on a bier, and passed the night in prayer by him. The next morning he was seen to move, he appeared to awake from a deep sleep, opened his eyes, and raising his hand towards heaven said, "Ah! Lord, why hast thou sent me back to this gloomy abode?" He rose completely cured, but would then reveal nothing. Some days after, he related how 2 angels had carried him to heaven, where he had seen the glory of paradise, and had been sent back against his will to live some time longer on earth. St. Gregory of Tours takes God to witness that he heard this history from the mouth of Saint Salvius himself. A monk of Augia, named Vetinus, or Vetinus, who was living in 824, was ill, and lying upon his couch with his eyes shut. But not being quite asleep, he saw a demon in the shape of a priest, most horribly deformed, who, showing him some instruments of torture which he held in his hand, threatened to make him soon feel the rigorous effects of them. At the same time he saw a multitude of evil spirits enter his chamber, carrying tools, as if to build him a tomb or a coffin, and enclose him in it. Immediately he saw appear some serious and grave-looking personages, wearing religious habits, who chased these demons away. And then Vetinus saw an angel, surrounded with a blaze of light, who came to the foot of the bed, and conducted him by a path between mountains of an extraordinary height, at the foot of which flowed a large river, in which he beheld a multitude of the damned, who were suffering diverse torments, according to the kind and enormity of their crimes. He saw amongst them many of his acquaintance, amongst others, some prelates and priests, guilty of incontinence, who were tied with their backs to stakes, and burned by a fire lighted under them. The women, their companions in crime, suffering the same torment opposite to them. He beheld there also, a monk who had given himself up to avarice, and possessed money of his own, who was to expiate his crime in a leaden coffin till the day of judgment. He remarked their abbots and bishops, and even the Emperor Charlemagne, who were expiating their faults by fire, but were to be released from it after a certain time. He remarked there also the abode of the blessed in heaven, each one in his place, and according to his merits. The angel of the Lord after this revealed to him the crimes which were the most common, and the most odious in the eyes of God. He mentioned sodomy in particular, as the most abominable crime. After the service for the night, the abbot came to visit the sick man, who related this vision to him in full, and the abbot had it written down directly. Vetinus lived 2 days longer, and having predicted that he had only the 3rd day to live, he recommended himself to the prayers of the monks, received the Holy Viaticum, and died in peace, the 31st of October, 824. 56. The vision of Bertholdus, as related by Hincmar, Archbishop of Rheims. The famous Hincmar, 631 Archbishop of Rheims, in a circular letter which he wrote to the bishops, his suffragans, and the faithful of his diocese, relates that a man named Bertholdus, with whom he was acquainted, having fallen ill, and received all the sacraments, remained during 4 days without taking any food. On the 4th day he was so weak that there was hardly a feeble palpitation and respiration found in him. About midnight he called to his wife, and told her to send quickly for his confessor. The priest was as yet only in the court before the house, when Bertholdus said, "Place a seat here, for the priest is coming." He entered the room and said some prayers, to which Bertholdus uttered the responses, and then related to him the vision he had had. "On leaving this world," said he, "I saw 41 bishops, amongst whom were Ebonius, Lepardellus, Aeneas, who were clothed in coarse black garments, dirty, and singed by the flames. As for themselves, they were sometimes burned by the flames, and at others frozen with insupportable cold. Ebonius said to him, 'Go to my clergy and my friends, and tell them to offer for us the holy sacrifice.' Bertholdus obeyed, and returning to the place where he had seen the bishops, he found them well clothed, shaved, bathed, and rejoicing. A little farther on, he met King Charles 632 who was as if eaten by worms. This prince begged him to go and tell Hincmar to relieve his misery. Hincmar said mass for him, and King Charles found relief. After that he saw Bishop Jesse, of Orleans, who was over a well, and 4 demons plunged him into boiling pitch, and then threw him into icy water. They prayed for him, and he was relieved. He then saw the Count Othaire, who was likewise in torment. Bertholdus begged the wife of Othaire, with his vassals and friends, to pray for him, and give alms, and he was delivered from his torments. Bertholdus after that received the Holy Communion, and began to find himself better, with the hope of living 14 years longer, as he had been promised by his guide, who had shown him all that we have just related. 57. The Vision of Saint Furcius. The life of Saint Furcius 633 written a short time after his death, which happened about the year 653, reports several visions seen by this holy man. Being grievously ill, and unable to stir, he saw himself in the midst of the darkness raised up, as it were, by the hands of 3 angels, who carried him out of the world, then brought him back to it, and made his soul re-enter his body, to complete the destination assigned him by God. Then he found himself in the midst of several people, who wept for him as if he were dead, and told him how, the day before, he had fallen down in a swoon, so that they believed him to be dead. He could have wished to have some intelligent persons about him to relate to them what he had seen. But having no one near him but rustics, he asked for and received the communion of the body and blood of the Saviour, and continued 3 days longer awake. The following Tuesday, he fell into a similar swoon, in the middle of the night. His feet became cold, and raising his hands to pray, he received death with joy. Then he saw the same 3 angels descend who had already guided him. They raised him as the first time, but instead of the agreeable and melodious songs which he had then heard, he could now hear only the frightful howlings of the demons, who began to fight against him, and shoot inflamed darts at him. The angel of the Lord received them on his buckler, and extinguished them. The devil reproached Furcius with some bad thoughts, and some human weaknesses, but the angels defended him, saying, if he has not committed any capital sins, he shall not perish. As the devil could not reproach him with anything that was worthy of eternal death, he saw 2 saints from his own country, Saint Bean and St. Medon, who comforted him and announced to him the evils with which God would punish mankind, principally because of the sins of the doctors or learned men of the church, and the princes who governed the people. The doctors for neglecting to declare the word of God, and the princes for the bad examples they gave their people. After which, they sent him back into his body again. He returned into it with repugnance, and began to relate all that he had seen. They poured spring water upon his body, and he felt a great warmth between his shoulders. After this, he began to preach throughout Hibernia. And the Venerable Bede 634 says that there was in his monastery an aged monk who said that he had learned from a grave personage well worthy of belief, that he had heard these visions described by Saint Furcius himself. This saint had not the least doubt that his soul was really separated from his body, when he was carried away in his trance. 58. Vision of a Protestant of York, and others. Here is another instance, which happened in 1698 to one of the so-called Reformed religion. 635 A minister of the county of York, at a place called Hipley, and whose name was Henry Watts, being struck with apoplexy the 15th of August, was on the 17th placed in a coffin to be buried. But as they were about to put him in the grave, he uttered a loud cry, which frightened all the persons who had attended him to the grave. They took him quickly out of the coffin, and as soon as he had come to himself, he related several surprising things which he said had been revealed to him during his trance, which had lasted 48 hours. The 24th of the same month, he preached a very moving discourse to those who had accompanied him the day they were carrying him to the tomb. People may, if they please, treat all that we have related as dreams and tales, but it cannot be denied that we recognize in these resurrections, and in these narrations of men who have come to life again after their real or seeming death, the belief of the Church concerning hell, paradise, purgatory, the efficacy of prayers for the dead, and the apparitions of angels and demons who torment the damned, and of the souls who have yet something to expiate in the other world. We see also, that which has a visible connection with the matter we are treating upon, persons really dead, and others regarded as such, who return to life in health and live a long time afterwards. Lastly, we may observe therein opinions on the state of souls after this life, which are nearly the same as among the Hebrews, Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, barbarous nations, and Christians. If the Hungarian ghosts do not speak of what they have seen in the other world, it is either that they are not really dead, or more likely that all which is related of these Revenans is fabulous and chimerical. I will add some more instances which will serve to confirm the belief of the primitive church on the subject of apparitions. St. Perpetua, who suffered martyrdom in Africa in 202 or 203, being in prison for the faith, saw a brother named Dinocrates, who had died at the age of 7 years of a cancer in the cheek. She saw him as if in a very large dungeon, so that they could not approach each other. He seemed to be placed in a reservoir of water, the sides of which were higher than himself, so that he could not reach the water, for which he appeared to thirst very much. Perpetua was much moved at this, and prayed to God with tears and groans for his relief. Some days after, she saw in spirit the same Dinocrates, well clothed, washed, and refreshed, and the water of the reservoir in which he was, only came up to his middle, and on the edge a cup, from which he drank, without the water diminishing. And the skin of the cancer in his cheek well healed, so that nothing now remained of the cancer but the scar. By these things she understood that Dinocrates was no longer in pain. Dinocrates was there apparently 636 to expiate some faults which he had committed since his baptism, for Perpetua says a little before this that only her father had remained in infidelity. The same St. Perpetua, being in prison some days before she suffered martyrdom 637 had a vision of the deacon Pomponius, who had suffered martyrdom some days before, and who said to her, "Come, we are waiting for you." He led her through a rugged and winding path into the arena of the amphitheatre, where she had to combat with a very ugly Egyptian, accompanied by some other men like him. Perpetua found herself changed into a man, and began to fight naked, assisted by some well-made youths who came to her service and assistance. Then she beheld a man of extraordinary size, who cried aloud, "If the Egyptian gains the victory over her, he will kill her with his sword, but if she conquers, she shall have this branch ornamented with golden apples for her reward." Perpetua began the combat, and having overthrown the Egyptian, trampled his head under her feet. The people shouted victory, and Perpetua approaching him who held the branch above mentioned, he put it in her hands, and said to her, "Peace be with you." Then she awoke, and understood that she would have to combat, not against wild beasts, but against the devil. Satyrus, one of the companions of the martyrdom of St. Perpetua, had also a vision, which he relates thus: "We had suffered martyrdom, and were disengaged from this mortal body. For angels carried us towards the east without touching us. We arrived at a place shining with intense luster. Perpetua was at my side, and I said unto her, Behold what the Lord promised us. We entered a large garden full of trees and flowers. The 4 angels who had borne us thither placed us in the hands of other angels, who conducted us by a wide road to a place where we found Jocondus, Saturninus, and Artases, who had suffered with us, and invited us to come and salute the Lord. We followed them, and beheld in the midst of this place the Almighty, crowned with dazzling light, and we heard repeated incessantly by those around him, Holy! 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 They raised us towards him, and we stopped before his throne. We gave him the kiss of peace, and he stroked our faces with his hand. We came out, and we saw before the door the bishop Optatus and the priest Aspasius, who threw themselves at our feet. We raised and embraced them. We recognized in this place several of our brethren and some martyrs. Such was the vision of Satyrus. There are visions of all sorts, of holy martyrs, and of holy angels. It is related of St. Exuperus, bishop of Thulaus 638 that having conceived the design of transporting the relics of St. Saturnus, a former bishop of that church, to place them in a new church built in his honor, he could with difficulty resolve to take this holy body from the tomb, fearing to displease the saint, or to diminish the honor which was due to him. But while in this doubt, he had a vision which gave him to understand that this translation would neither lessen the respect which was due to the ashes of the martyr, nor be prejudicial to his honor. But that on the contrary it would contribute to the salvation of the faithful, and to the greater glorification of God. Some days before 639 St. Cyprian, bishop of Carthage, suffered martyrdom. In 258, he had a vision, not being as yet quite asleep, in which a young man whose height was extraordinary, seemed to lead him to the praetorium before the proconsul, who was seated on his tribunal. This magistrate, having caught sight of Cyprian, began to write his sentence before he had interrogated him as was usual. Cyprian knew not what the sentence condemned him to. But the young man above mentioned, and who was behind the judge, made a sign by opening his hand and spreading in form of a sword, that he was condemned to have his head cut off. Cyprian easily understood what was meant by this sign, and having earnestly requested to be allowed a day's delay to put his affairs in order, the judge, having granted his request, again wrote upon his tablets. And the young man by a sign of his hand let him know that the delay was granted. These predictions were exactly fulfilled, and we see many similar ones in the works of Saint Cyprian. St. Fructuo, Bishop of Tarragona 640, who suffered martyrdom in 259, was seen after his death ascending to heaven with the deacons who had suffered with him. They appeared as if they were still attached to the stakes near which they had been burnt. They were seen by 2 Christians, who showed them to the wife and daughter of Emilian, who had condemned them. The saint appeared to Emilian himself and to the Christians, who had taken away their ashes, and desired that they might be all collected in one spot. We see similar apparitions 641 in the Acts of St. James, of St. Marianus, martyrs, and some others who suffered in Numidia in 259. We may observe the like 642 in the Acts of St. Montanus, St. Lucius, and other African martyrs in 259 or 260, and in those of St. Vincent, a martyr in Spain, in 304, and in the life of St. Theodore, martyr, in 306, of whose sufferings St. Gregory of Nyssa has written an account. Everybody knows what happened at Sebastus, in Armenia, in the martyrdom of the famous 40 martyrs, of whom St. Basil the Great has written the eulogium. One of the 40, overcome by the excess of cold, which was extreme, threw himself into a hot bath that was prepared just by. Then he who guarded them, having perceived some angels who brought crowns to the 39 who had persevered in their sufferings, despoiled himself of his garments, joined himself to the martyrs, and declared himself a Christian. All these instances invincibly prove that, at least in the first ages of the Church, the greatest and most learned bishops, the holy martyrs, and the generality of the faithful, were well persuaded of the possibility and reality of apparitions. 59. Conclusions of this dissertation. To resume, in a few words, all that we have related in this dissertation, we have therein shown that a resurrection, properly so called, of a person who has been dead for a considerable time, and whose body was either corrupted, or stinking, or ready to putrefy, like that of Pierre, who had been 3 years buried, and was resuscitated by St. Stanislas, or that of Lazarus, who had been 4 days in the tomb, and already possessing a corpse-like smell, such a resurrection can be the work of the almighty power of God alone. That persons who have been drowned, fallen into syncope, into a lethargy or trance, or looked upon as dead, in any manner whatever, can be cured and brought back to life, even to their former state of life, without any miracle. But by the power of medicine alone, or by natural efforts, or by dint of patience. So that nature re-establishes herself in her former state, that the heart resumes its pulsation, and the blood circulates freely again in the arteries, and the vital and animal spirits in the nerves. That the upires, or vampires, or Revenans of Moravia, Hungary, Poland, and of which such extraordinary things are related, so detailed, so circumstantial, invested with all the necessary formalities to make them believed, and to prove them even judicially before judges, and at the most exact and severe tribunals. That all which is said of their return to life, of their apparition, and the confusion which they cause in the towns and country places, of their killing people by sucking their blood, or in making a sign to them to follow them. That all those things are mere illusions, and the consequence of a heated and prejudiced imagination. They cannot cite any witness who is sensible, grave and unprejudiced, who can testify that he has seen, touched, interrogated these ghosts, who can affirm the reality of their return, and of the effects which are attributed to them. I shall not deny that some persons may have died of fright, imagining that their near relatives called them to the tomb. That others have thought they heard some one rap at their doors, worry them, disturb them, in a word, occasion them mortal maladies. And that these persons judicially interrogated, have replied that they had seen and heard what their panic-struck imagination had represented to them. But I require unprejudiced witnesses, free from terror and disinterested, quite calm, who can affirm upon serious reflection, that they have seen, heard, and interrogated these vampires, and who have been the witnesses of their operations. And I am persuaded that no such witness will be found. I have by me a letter, which has been sent me from Warsaw, the 3d of February, 1745, by M. Slivisk, visitor of the province of priests of the Mission of Poland. He sends me word, that having studied with great care this matter, and having proposed to compose on this subject a theological and physical dissertation, he had collected some memoirs with that view. But that the occupations of visitor and superior in the house of his congregation of Warsaw, had not allowed of his putting his project in execution. That he has since sought in vain for these memoirs or notes, which have probably remained in the hands of some of those to whom he had communicated them. That amongst these notes were 2 resolutions of the Sorbonne, which both forbade cutting off the head and maiming the body of any of these pretended opiers or vampires. He adds, that these decisions may be found in the registers of the Sorbonne, from the year 1700 to 1710. I shall report by and by, a decision of the Sorbonne on this subject, dated in the year 1691. He says, moreover, that in Poland they are so persuaded of the existence of these opiers, that anyone who thought otherwise would be regarded almost as a heretic. There are several facts concerning this matter, which are looked upon as incontestable, and many persons are named as witnesses of them. I gave myself the trouble, says he, to go to the fountainhead, and examine those who are cited as ocular witnesses. He found that no one dared to affirm that they had really seen the circumstances in question, and that it was all merely reveries and fancies, caused by fear and unfounded discourse. So writes to me this wise and judicious priest. I have also received since, another letter from Vienna in Austria, written the 3d of August, 1746, by a Lorraine baron 643 who has always followed his prince. He tells me, that in 1742, His Imperial Majesty, then His Royal Highness of Lorraine, had several verbal acts drawn up concerning these cases, which happened in Moravia. I have them by me still, I have read them over and over again. And to be frank, I have not found in them the shadow of truth, nor even of probability, in what is advanced. They are, nevertheless, documents which in that country are looked upon as true as the gospel. 60. The moral impossibility of the Revenans coming out of their graves. I have already proposed the objection formed upon the impossibility of these vampires coming out of their graves, and returning to them again, without its appearing that they have disturbed the earth either in coming out or going in again. No one has ever replied to this difficulty, and never will. To say that the demon subtilizes and spiritualizes the bodies of vampires, is a thing asserted without proof or likelihood. The fluidity of the blood, the ruddiness, the suppleness of these vampires, ought not to surprise any one, any more than the growth of the nails and hair, and their bodies remaining undecayed. We see every day, bodies which remain uncorrupted, and retain a ruddy color after death. This ought not to appear strange in those who die without malady and a sudden death. Or of certain maladies, known to our physicians, which do not deprive the blood of its fluidity, or the limbs of their suppleness. With regard to the growth of the hair and nails in bodies which are not yet decayed, the thing is quite natural. There remains in those bodies a certain slow and imperceptible circulation of the humors, which causes this growth of the nails and hair, in the same way that we every day see common bulbs grow and shoot, although without any nourishment derived from the earth. The same may be said of flowers, and in general of all that depends on vegetation in animals and plants. The belief of the common people of Greece in the return to earth of the Vroucolacas, is not much better founded than that of vampires and ghosts. It is only the ignorance, the prejudice, the terror of the Greeks, which have given rise to this vain and ridiculous belief, and which they keep up even to this very day. The narrative which we have reported after M. Tournefort, an ocular witness and a good philosopher, may suffice to undeceive those who would maintain the contrary. The incorruption of the bodies of those who died in a state of excommunication, has still less foundation than the return of the vampires, and the vexations of the living caused by the Vroucolacas. Antiquity has had no similar belief. The schismatic Greeks, and the heretics separated from the Church of Rome, who certainly died excommunicated, ought, upon this principle, to remain uncorrupted, which is contrary to experience, and repugnant to good sense. And if the Greeks pretend to be the true Church, all the Roman Catholics, who have a separate communion from them, ought then also to remain undecayed. The instances cited by the Greeks either prove nothing, or prove too much. Those bodies which have not decayed, were really excommunicated, or not. If they were canonically and really excommunicated, then the question falls to the ground. If they were not really and canonically excommunicated, then it must be proved that there was no other cause of incorruption, which can never be proved. Moreover, anything so equivocal as incorruption, cannot be adduced as a proof in so serious a matter as this. It is owned, that often the bodies of saints are preserved from decay. That is looked upon as certain, among the Greeks as among the Latins, therefore, we cannot thence conclude that this same incorruption is a proof that a person is excommunicated. In short, this proof is universal and general, or only particular. I mean to say, either all excommunicated persons remain undecayed, or only a few of them. We cannot maintain that all those who die in a state of excommunication, are incorruptible. For then all the Greeks towards the Latins, and the Latins towards the Greeks, would be undecayed, which is not the case. That proof then is very frivolous, and nothing can be concluded from it. I mistrust, a great deal, all those stories which are related to prove this pretended incorruptibility of excommunicated persons. If well examined, many of them would doubtless be found to be false. 61. What is related concerning the bodies of the excommunicated leaving the Church, is subject to very great difficulties. Whatever respect I may feel for St. Gregory the Great, who relates some instances of deceased persons who died in a state of excommunication going out of the Church before the eyes of every one present. And whatever consideration may be due to other authors whom I have cited, and who relate other circumstances of a similar nature, and even still more incredible, I cannot believe that we have these legends with all the circumstances belonging to them. And after the reasons for doubt which I have recorded at the end of these stories, I believe I may again say, that God, to inspire the people with still greater fear of excommunication, and a greater regard for the sentences and censures of the Church, has willed on these occasions, for reasons unknown to us, to show forth his power, and work a miracle in the sight of the faithful. For how can we explain all these things without having recourse to the miraculous? All that is said of persons who being dead chew underground in their graves, is so pitiful, so puerile, that it is not worthy of being seriously refuted. Everybody owns that too often people are buried who are not quite dead. There are but too many instances of this in ancient and modern histories. The thesis of M. Winslow, and the notes added thereto by M. Breuer, serve to prove that there are few certain signs of real death except the putridity of a body being at least begun. We have an infinite number of instances of persons supposed to be dead, who have come to life again, even after they have been put in the ground. There are I know not how many maladies in which the patient remains for a long time speechless, motionless, and without sensible respiration. Some drowned persons who have been thought dead, have been revived by care and attention. All this is well known and may serve to explain how some vampires have been taken out of their graves, and have spoken, cried, howled, vomited blood, and all that because they were not yet dead. They have been killed by beheading them, piercing their heart, and burning them. In all which people were very wrong, for the pretext on which they acted, of their pretended reappearance to disturb the living, causing their death, and maltreating them, is not a sufficient reason for treating them thus. Besides, their pretended return has never been proved or attested in such a way as to authorize anyone to show such inhumanity, nor to dishonor and put rigorously to death on vague, frivolous, unproved accusations. Persons who were certainly innocent of the thing laid to their charge. For nothing is more ill-founded than what is said of the apparitions, vexations, and confusion caused by the pretended vampires and the Vroucolacas. I am not surprised that the Sorbonne should have condemned the bloody and violent executions which are exercised on these kinds of dead bodies. But it is astonishing that the secular powers and the magistrates do not employ their authority and the severity of the laws to repress them. The magic devotions, the fascinations, the evocations of which we have spoken, are works of darkness, operations of Satan, if they have any reality, which I can with difficulty believe, especially in regard to magical devotions. And the evocations of the manes or souls of dead persons. For, as to fascinations of the sight, or illusions of the senses, it is foolish not to admit some of these, as when we think we see what is not, or do not behold what is present before our eyes. Or when we think we hear a sound which in reality does not strike our ears, or the contrary. But to say that the demon can cause a person's death, because they have made a wax image of him, or given his name with some superstitious ceremonies, and have devoted him or her, so that the persons feel themselves dying as their image melts away, is ascribing to the demon too much power, and to magic too much might. God can, when he wills it, loosen the reign of the enemy of mankind, and permit him to do us the harm which he and his agents may seek to do us. But it would be ridiculous to believe that the sovereign master of nature can be determined by magical incantations to allow the demon to hurt us, or to imagine that the magician has the power to excite the demon against us, independently of God. The instance of that peasant who gave his child to the devil, and whose life the devil first took away and then restored, is one of those extraordinary and almost incredible circumstances which are sometimes to be met with in history, and which neither theology nor philosophy knows how to explain. Was it a demon who animated the body of the boy, or did his soul re-enter his body by the permission of God? By what authority did the demon take away this boy's life, and then restore it to him? God may have permitted it to punish the impiety of the wretched father, who had given himself to the devil to satisfy a shameful and criminal passion. And again, how could he satisfy it with a demon, who appeared to him in the form of a girl he loved? In all that I see only darkness and difficulties, which I leave to be resolved by those who are more learned or bolder than myself. 62. Remarks on the dissertation concerning the spirit which reappeared at Saint Maur des Fosses. The following dissertation on the apparition which happened at Saint Maur, near Paris, in 1706, was entirely unknown to me. A friend who took some part in my work on apparitions, had asked me by letter if I should have any objection to its being printed at the end of my work. I readily consented, on his testifying that it was from a worthy hand, and deserved to be saved from the oblivion into which it was fallen. I have since found that it was printed in the 4th volume of the Treatise on Superstitions, by the Reverend Father Lebrun, of the Oratoire. After the impression, a learned monk 644 wrote to me from Amiens, in Picardy, that he had remarked in this dissertation 5 or 6 propositions which appeared to him to be false. First, that the author says, all the holy doctors agree that no means of deceiving us is left to the demons except suggestion, which has been left them by God to try our virtue. 2d. In respect to all those prodigies and spells which the common people attribute to sorcery and intercourse with the demon, it is proved that they can only be done by means of natural magic. This is the opinion of the greater number of the Fathers of the Church. 3d. All that demons have to do with the criminal practices of those who are commonly called sorcerers is suggestion, by which he invites them to the abominable research of all those natural causes which can hurt our neighbor. Fourth. Although those who have desired to maintain the popular error of the return to earth of souls from purgatory, may have endeavored to support their opinion by different passages, taken from St. Augustine, St. Jerome, St. Thomas, and it is attested that all these fathers speak only of the return of the blessed to manifest the glory of God. Fifth. Of what may we not believe the imagination capable after so strong a proof of its power? Can it be doubted that among all the pretended apparitions of which stories are related, the fancy alone works for all those which do not proceed from angels and the spirits of the blessed, and that the rest are the invention of men? Sixth. After having sufficiently established the fact, that all apparitions which cannot be attributed to angels, or the spirits of the blessed, are produced only by one of these causes, the writer names them, first, the power of imagination. Secondly, the extreme subtlety of the senses, and thirdly, the derangement of the organs, as in madness and high fevers. The monk who writes to me maintains that the first proposition is false. That the ancient fathers of the Church ascribe to the demon the greater number of those extraordinary effects produced by certain sounds of the voice, by figures, and by phantoms. That the exorcists in the primitive Church expelled devils, even by the avowal of the heathen, that angels and demons have often appeared to men. That no one has spoken more strongly of apparitions, of hauntings, and the power of the demon, than the ancient fathers. That the Church has always employed exorcism on children presented for baptism, and against those who were haunted and possessed by the demon. Add to which, the author of the dissertation cites not one of the fathers to support his general proposition. 645. The second proposition, again, is false. For if we must attribute to natural magic all that is ascribed to sorcerers, there are then no sorcerers, properly so called, and the Church is mistaken in offering up prayers against their power. The third proposition is false for the same reason. The fourth is falser still, and absolutely contrary to St. Thomas, who, speaking of the dead in general who appear, says that this occurs either by a miracle, or by the particular permission of God, or by the operation of good or evil angels. 646. The fifth proposition, again, is false, and contrary to the fathers, to the opinion commonly received among the faithful, and to the customs of the Church. If all the apparitions which do not proceed from the angels or the blessed, or the inventive malice of mankind, proceed only from fancy, what becomes of all the apparitions of demons related by the saints, and which occurred to the saints? What becomes, in particular, of all the stories of the holy solitaries, of Saint Anthony, Saint Hilarion, and 647. What becomes of the prayers and ceremonies of the Church against demons, who infest, possess, and haunt, and appear often in these disturbances, possessions, and hauntings? The sixth proposition is false for the same reasons, and many others which might be added. These, adds the Reverend Father who writes to me, are the causes of my doubting if the third dissertation was added to the two others with your knowledge. I suspected that the printer, of his own accord, or persuaded by evil-intentioned persons, might have added it himself, and without your participation, although under your name. For I said to myself, either the Reverend Father approves this dissertation, or he does not approve of it. It appears that he approves of it, since he says that it is from a clever writer, and he would wish to preserve it from oblivion. Now, how can he approve a dissertation false in itself and contrary to himself? If he approves it not, is it not too much to unite to his work a foolish composition full of falsehoods, disguises, false and weak arguments, opposed to the common belief, the customs, and prayers of the Church? Consequently dangerous, and quite favorable to the free and incredulous thinkers which this age is so full of. Ought he not rather to combat this writing, and show its weakness, falsehood, and dangerous tendency? There, my Reverend Father, lies all my difficulty. Others have sent me word that they could have wished that I had treated the subject of apparitions in the same way as the author of this dissertation, that is to say, simply as a philosopher, with the aim of destroying the credence and reality, rather than with any design of supporting the belief in apparitions which is so observable in the Scriptures of the Old and New Testament, in the Fathers, and in the customs and prayers of the Church. The author of whom we speak has cited the Fathers, but in a general manner, and without marking the testimonies, and the express and formal passages. I do not know if he thinks much of them, and if he is well versed in them, but it would hardly appear so from his work. The grand principle on which this third dissertation turns is, that since the advent and the death of Jesus Christ, all the power of the devil is limited to enticing, inspiring, and persuading to evil. But for the rest, he is tied up like a lion or a dog in his prison. He may bark, he may menace, but he cannot bite unless he is too nearly approached and yielded to, as St. Augustine truly says 648, Mordere omnino non potest nisi volentem. But to pretend that Satan can do no harm either to the health of mankind, or to the fruits of the earth, can neither attack us by his stratagems, his malice, and his fury against us, nor torment those whom he pursues or possesses. That magicians and wizards can make use of no spells and charms to cause both men and animals dreadful maladies, and even death, is a direct attack on the faith of the Church, the Holy Scriptures, the most sacred practices. And the opinions of not only the Holy Fathers and the best theologians, but also on the laws and ordinances of princes, and the decrees of the most respectable parliaments. I will not here cite the instances taken from the Old Testament, the author having limited himself to what has passed since the death and resurrection of our Saviour. Because, he says, Jesus Christ has destroyed the kingdom of Satan, and the prince of this world is already judged. 649. St. Peter, St. Paul, St. John, and the evangelists, who were well informed of the words of the Son of God, and the sense given to them, teach us that Satan asked to have power over the apostles of Jesus Christ, to sift them like wheat. 650, that is to say, to try them by persecutions and make them renounce the faith. Does not St. Paul complain of the angel of Satan who buffeted him? 651 Did those whom he gave up to Satan for their crimes 652 suffer nothing bodily? Those who took the communion unworthily, and were struck with sickness, or even with death, did they not undergo these chastisements by the operation of the demon? 653 The apostle warns the Corinthians not to suffer themselves to be surprised by Satan, who sometimes transforms himself into an angel of light. 654 The same apostle, speaking to the Thessalonians, says to them, that before the last day Antichrist will appear. 655 According to the working of Satan, with extraordinary power, with wonders and deceitful signs. In the Apocalypse the demon is the instrument made use of by God, to punish mortals and make them drink of the cup of his wrath. Does not St. Peter 6:56 tell us that, the devil prowls about us like a roaring lion, always ready to devour us? And St. Paul to the Ephesians 6:57, that we have to fight not against men of flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers, against the princes of this world, that is to say, of this age of darkness. Against the spirits of malice spread about in the air. The fathers of the first ages speak often of the power that the Christians exercised against the demons, against those who called themselves diviners, against magicians and other subalterns of the devil. Principally against those who were possessed, who were then frequently seen, and are so still from time to time, both in the Church and out of the Church. Exorcisms and other prayers of the Church have always been employed against these, and with success. Emperors and kings have employed their authority and the rigor of the laws against those who have devoted themselves to the service of the demon, and used spells, charms, and other methods which the demon employs, to entice and destroy both men and animals, or the fruits of the country. We might add to the remarks of the Reverend Dominican Father divers other propositions drawn from the same work, for instance, when the author says that the angels know everything here below. For if it is by means of specialties, which God communicates to them every day, as St. Augustine thinks, there is no reason to believe that they do not know all the wants of mankind, and that they cannot console and strengthen them, render themselves visible to them by the permission of God, without always receiving from him an express order so to do. This proposition is rather rash. It is not certain that the angels know everything that passes here below. Jesus Christ, in St. Matthew 24:36, says that the angels do not know the day of his coming. It is still more doubtful that the angels can appear without an express command from God, and that St. Augustine has so taught. He says, a little while after, that demons often appeared before Jesus Christ in fantastic forms, which they assumed as the angels do, that is to say, in aerial bodies which they organized. Whilst at present, and since the coming of Jesus Christ, those wonders and spells have been so common that the people attributed them to sorcery and commerce with the devil, whereas it is attested that they can be operated only by natural magic, which is the knowledge of secret effects from natural causes, and many of them by the subtlety of the air alone. This is the opinion of the greater number of the Fathers who have spoken of them. This proposition is false, and contrary to the doctrine and practice of the Church, and it is not true that it is the opinion of the greater number of the Fathers. He should have cited some of them. 658. He says that, the Book of Job and the Song of Hezekiah are full of testimonies that the Holy Spirit seems to have taught us, that our souls cannot return to earth after our death, until God has made angels of them. It is true that the Holy Scriptures speak of the resurrection and return of souls into their bodies as of a thing that is impossible in the natural course. Man cannot raise up himself from the dead, neither can he raise up his fellow man without an effort of the supreme might of God. Neither can the spirits of the deceased appear to the living without the command or permission of God. But it is false to say, that God makes angels of our souls, and that then they can appear to the living. Our souls will never become angels, but Jesus Christ tells us that after our death our souls will be as the angels of God, Matt. 22:30. That is to say, spiritual, incorporeal, immortal, and exempt from all the wants and weaknesses of this present life, but he does not say that our souls must become angels. He affirms that what Jesus Christ said, that spirits have neither flesh nor bones, far from leading us to believe that spirits can return to earth, proves, on the contrary, evidently that they cannot without a miracle render themselves visible to mankind. Since it requires absolutely a corporeal substance and organs of speech to make ourselves heard, which does not agree with the spirits, who naturally cannot be subject to our senses. This is no more impossible than what he said beforehand of the apparitions of angels, since our souls, after the death of the body, are like unto the angels, according to the Gospel. He acknowledges himself, with St. Jerome against Vigilantius, that the saints who are in heaven appear sometimes visibly to men. Whence comes it that animals have, as well as ourselves, the faculty of memory, but not the reflection which accompanies it, which proceeds only from the soul, which they have not? Is not memory itself the reflection of what we have seen, done, or heard? And in animals is not memory followed by reflection? 659. Since they avenge themselves on those who hurt them, avoid that which has incommoded them, foreseeing what might happen to themselves from it if they fell again into the same mistake. After having spoken of natural palingenesis, he concludes, and thus we see how little cause there is to attribute these appearances to the return of souls to earth, or to demons, as do some ignorant persons. If those who work the wonders of natural palingenesis, and admit the natural return of phantoms in the cemeteries, and fields of battle, which I do not think happens naturally, could show that these phantoms speak, act, move, foretell the future, and do what is related of returned souls or other apparitions, whether good angels or bad ones, we might conclude that there is no reason to attribute them to souls, angels, and demons. But, 1. They have never been able to cause the appearance of the phantom of a dead man, by any secret of art. 2. If it had been possible to raise his shade, they could never have inspired it with thought or reasoning powers, as we see in the angels and demons, who appear, reason, and act, as intelligent beings, and gifted with the knowledge of the past, the present, and sometimes of the future. He denies that the souls in purgatory return to earth, for if they could come back, everybody would receive similar visits from their relations and friends, since all the souls would feel disposed to do the same. Apparently, says he, God would grant them this permission, and if they had this permission, every person of good sense would be at a loss to comprehend why they should accompany all their appearances with all the follies so circumstantially related. We may reply, that the return of souls to earth may depend neither on their inclination nor their will, but on the will of God, who grants this permission to whom he pleases, when he will, and as he will. The wicked rich man asked that Lazarus 660 might be sent to this world to warn his brothers not to fall into the same misfortune as himself, but he could not obtain it. There are an infinity of souls in the same case and disposition, who cannot obtain leave to return themselves or to send others in their place. If certain narratives of the return of spirits to earth have been accompanied by circumstances somewhat comic, it does not militate against the truth of the thing. Since for one recital imprudently embellished by uncertain circumstances, there are 1,000 written sensibly and seriously, and in a manner very conformable to truth. He maintains that all the apparitions which cannot be attributed to angels or to blessed spirits, are produced only by one of these three causes, the power of imagination, the extreme subtlety of the senses, and the derangement of the organs, as in cases of madness and in high fevers. This proposition is rash, and has before been refuted by the Reverend Father Richard. The author recounts all that he has said of the spirit of St. More, in causing the motion of the bed in the presence of 3 persons who were wide awake, the repeated shrieks of a person whom they did not see, of a door well bolted, of repeated blows upon the walls, of panes of glass struck with violence in the presence of 3 persons, without their being able to see the author of all this movement. He reduces all this to a derangement of the imagination, the subtlety of the air, or the vapors casually arising in the brain of an invalid. Why did he not deny all these facts? Why did he give himself the trouble to compose so carefully a dissertation to explain a phenomenon, which, according to him, can boast neither truth nor reality? For my part, I am very glad to give the public notice that I neither adopt nor approve this anonymous dissertation, which I never saw before it was printed. That I know nothing of the author, take no part in it, and have no interest in defending him. If the subject of apparitions be purely philosophical, and it can without injury to religion be reduced to a problem, I should have taken a different method to destroy it. And I should have suffered my reasoning and my imagination to act more freely. 63. Dissertation by an anonymous writer. Answer to a letter on the subject of the apparition of Saint Maur. You have been before me, sir, respecting the spirit of Saint Maur, which causes so much conversation at Paris. For I had resolved to send you a short detail of that event, in order that you might impart to me your reflections on a matter so delicate and so interesting to all Paris. But since you have read an account of it, I cannot understand why you have hesitated a moment to decide what you ought to think of it. What you do me the honor to tell me, that you have suspended your judgment of the case until I have informed you of mine, does me too much honor for me to be persuaded of it. And I think there is more probability in believing that it is a trick you are playing me, to see how I shall extricate myself from such slippery ground. Nevertheless, I cannot resist the entreaties, or rather the orders, with which your letter is filled. And I prefer to expose myself to the pleasantry of the free thinkers, or the reproaches of the credulous, than the anger of those with which I am threatened by yourself. You ask if I believe that spirits come back, and if the circumstance which occurred at Saint Maur can be attributed to one of those incorporeal substances. To answer your 2 questions in the same order that you propose them to me, I must first tell you, that the ancient heathens acknowledge various kinds of spirits, which they called laras, larvae, lemurs, genii, manes. For ourselves, without pausing at the folly of our Kabbalistic philosophers, who fancy spirits in every element, calling those sylphs which they pretend to inhabit the air, gnomes, those which they feign to be under the earth, undines, those which dwell in the water, and salamanders, those of fire, we acknowledge but 3 sorts of created spirits, namely, angels, demons, and the souls which God has united to our bodies, and which are separated from them by death. The Holy Scriptures speak in too many places of the apparitions of the angels to Abraham, Jacob, Tobit, and several other holy patriarchs and prophets, for us to doubt of it. Besides, as their name signifies their ministry, being created by God to be his messengers, and to execute his commands, it is easy to believe that they have often appeared visibly to men, to announce to them the will of the Almighty. Almost all the theologians agree that the angels appear in the aerial bodies with which they clothe themselves. To make you understand in what manner they take and invest themselves with these bodies, in order to render themselves visible to men, and to make themselves heard by them, we must first of all explain what is vision, which is only the bringing of the species within the compass of the organ of sight. This species is the ray of light broken and modified upon a body, on which, forming different angles, this light is converted into colors. For an angle of a certain kind makes red, another green, blue or yellow, and so on of all the colors, as we perceive in the prism, on which the reflected rays of the sun forms the different colors of the rainbow. The species visible is then nothing else than the ray of light which returns from the object on which it breaks to the eyes. Now, light falls only on 3 kinds of objects or bodies, of which some are diaphanous, others opaque, and the others participate in these 2 qualities, being partly diaphanous and partly opaque. When the light falls on a diaphanous body which is full of an infinity of little pores, as the air, it passes through without causing any reflection. When the light falls on a body entirely opaque, as a flower, for instance, not being able to penetrate it, its ray is reflected from it, and returns from the flower to the eye, to which it carries the species, and renders the colors distinguishable, according to the angles formed by reflection. If the body on which the light falls is in part opaque and in part diaphanous, like glass, it passes through the diaphanous part, that is to say, through the pores of the glass which it penetrates, and reflects itself on the opaque particles. That is to say, which are not porous. Thus the air is invisible, because it is absolutely penetrated with light. The flower sends back a color to the eye, because, being impenetrable to the light, it obliges it to reflect itself. And the glass is visible only because it contains some opaque particles, which, according to the diversity of angles formed upon it by the ray of light, reflect different colors. That is the manner in which vision is formed, so that air being invisible, on account of its extreme transparency, an angel could not clothe himself with it and render himself visible, but by thickening the air so much that from diaphanous it became opaque, and capable of reflecting the ray of light to the eye of him who perceived him. Now, as the angels possess knowledge and power far beyond anything we can imagine, we need not be astonished if they can form aerial bodies, which are rendered visible by the opacity they impart to them. In respect to the organs necessary to these aerial bodies, to form sounds and make themselves heard, without having any recourse to the disposition of matter, we must attribute them entirely to a miracle. It is thus that angels have appeared to the holy patriarchs. It is thus that the glorious souls that participate the angelic nature can assume an aerial body to render themselves visible, and that even demons, by thickening and condensing the air, can make to themselves a body of it, so as to become visible to men, by the particular permission of God, to accomplish the secrets of his providence, as they are said to have appeared to St. Anthony the Hermit, and to other saints, in order to tempt them. Excuse, sir, this little physical digression, with which I could not dispense, in order to make you understand the manner in which angels, who are purely spiritual substances, can be perceived by our fleshly senses. The only point on which the holy doctors do not agree on this subject is, to know if angels appear to men of their own accord, or whether they can do it only by an express command from God. It seems to me that nothing can better contribute to the decision of this difficulty, than to determine the way in which the angels know all things here below, for if it is by means of species, which God communicates to them every day, as St. Augustine believes, there is no reason to doubt of their knowing all the wants of mankind, or that they can, in order to console and strengthen them, render their presence sensible to them, by God's permission, without receiving an express command from him on the subject. Which may be concluded from what St. Ambrose says on the subject of the apparition of angels, who are by nature invisible to us, and whom there will renders visible. Huius naturae est non videri, voluntatis, videri. 661. On the subject of demons, it is certain that their power was very great before the coming of Jesus Christ, since he calls them himself, the powers of darkness, and the princes of this world. It cannot be doubted that they had for a long time deceived mankind, by the wonders which they caused to be performed by those who devoted themselves more particularly to their service. That several oracles have been the effect of their power and knowledge, although part of them must be ascribed to the subtlety of men. And that they may have appeared under fantastic forms, which they assumed in the same way as the angels, that is to say, in aerial bodies, which they organized. The Holy Scriptures assure us even, that they took possession of the bodies of living persons. But Jesus Christ says too precisely, that he has destroyed the kingdom of the demons, and delivered us from their tyranny, for us possibly to think rationally that they still possess that power over us which they had formerly, so far as to work wonderful things which appeared miraculous. Such as they relate of the Vestal Virgin, who, to prove her virginity, carried water in a sieve, and of her who by means of her sash alone, towed up the Tiber a boat, which had been so completely stranded that no human power could move it. Almost all the holy doctors agree, that the only means they now have of deceiving us is by suggestion, which God has left in their power to try our virtue. I shall not amuse myself by combating all the impositions which have been published concerning demons, incubi, and succubi, with which some authors have disfigured their works. Any more than I shall reply to the pretended possession of the nuns of Loudun, and of Martha Brassier, 662, which made so much noise at Paris at the commencement of the last century. Because several learned men who have favored us with their reflections on these adventures, have sufficiently shown that the demons had nothing to do with them. And the last, above all, is perfectly quashed by the report of Mere Scott, a celebrated physician, who was deputed by the Faculty of Theology to examine this girl who performed so many wonders. Here are his own words, which may serve as a general reply to all these kind of adventures: e natura multa plura ficta, a daemon nulla. That is to say, that the constitution of Martha Brassier, who was apparently very melancholy and hypochondriacal, contributed greatly to her fits of enthusiasm, that she feigned still more, and that the devil had nothing to do with it. If some of the fathers, as St. Thomas, believe that the demons sometimes produce sensible effects, they always add, that it can be only by the particular permission of God, for his glory and the salvation of mankind. In regard to all those prodigies and those common spells, which the people ascribe to sorcery or commerce with the demon, it is proved that they can be performed only by natural magic, which is the knowledge of secret effects of natural causes. And several by the subtlety of art. It is the opinion of the greater number of the fathers of the Church who have spoken of it. And without seeking testimony of it in pagan authors, such as Xenophon, Athenaeus, and Pliny, whose works are full of an infinity of wonders which are all natural, we see in our own time the surprising effects of nature, as those of the magnet, of steel, and mercury, which we should attribute to sorcery as did the ancients, had we not seen sensible demonstrations of their powers. We also see jugglers do such extraordinary things, which seem so contrary to nature, that we should look upon these charlatans as magicians, if we did not know by experience, that their address alone, joined to constant practice, makes them able to perform so many things which seem marvelous to us. All the share that the demons have in the criminal practices of those who are commonly called sorcerers, is suggestion, by which means they invite them to the abominable research of every natural cause which can do injury to others. I am now, sir, at the most delicate point of your question, which is, to know if our souls can return to earth after they are separated from our bodies. As the ancient philosophers erred so strongly on the nature of the soul, some believing that it was but a fire which animated us, and others a subtle air, and others affirming that it was nothing else but the proper arrangement of all the machine of the body, a doctrine which could not be admitted any more as the cause of in men than in beasts. We cannot therefore be surprised that they had such gross ideas concerning their state after death. The error of the Greeks, which they communicated to the Romans, and the latter to our ancestors, was, that the souls whose bodies were not solemnly interred by the ministry of the priests of religion, wandered out of Hades without finding any repose, until their bodies had been burned and their ashes collected. Homer makes Patroclus, who was killed by Hector, appear to his friend Achilles in the night to ask him for burial, without which, he is deprived, he says, of the privilege of passing the river Acheron. There were only the souls of those who had been drowned, whom they believed unable to return to earth after death. For which we find a curious reason in Servius, the interpreter of Virgil, who says, the greater number of the learned in Virgil's time, and Virgil himself, believing that the soul was nothing but a fire, which animated and moved the body, were persuaded that the fire was entirely extinguished by the water, as if the material could act upon the spiritual. Virgil explains his opinions on the subject of souls very clearly in these verses. Igneus est allus vigor, e celestis origo. And a little after. Todos infusa per artis. Mens agitat molem, e toto se corpore missit. To mark the universal soul of the world, which he believed with the greater part of the philosophers of his time. Again, it was a common error amongst the pagans, to believe that the souls of those who died before they were of their proper age, which they placed at the end of their growth, wandered about until the time came when they ought naturally to be separated from their bodies. Plato, more penetrating and better informed than the others, although like them mistaken, said, that the souls of the just who had obeyed virtue ascended to the sky, and that those who had been guilty of impiety, retaining still the contagion of the earthly matter of the body, wandered incessantly around the tombs, appearing like shadows and phantoms. For us, whom religion teaches that our souls are spiritual substances created by God, and united for a time to bodies, we know that there are three different states after death. Those who enjoy eternal beatitude, absorbed, as the holy doctors say, in the contemplation of the glory of God, cease not to interest themselves in all that concerns mankind, whose miseries they have undergone. And as they have attained the happiness of angels, all the sacred writers ascribe to them the same privilege of possessing the power, as aerial bodies, of rendering themselves visible to their brethren who are still upon earth, to console them, and inform them of the divine will. And they relate several apparitions, which always happened by the particular permission of God. The souls whose abominable crimes have plunged them into that gulf of torment, which the Scripture terms hell, being condemned to be detained there forever, without being able to hope for any relief, care not to have permission to come and speak to mankind in fantastic forms. The Scripture clearly set forth the impossibility of this return, by the discourse which is put into the mouth of the wicked rich man in hell, introduced speaking to Abraham. He does not ask leave to go himself, to warn his brethren on earth to avoid the torments which he suffers, because he knows that it is not possible, but he implores Abraham to send thither Lazarus, who was in glory. And to observe en passant how very rare are the apparitions of the blessed and of angels, Abraham replies to him, that it would be useless, since those who are upon earth have the law and the prophets, which they have but to follow. The story of the canon of Rheims, in the 11th century, who, in the midst of the solemn service which was being performed for the repose of his soul, spoke aloud and said, that he was sentenced and condemned. 663 has been refuted by so many of the learned, who have shown that this circumstance is clearly supposititious, since it is not found in any contemporaneous author. That I think no enlightened person can object it against me. But even were this story as incontestable as it is apocryphal, it would be easy for me to say in reply, that the conversion of St. Bruno, who has won so many souls to God, was motive enough for the divine providence to perform so striking a miracle. It now remains for me to examine if the souls which are in purgatory, where they expiate the rest of their crimes before they pass to the abode of the blessed, can come and converse with men, and ask them to pray for their relief. Although those who have desired to maintain this popular error, have done their endeavors to support it by different passages from St. Augustine, St. Jerome, and St. Thomas, it is certain that all these fathers speak only of the return of the blessed to manifest the glory of God, and of St. Augustine says precisely, that if it were possible for the souls of the dead to appear to men, not a day would pass without his receiving a visit from Monica his mother. Tertullian, in his treatise on the soul, laughs at those who in his time believed in apparitions. St. John Chrysostom, speaking on the subject of Lazarus, formally denies them. As well as the law glossographer, Canon John Andreas, who calls them phantoms of a sickly imagination, and all that is reported about spirits which people think they hear or see, vain apparitions. The 7th chapter of Job, and the Song of King Hezekiah, reported in the 38th chapter of Isaiah, are all full of the witnesses which the Holy Spirit seems to have desired to give us of this truth. That our souls cannot return to earth after our death until God has made them angels. But in order to establish this still better, we must reply to the strongest objections of those who combat it. They adduce the opinion of the Jews, which they pretend to prove by the testimony of Josephus and the rabbis. The words of Jesus Christ to his apostles, when he appeared to them after his resurrection, the authority of the Council of Elvira, 664. Some passages from St. Jerome, in his treatise against Vigilantius. Of decrees issued by different parliaments, by which the leases of several houses had been broken on account of the spirits which haunted them daily, and tormented the lodgers or tenants. In short, an infinite number of instances, which are scattered in every story. To destroy all these authorities in a few words, I say first of all, that it cannot be concluded that the Jews believed in the return of spirits after death. Because Josephus assures us that the spirit which the Pythoness caused to appear to Saul was the true spirit of Samuel. For, besides that the holiness of this prophet had placed him in the number of the blessed, there are circumstances attending this apparition which have caused most of the Holy Fathers 665 to doubt whether it really was the ghost of Samuel. believing that it might be an illusion with which the Pythoness deceived Saul, and made him believe that he saw that which he desired to see. What several rabbis relate of patriarchs, prophets, and kings whom they saw on the mountain of Gerizim, does not prove either that the Jews believed that the spirits of the dead could come back, since it was only a vision proceeding from the spirit in ecstasy, which believed it saw what it saw and not truly. All those who composed this appearance were persons of whose holiness the Jews were persuaded. What Jesus Christ says to his apostles, that the spirits have neither flesh nor bones, far from making us believe that spirits can come back again, proves on the contrary evidently that they cannot without a miracle make us sensible of their presence, since it requires absolutely a corporeal substance and bodily organs to utter sounds. The description does agree with souls, they being pure substances, exempt from matter, invisibles, and therefore cannot naturally be subject to our senses. The provincial council held in Spain during the pontificate of Sylvester I, which forbids us to light a taper by day in the cemeteries of martyrs, adding, as a reason, that we must not disturb the spirits of the saints, is of no consideration. Because besides that these words are liable to different interpretations, and may even have been inserted by some copyist, as some learned men believe, they only relate to the martyrs, of whom we cannot doubt that their spirits are blessed. I make the same reply to a passage of Saint Jerome, because arguing against the heresiarch Vigilantius, who treated as illusions all the miracles which were worked at the tombs of the martyrs. He endeavors to prove to him that the saints who are in heaven always take part in the miseries of mankind, and sometimes even appear to them visibly to strengthen and console them. As for the decrees which have annulled the leases of several houses on account of the inconvenience caused by ghosts to those who lodged therein, it suffices to examine the means and the reasons upon which they were obtained, to comprehend that either the judges were led into error by the prejudices of their childhood, or that they were obliged to yield to the proofs produced, often even against their own superior knowledge, or they have been deceived by imposture, or by the simplicity of the witnesses. With respect to the apparitions, with which all such stories are filled, one of the strongest which can be objected against my argument, and to which I think myself the more obliged to reply, is that which is affirmed to have occurred at Paris in the last century, and of which 500 witnesses are cited, who have examined into the truth of the matter with particular attention. Here is the adventure, as related by those who wrote at the time it took place. 666. The Marquis de Rambouillet, eldest brother of the Duchess of Montausier, and the Marquis de Précy, eldest son of the family of Nantouillet, both of them between 20 and 30, were intimate friends, and went to the wars, as in France do all men of quality. As they were conversing one day together on the subject of the other world, after several speeches which sufficiently showed that they were not too well persuaded of the truth of all that is said concerning it, they promised each other that the first who died should come and bring the news to his companion. At the end of 3 months the Marquis de Rambouillet set off for Flanders, where the war was then being carried on, and de Précy, detained by a high fever, remained at Paris. 6 weeks afterwards de Précy, at 6 in the morning, heard the curtains of his bed drawn, and turning to see who it was, he perceived the Marquis de Rambouillet in his buff vest and boots. He sprung out of bed to embrace him to show his joy at his return, but Rambouillet, retreating a few steps, told him that these caresses were no longer seasonable, for he only came to keep his word with him. That he had been killed the day before on such an occasion, that all that was said of the other world was certainly true, that he must think of leading a different life, and that he had no time to lose, as he would be killed the first action he was engaged in. It is impossible to express the surprise of the Marquis de Précy at this discourse. As he could not believe what he heard, he made several efforts to embrace his friend, whom he thought desirous of deceiving him, but he embraced only air. And Rambouillet, seeing that he was incredulous, showed the wound he had received, which was in the side, whence the blood still appeared to flow. After that the phantom disappeared, and left de Précy in a state of alarm more easy to comprehend than describe. He called at the same time his valet de chambre, and awakened all the family with his cries. Several persons ran to his room, and he related to them what he had just seen. Every one attributed this vision to the violence of the fever, which might have deranged his imagination. They begged him to go to bed again, assuring him that he must have dreamed what he told them. The Marquis in despair, on seeing that they took him for a visionary, related all the circumstances I have just recounted. But it was in vain for him to protest that he had seen and heard his friend, being wide awake. They persisted in the same idea until the arrival of the post from Flanders, which brought the news of the death of the Marquis de Rambouillet. This first circumstance being found true, and in the same manner as de Preccy had said, those to whom he had related the adventure began to think that there might be something in it. Because Rambouillet having been killed precisely the eve of the day he had said it, it was impossible de Preccy should have known of it in a natural way. This event having spread in Paris, they thought it was the effect of a disturbed imagination, or a made-up story. And whatever might be said by the persons who examined the thing seriously, there remained in people's minds a suspicion, which time alone could disperse. This depended on what might happen to the Marquis de Preccy, who was threatened that he should be slain in the first engagement. Thus every one regarded his fate as the denouement of the piece, but he soon confirmed everything they had doubted the truth of, for as soon as he recovered from his illness he would go to the combat of St. Antoine, although his father and mother, who were afraid of the prophecy, said all they could to prevent him, he was killed there, to the great regret of all his family. Supposing all these circumstances to be true, this is what I should say to counteract the deductions that some wished to derive from them. It is not difficult to understand that the imagination of the Marquis de Preccy, heated by fever, and troubled by the recollection of the promise that the Marquis de Rambouillet and himself had exchanged, may have represented to itself the phantom of his friend, whom he knew to be fighting, and in danger every moment of being killed. The circumstances of the wound of the Marquis de Rambouillet, and the prediction of the death of de Preccy, which was fulfilled, appears more serious. Nevertheless, those who have experienced the power of presentiments, the effects of which are so common every day, will easily conceive that the Marquis de Preccy, whose mind, agitated by a burning fever, followed his friend in all the chances of war, and expected continually to see announced to himself by the phantom of his friend what was to happen, may have imagined that the Marquis de Rambouillet had been killed by a musket shot in the side, and that the ardor which he himself felt for war might prove fatal to him in the first action. We shall see by the words of St. Augustine, which I shall cite by and by, how fully that doctor of the Church was persuaded of the power of imagination, to which he attributes the knowledge of things to come. I shall again establish the authority of presentiments by a most singular instance. A lady of talent, whom I knew particularly well, being at Chartres, where she was residing, dreamt in the night that in her sleep she saw paradise, which she fancied to herself was a magnificent hall, around which were in different ranks the angels and spirits of the blessed, and God, who presided in the midst, on a shining throne. She heard some one knock at the door of this delightful place, and St. Peter having opened it, she saw two pretty children, one of them clothed in a white robe, and the other quite naked. St. Peter took the first by the hand and led him to the foot of the throne, and left the other crying bitterly at the door. She awoke at that moment, and related her dream to several persons, who thought it very remarkable. A letter which she received from Paris in the afternoon informed her that one of her daughters was brought to bed with two children, who were dead, and only one of them had been baptized. Of what may we not believe the imagination capable, after so strong a proof of its power? Can we doubt that amongst all the pretended apparitions that are related, imagination alone produces all those which do not proceed from angels and blessed spirits, or which are not the effect of fraudulent contrivance? To explain more fully what has given rise to those phantoms, the apparition of which has been published in all ages, without availing myself of the ridiculous opinion of the skeptics, who doubt of everything, and assert that our senses, however sound they may be, can only imagine everything falsely, I shall remark that the wisest amongst the philosophers maintain that deep melancholy, anger, frenzy, fever, depraved or debilitated senses, whether naturally, or by accident, can make us see and hear many things which have no foundation. Aristotle says 667 that in sleep the interior senses act by the local movement of the humors and the blood, and that this action descends sometimes to the sensitive organs, so that on awaking, The wisest persons think they see the images they have dreamt of. Plutarch, in the Life of Brutus, relates that Cassius persuaded Brutus that a spectre which the latter declared he had seen on waking, was an effect of his imagination. And this is the argument which he puts in his mouth. The spirit of man being extremely active in its nature, and in continual motion, which produces always some fantasy. Above all, melancholy persons, like you, Brutus, are more apt to form to themselves in the imagination ideal images, which sometimes pass to their external senses. Galen, so skilled in the knowledge of all the springs of the human body, attributes spectres to the extreme subtlety of sight and hearing. What I have read in Cardan seems to establish the opinion of Galen. He says that, being in the city of Milan, it was reported that there was an angel in the air, who appeared visibly, and having ran to the marketplace, he, with 2,000 others, saw the same. As even the most learned were in admiration at this wonder, a clever lawyer, who came to the spot, having observed the thing attentively, sensibly made them remark that what they saw was not an angel, but the figure of an angel, in stone, placed on the top of the belfry of St. Gothard, which being imprinted in a thick cloud by means of a sunbeam which fell upon it, was reflected to the eyes of those who possessed the most piercing vision. If this fact had not been cleared up on the spot by a man exempt from all prejudice, it would have passed for certain that it was a real angel, since it had been seen by the most enlightened persons in the town to the number of 2,000. The celebrated Du Laurent, in his treatise on melancholy, attributes to it the most surprising effects, of which he gives an infinite number of instances, which seem to surpass the power of nature. St. Augustine, when consulted by Evodius, Bishop of Upsal, on the subject I am treating of, answers him in these terms: in regard to visions, even of those by which we learn something of the future, it is not possible to explain how they are formed. Unless we could first of all know how everything arises which passes through our minds when we think. For we see clearly that a number of images are excited in our minds, which images represent to us what has struck either our eyes or our other senses. We experience it every day and every hour. And a little after, he adds, at the moment I dictate this letter, I see you with the eyes of my mind, without your being present, or your knowing anything about it. And I represent to myself, through my knowledge of your character, the impression that my words will make on your mind, without nevertheless knowing or being able to understand how all this passes within me. I think, sir, you will require nothing more precise than these words of St. Augustine to persuade you that we must attribute to the power of imagination the greater number of apparitions, even of those through which we learn things which it would seem could not be known naturally. And you will easily excuse my undertaking to explain to you how the imagination works all these wonders, since this holy doctor owns that he cannot himself comprehend it, though quite convinced of the fact. I can tell you only that the blood which circulates incessantly in our arteries and veins, being purified and warmed in the heart, throws out thin vapors, which are its most subtle parts, and are called animal spirits, which, being carried into the cavities of the brain, set in motion the small gland which is, they say, the seat of the soul, and by this means awaken and resuscitate the species of the things that they have heard or seen formerly, which are, as it were, enveloped within it, and form the internal reasoning which we call thought. Whence comes it that beasts have memory as well as ourselves, but not the reflections which accompany it, which proceed from the soul, and that they have not? If what Mr. Digby, a learned Englishman, and Chancellor of Henrietta, Queen of England, Father Kircher, a celebrated Jesuit, Father Short, of the same society, Gaffarelli and Viamont, publish of the admirable secret of the palingenesis, or resurrection of plants, has any foundation, we might account for the shades and phantoms which many persons declare to have seen in cemeteries. This is the way in which these curious researchers arrive at the marvelous operation of the palingenesis. They take a flower, burn it, and collect all the ashes of it, from which they extract the salts by calcination. They put these salts into a glass phial, wherein having mixed certain compositions capable of setting them in motion when heated, all this matter forms a dust of a bluish hue. Of this dust, excited by a gentle warmth, arises a stem, leaves, and a flower. In a word, they perceive the apparition of a plant springing from its ashes. As soon as the warmth ceases, all the spectacle vanishes, the matter deranges itself and falls to the bottom of the vessel, to form there a new chaos. The return of heat resuscitates this vegetable phoenix, hidden in its ashes. And as the presence of warmth gives it life, its absence causes its death. Father Kircher, who tries to give a reason for this admirable phenomenon, says that the seminal virtue of every mixture is concentrated in the salts. And that as soon as warmth sets them in motion they rise directly and circulate like a whirlwind in this glass vessel. These salts, in this suspension, which gives them liberty to arrange themselves, take the same situation and form the same figure as nature had primitively bestowed on them. Retaining the inclination to become what they had been, they return to their first destination, and form themselves into the same lines as they occupied in the living plant. Each corpuscle of salt re-entering its original arrangement which it received from nature, those which were at the foot of the plant placed themselves there. In the same manner, those which compose the top of the stem, the branches, the leaves, and the flowers, resume their former place, and thus form a perfect apparition of the whole plant. It is affirmed that this operation has been performed upon a sparrow, 668, and the gentlemen of the Royal Society of England, who are making their experiments on this matter, hope to succeed in making them on human beings also. 669. Now, according to the principle of Father Kircher and the most learned chemists, who assert that the substantial form of bodies resides in the salts, and that these salts, set in motion by warmth, form the same figure as that which had been given to them by nature, it is not difficult to comprehend that dead bodies being consumed away in the earth, the salts which exhale from them with the vapors, by means of the fermentations which so often occur in this element, may very well, in arranging themselves above ground, form those shadows and phantoms which have frightened so many people. Thus we may perceive how little reason there is to ascribe them to the return of spirits, or to demons, as some ignorant people have done. To all the authorities by means of which I have combated the apparitions of spirits which are in purgatory, I shall still add some very natural reflections. If the souls which are in purgatory could return hither to ask for prayers to pass into the abode of glory, there would be no one who would not receive similar entreaties from his relations and friends. Since all the spirits being disposed to do the same thing, apparently, God would grant them all the same permission. Besides, if they possessed this liberty, no sensible person could understand why they should accompany their appearance with all the follies so circumstantially related in those stories, as rolling up a bed, opening the curtains, pulling off a blanket, overturning the furniture, and making a frightful noise. In short, if there were any reality in these apparitions, it is morally impossible that in so many ages one would not have been found so well authenticated that it could not be doubted. After having sufficiently proved that all the apparitions which cannot be ascribed to angels or to the souls of the blessed are produced only by one of the three following causes, the extreme subtlety of the senses, the derangement of the organs, as in madness and high fever, and the power of imagination, let us see what we must think of the circumstance which occurred at St. Maur. Although you have already seen the account that has been given of it, I believe, sir, that you will not be displeased if I here give you the detail of the more particular circumstances. I shall endeavor to omit nothing that has been done to confirm the truth of the circumstance, and I shall even make use of the exact words of the author, as much as I can, that I may not be accused of detracting from the adventure. Monsieur de S., to whom it happened, is a young man, short in stature, well made for his height, between 4 and 25 years of age. Being in bed, he heard several loud knocks at his door without the maid-servant, who ran thither directly, finding any one, and then the curtains of his bed were drawn, although there was only himself in the room. The 22d of last March, being, about 11 o'clock at night, busy looking over some lists of works in his study, with 3 lads who are his domestics, they all heard distinctly a rustling of the papers on the table. The cat was suspected of this performance, but M. de S., having taken a light and looked diligently about, found nothing. A little after this he went to bed, and sent to bed also those who had been with him in his kitchen, which is next to his sleeping room. He again heard the same noise in his study or closet. He rose to see what it was, and not having found anything more than he did the first time, he was going to shut the door, but he felt some resistance to his doing so. He then went in to see what this obstacle might be, and at the same time heard a noise above his head towards the corner of the room, like a great blow on the wall. At this he cried out, and his people ran to him. He tried to reassure them, though alarmed himself, and having found naught he went to bed again and fell asleep. Hardly had these lads extinguished the light, than M.S. was suddenly awakened by a shake, like that of a boat striking against the arch of a bridge. He was so much alarmed at it that he called his domestics. And when they had brought the light, he was strangely surprised to find his bed at least 4 feet out of its place, and he was then aware that the shock he had felt was when his bedstead ran against the wall. His people having replaced the bed, saw, with as much astonishment as alarm, all the bed curtains open at the same moment, and the bedstead set off running towards the fireplace. M.S. immediately got up, and sat up the rest of the night by the fireside. About 6 in the morning, having made another attempt to sleep, he was no sooner in bed than the bedstead made the same movement again, twice, in the presence of his servants, who held the bedposts to prevent it from displacing itself. At last, being obliged to give up the game, he went out to walk till dinner time. After which, having tried to take some rest, and his bed having twice changed its place, he sent for a man who lodged in the same house, as much to reassure himself in his company, as to render him a witness of so surprising a circumstance. But the shock which took place before this man was so violent, that the left foot at the upper part of the bedstead was broken. Which had such an effect upon him, that in reply to the offers that were made to him to stay and see a second, he replied that what he had seen, with the frightful noise he had heard all night, were quite sufficient to convince him of the fact. It was thus that the affair, which till then had remained between M.S. and his domestics, became public, and the report of it being immediately spread, and reaching the ears of a great prince who had just arrived at Asti. More, his highness was desirous of enlightening himself upon the matter, and took the trouble to examine carefully into the circumstances which were related to him. As this adventure became the subject of every conversation, very soon nothing was heard but stories of ghosts, related by the credulous, and laughed at and joked upon by the freethinkers. However, M.S. tried to reassure himself, and go the following night into his bed, and become worthy of conversing with the spirit, which he doubted not had something to disclose to him. He slept till 9 o'clock the next morning, without having felt anything but slight shakes, as the mattresses were raised up, which had only served to rock him and promote sleep. The next day passed off pretty quietly. But on the 26th, the spirit, who seemed to have become well behaved, resumed its fantastic humor, and began the morning by making a great noise in the kitchen. They would have forgiven it for this sport if it had stopped there, but it was much worse in the afternoon. M.S. who owns that he felt himself particularly attracted towards his study, though he felt a repugnance to enter it, having gone into it about 6 o'clock, went to the end of the room, and returning towards the door to go into his bedroom again, was much surprised to see it shut of itself and barricade itself with the 2 bolts. At the same time, the 2 doors of a large press opened behind him, and rather darkened his study, because the window, which was open, was behind these doors. At this sight, the fright of M.S. is more easy to imagine than to describe. However, he had sufficient calmness left, to hear at his left ear a distinct voice, which came from a corner of the closet, and seemed to him to be about a foot above his head. This voice spoke to him in very good terms during the space of half a miserere, and ordered him, being and vowing him to do some one particular thing, which he was recommended to keep secret. What he has made public is that the voice allowed him a fortnight to accomplish it in, and ordered him to go to a place, where he would find some persons who would inform him what he had to do, and that it would come back and torment him if he failed to obey. The conversation ended by an adieu. After that, M.S. remembers that he fainted and fell down on the edge of a box, which caused him a pain in his side. The loud noise and the cries which he afterwards uttered brought several people in haste to the door, and after useless efforts to open it, they were going to force it open with a hatchet, when they heard M.S. dragging himself towards the door, which he with much difficulty opened. Disordered as he was, and unable to speak, they first of all carried him to the fire, and then they laid him on his bed, where he received all the compassion of the great prince, of whom I have already spoken. Who hastened to the house the moment this event was noised abroad. His Highness having caused all the recesses and corners of the house to be inspected, and no one being found therein, wished that M.S. should be bled. But his surgeon finding he had a very feeble pulsation, thought he could not do so without danger. When he recovered from his swoon, his Highness, who wished to discover the truth, questioned him concerning his adventure. But he only heard the circumstances I have mentioned, M.S. having protested to him that he could not, without risk to his life, tell him more. The spirit was heard of no more for a fortnight. But when that term was expired, whether his orders had not been faithfully executed, or that he was glad to come and thank M.S. for being so exact, as he was, during the night, lying in a little bed near the window of his bedroom, his mother in the great bed, and one of his friends in an armchair near the fire. They all three heard some one rap several times against the wall, and such a blow against the window, that they thought all the panes were broken. M.S. got up that moment, and went into his closet to see if this troublesome spirit had something else to say to him, but when there, he could neither find nor hear anything. And thus ended this adventure, which has made so much noise and drawn so many inquisitive persons to St. Maur. Now let us make some reflections on those circumstances which are the most striking, and most likely to make any impression. The noise which was heard several times during the night by the master, the female servant, and the neighbors, is quite equivocal. And the most prejudiced persons cannot deny that it may have been produced by different causes which are all quite natural. The same reply may be given as to the papers which were heard to rustle, since a breath of air or a mouse might have moved them. The moving of the bed is something more serious, because it is reported to have been witnessed by several persons. But I hope that a little reflection will dispense us from having recourse to fantastic hands in order to explain it. Let us imagine a bedstead upon castors. A person whose imagination is impressed, or who wishes to enliven himself by frightening his domestics, is lying upon it, and rolls about very much, complaining that he is tormented. Is it surprising that the bedstead should be seen to move, especially when the floor of the room is waxed and rubbed? But, you will say, some of the witnesses even made useless efforts to prevent this movement. Who are these witnesses? 2 are youths in the service of the patient, who trembled all over with fright, and were not capable of examining the secret causes of this movement. And the other has since told several people that he would give 10 pistoles not to have affirmed that he saw this bedstead remove itself without help. In regard to the voice, whose secret has been so carefully kept, as there is no witness of it, we can only judge of it by the state in which he who had been favored with this pretended revelation was found. Repeated cries from the man who, hearing his closet door beaten in, draws back the bolts which he had apparently drawn himself, his eyes quite wild, and his whole person in extraordinary disorder, would have caused the ancient heathens to take him for a sibyl full of enthusiasm, and must appear to us rather the consequence of some convulsion than of a conversation with a spiritual being. Lastly, the violent blows given upon the walls and panes of glass, in the night, in the presence of 2 witnesses, might make some impression, if we were sure that the patient, who was lying directly under the window in a small bed, had no part in the matter. 4 of the 2 witnesses who heard this noise, one was his mother, and the other an intimate friend, who, even reflecting on what he saw and heard, declares that it can only be the effect of a spell. How much good soever you may wish for this place, I do not believe, sir, that what I have just remarked on the circumstances of the adventure, will lead you to believe that it has been honored with an angelic apparition. I should rather fear that, attributing it to a disordered imagination, you may accuse the subtlety of the air which there predominates as having caused it. As I am somewhat interested in not doing the climate of St. Maur such an injury, I am compelled to add something else to what I have said of the person in question, in order that you may know his character. You need not be very clever in the art of physiognomy to remark in his countenance the melancholy which prevails in his temperament. This sad disposition, joined to the fever which has tormented him for some time, carried some vapors to his brain, which might easily lead him to believe that he heard all he has publicly declared. Besides which, the desire to divert himself by alarming his domestics may have induced him to feign several things, when he saw that the adventure had come to the ears of a prince who might not approve of such a joke, and be severe upon it. Thus then, sir, you will think as I do, that the report of the celebrated Merscott on the subject of the famous Margaret Brossier agrees perfectly with our melancholy man, and well explains his adventure, a natura multa, plura ficta, a daemon nulla. His temperament has made him fancy he saw and heard many things, he feigns still more in support of what his wanderings or his sport had induced him to assert, and no kind of spirit has had any share in his adventure. Without stopping to relate several effects of his melancholy, I shall simply remark that an embarkation which he made on one of the last jours gras, setting off at 10 o'clock at night to make the tour of the peninsula of St. More, in a boat where he covered himself up with straw on account of the cold, appeared so singular to the great prince before mentioned, that he took the trouble to question him as to his motives for making such a voyage at so late an hour. I shall add that the discernment of his highness made him easily judge whence this adventure proceeded, and his behavior on this occasion has shown that he is not easily deceived. I do not think it is allowable for me to omit the opinion of his father, a man of distinguished merit, on this adventure of his son, when he learned all the circumstances by a letter from his wife, who was at St. Maur. He told several persons that he was certain that the spirit which acted on this occasion was that of his wife and son. The author of the relation was right in endeavoring to weaken such testimony. But I do not know if he flatters himself that he has succeeded, in saying that he who gave this opinion is an esprit fort, or free thinker who makes it a point of honor to be of the fashionable opinion concerning spirits. Lastly, to fix your judgment and terminate agreeably this little dissertation in which you have engaged me, I know of nothing better than to repeat the words of a princess 670 who is not less distinguished at court by the delicacy of her wit than by her high rank and personal charms. As they were conversing in her presence of the singularity of the adventure which here happened at St. Maur, "Why are you so much astonished?" said she, with that gracious air which is so natural to her. "Is it surprising that the son should have to do with spirits, since the mother sees the Eternal Father 3 times every week? This woman is very happy," added the witty princess. "For my part, I should ask no other favor than to see him once in my life. Laugh with your friends at this agreeable reflection. But, above all, take care, sir, not to make my letter public. It is the only reward that I ask for the exactitude with which I have obeyed you on so delicate an occasion. I am, sir, your very humble, Enc. St. Maur, May 8, 1706. Approbation. By order of the Lord Chancellor, this dissertation on what we must think of spirits in general, and of that of St. Maur in particular, has been read by me, and I have found nothing therein which ought to hinder its being printed. Done at Paris, the 17th of October, 1706. Signed, Lamarck Tilladet. The King's permission bears date the November 21st, 1706. Letter of M. The Marquis Maffei on Magic. Addressed to the Reverend Father Innocent Ansaldi, of the Order of St. Dominic, translated from the Italian of the author. My Reverend Father, it is to the goodness of your reverence, in regard to myself, that I must attribute the curiosity you appear to feel to know what I think concerning the book which the Sieur Jerome Tartarati has just published on the nocturnal assemblies of the sorcerers. I reply to you with the greatest pleasure. And I am going to tell my opinion fully and unreservedly, on condition that you will examine what I write to you with your usual acuteness, and that you will tell me frankly whatever you remark in it, whether good or bad. And that may appear to deserve either your approbation or your censure. I had already read this book, and passed an eulogium on it, both for the great erudition displayed therein by the author, as because he refutes, in a very sensible manner, some ridiculous opinions with which people are infatuated concerning sorcerers, and some other equally dangerous abuses. But, to tell the truth, with that exception, I am little disposed to approve it, if M. Muratori has done so in his letter, which has been seen by several persons. Either he has not read the work through, or he and I on that point entertain very different sentiments. In regard to my opinion, your reverence will see, by what I shall say, that it is the same as your own on this subject, as you have done me the favor to show by your letter. In this work there is laid down, in the first place, as a certain and indubitable principle, the existence and reality of magic, and the truth of the effects produced by it, superior, they say, to all natural powers. He gives it the name of diabolical magic, and defines it, the knowledge of certain superstitious practices, such as words, verses, characters, images, signs, moles, and by means of which magicians succeed in their designs. For my part, I am much inclined to believe that all the science of the pretended magicians had no other design than to deceive others, and ended sometimes in deceiving themselves, and that this magic, now so much vaunted, is only a chimera. Perhaps even it would be giving oneself superfluous trouble to undertake to show that everything related of those nocturnal hypogryphs, 671 of those pretended journeys through the air, of those assemblies and feasts of sorcerers, is only idle and imaginary. Because those fables being done away with would not prevent that an infinite number of others would still remain, which have been repeated and spread on the same subject, and which, although more foolish and ridiculous than all the extravagances we read in romances, are so much the more dangerous, because they are more easily believed. It would, in the opinion of many, be doing these tales too much honor to attempt to refute them seriously, as there is no one at this day, in Italy, at least, even amongst the people, who has common sense. That does not laugh at all that is said of the witches' Sabbath, and of those troops or bands of sorcerers who go through the air during the night to assemble in retired spots and dance. It is true, that notwithstanding, that if a man of any credit, whether amongst the learned or persons of high dignity, maintains an opinion, he will immediately find partisans. It will be useless to write or speak to the contrary, it will not be the less followed, and it is hardly possible that it can be otherwise, so many minds as there are, and so many different ways of thinking. But here the only question is, what is the common opinion, and what is most universally believed? It is not my intention to compose a work expressly on magic, nor to enter very lengthily on this matter. I shall only exhibit, in a few words, the reasons which oblige me to laugh at it, and which induce me to incline to the opinion of those who look upon it as a pure illusion, and a real chimera. I must, first of all, give notice that you must not be dazzled by the truth of the magical operations in the Old Testament, as if from thence we could derive a conclusive argument to prove the reality of the pretended magic of our own times. I shall demonstrate this clearly at the end of this discourse, in which I hope to show that my opinion on this subject is conformable to the Scripture, and founded on the tradition of the Fathers. Now, then, let us speak of modern magicians. 2. If there is any reality in this art, to which so many wonders are ascribed, it must be the effect of a knowledge acquired by study, or of the impiety of someone who renounces what he owes to God to give himself up to the demon, and invokes him. It seems, in fact, that they would sometimes attribute it to acquired knowledge, since in the book I am combating the author often speaks of the true mysteries of the magic art. And he asserts that few are perfectly instructed in the secret and difficult principles of this science, which is not surprising, he says, since the life of man would hardly suffice to read all the works which have treated of it. He calls it sometimes the magical science, or magical philosophy. He carries back the origin of it to the philosopher Pythagoras. He regards ignorance of the magic art as one of the reasons why we see so few magicians in our days. He speaks only of the mysterious scale enclosed by Orpheus in unity, in the numbers of 2 and 12, of the harmony of nature, composed of proportionable parts, which are the octave, or the double, and the fifth, or 1.5. Of strange and barbarous names which mean nothing, and to which he attributes supernatural virtues, of the concert or the agreement of the inferior and superior parts of this universe, when understood, makes us, by means of certain words or certain stones, hold intercourse with invisible substances, of numbers and signs, which answer to the spirits which preside over different days, or different parts of the body. Of circles, triangles, and pentagons, which have power to bind spirits, and of several other secrets of the same kind, very ridiculous, to tell the truth, but very fit to impose on those who admire everything which they do not understand. 3. But however thick may be the darkness with which nature is hidden from us, and although we may know but very imperfectly the essential principles and properties of things, who does not see, nevertheless, that there can be no proportion, no connection, between circles and triangles which we trace, or the long words which signify nothing, and immaterial spirits? Can people not conceive that it is a folly to believe that by means of a few herbs, certain stones, and certain signs or characters, we can make ourselves obeyed by invisible substances which are unknown to us? Let a man study as much as he will the pretended soul of the world, the harmony of nature, the agreement of the influence of all the parts it is composed of, is it not evident that all he will gain by his labor will be terms and words, and never any effects which are above the natural power of man? To be convinced of this truth, it suffices to observe that the pretended magicians are, and ever have been, anything but learned. On the contrary, they are very ignorant and illiterate men. Is it credible that so many celebrated persons, so many famous men, versed in all kinds of literature, should never have been able or willing to sound and penetrate the mysterious secrets of this art? And that of so many philosophers spoken of by Diogenes Laertius, neither Plato, nor Aristotle, nor any other, should have left us some treatise? It would be useless to attack the opinions of the world at that time on this subject. Do we not know with how many errors it has been infatuated in all ages, and which, though shared in common, were not the less mistakes? Was it not generally believed in former times, that there were no antipodes? That according to whether the sacred fowls had eaten or not, it was permitted or forbidden to fight? That the statues of the gods had spoken or changed their place? Add to those things all the knavery and artifice which the charlatans put in practice to deceive and delude the people, and then can we be surprised that they succeeded in imposing on them and gaining their belief? But let it not be imagined, nevertheless, that everyone was their dupe, and that amongst so many blind and credulous people there were not always to be found some men sensible and clear-sighted enough to perceive the truth. 4. To be convinced of this, let us only consider what was thought of it by one of the most learned amongst the ancients, and we may say, one of the most curious and attentive observers of the wonders of nature. I speak of Pliny, who thus expresses himself at the beginning of his 30th book. 672. Hitherto I have shown in this work, every time that it was necessary and the occasion presented itself, how very little reality there is in all that is said of magic, and I shall continue to do so as it goes on. But because during several centuries this art, the most deceptive of all, has enjoyed great credit among several nations, I think it is proper to speak of it more fully. No men are more clever in hiding their knaveries than magicians. And in 7 or 8 other places he endeavors to expose their falsehoods, their deceptions, the uselessness of their art, and laughs at it. But one thing to which we should pay attention above all, is an invincible argument which he brings forward against this pretended art. For after having enumerated the diverse sorts of magic, which were employed with different kinds of instruments, and in several different ways, and from which they promised themselves effects that were quite divine, that is to say, superior to all the force of nature, even of the power to converse with the shades and souls of the dead, he adds, but in our days the Emperor Nero has discovered that in all these things there is nothing but deceit and vanity. Never prince, says he, a little lower down, sought with more eagerness to render himself clever in any other art. And as he was the master of the world, it is certain that he wanted neither riches, nor power, nor wit, nor any other aid necessary to succeed therein. What stronger proof of the falsity of this art can we have than to see that Nero renounced it? Suetonius informs us also, that this prince uselessly employed magic sacrifices to evoke the shade of his mother, and speak to her. Again, Pliny says, that Tiridates the mage, for it is thus it should be read, and not Tiridates the great, as it is in the edition of P. Harduin, having repaired to the court of Nero, and having brought several magi with him, initiated this prince in all the mysteries of magic. Nevertheless, he adds, it was in vain for Nero to make him a present of a kingdom, he could not obtain from him the knowledge of this art. Which ought to convince us that this detestable science is only vanity, or, if some shadow of truth is to be met within it, its real effects have less to do with the art of magic than the art of poisoning. Seneca, who also was very clever, after having repeated a law of the 12 tables, which forbade the use of enchantments to destroy the fruits of the earth, makes this commentary upon it, when our fathers were yet rude and ignorant. They imagined that by means of enchantments rain could be brought down upon the ground, or could be prevented from falling. But at this day it is so clear that both one and the other is impossible, that to be convinced of it does not require to be a philosopher. It would be useless to collect in this place an infinity of passages from the ancients, which all prove the same thing. We can only the book written by Hippocrates on caducity, which usually passed for the effect of the vengeance of the gods, and which for that reason was called the sacred malady. We shall there see how he laughs at magicians and charlatans, who boasted of being able to cure it by their enchantments and expiations. He shows there that by the profession which they made of being able to darken the sun, bring down the moon to the earth, give fine or bad weather, procure abundance or sterility. They seem to wish to attribute to man more power than to the divinity itself, showing therein much less religion than impiety, and proving that they did not believe in the gods. I do not speak of the fables and tales invented by Philostrates on the subject of Apollonius of Diana. They have been sufficiently refuted by the best pens, but I must not omit to warn you that the name of magic has been used in a good sense for any uncommon science, and a sublimer sort of philosophy. It is in this sense that it must be understood where Pliny says 673, although rather obscurely, that Pythagoras, Empedocles, Democritus, and Plato, traveled a great deal to acquire instruction in it. For the rest, people are naturally led to attribute to sorcery everything that appears new and marvelous. Have not we ourselves, with M. Leguier, passed for magicians in the minds of some persons, because in our experiments on electricity they have seen us easily extinguish lights by putting them near cold water, which then appeared an unheard of thing, and which many still firmly maintain even now cannot be done without a tacit compact. It is true that in the effects of electricity there is something so extraordinary and so wonderful, that we should be more disposed to excuse those persons who could not easily believe them to be natural than those who have fancied tacit compacts for things which it would be much more easy to explain naturally. From what has just been said, it evidently results that it is folly to believe that by means of study and knowledge one can ever attain any of those marvelous effects attributed to magic. And it is profaning the name of science to give it an imposture so grossly imagined. It remains then that these effects might be produced by a diabolical power. In fact, we read in the work in question that all the effects of magic must be attributed to the operation of the demon. That it is in virtue of the compact, express or tacit, that he has made with him that the magician works all these pretended prodigies. And that it is in regard to the different effects of this art, and the different ways in which they are produced, that authors have since divided it into several classes. But I beg, at first, that the reader will reflect seriously, if it is credible, that as soon as some miserable woman or unlucky knave have a fancy for it, God, whose wisdom and goodness are infinite, will ever permit the demon to appear to them, instruct them, obey them, and that they should make a compact with him. Is it credible that to please a scoundrel he would grant the demon power to raise storms, ravage all the country by hail, inflict the greatest pain on little innocent children, and even sometimes, to cause the death of a man by magic? Does any one imagine that such things can be believed without offending God, and without showing a very injurious mistrust of his almighty power? It has several times happened to me, especially when I was in the army, to hear that some wretched creatures had given themselves to the devil, and had called upon him to appear to them with the most horrible blasphemies, without his appearing to them for all that, or their attempts being followed by any success. And, certainly, if to obtain what is promised by the art of magic it sufficed to renounce God and invoke the devil, how many people would soon perform the dreadful act? How many impious men do we see every day who for money, or to revenge themselves on some one, or to satisfy a criminal desire, rush without remorse into the greatest excesses? How many wretches who are suffering in prison, at the galleys, or otherwise, would have recourse to the demon to extricate them from their troubles? It would be very easy for me to relate here a great number of curious stories of persons generally believed to be bewitched, of haunted houses, or horses rubbed down by will-o'-the-wisp, which I have myself seen at different times and places. At last reduced to nothing. This I can affirm, that 2 monks, very sensible men, who had exercised the office of inquisitors, one for 24 years, and the other during 28, have assured me that of different accusations of sorcery which had been laid before them, and which appeared to be well proved, after having examined them carefully and maturely, they had not found one which was not mere knavery. How can any one imagine that the devil, who is the father of lies, should teach the magician the true secret of this art, and that this spirit, full of pride, of which he is the source, should teach an enchanter the means of forcing him to obey him? As soon as we rise above some old prejudices, which make us excuse those who in past ages gave credence to such follies, can we put faith in certain extravagant opinions, as what is related of demons, incubes, and succubes, from a commerce with whom it is pretended children are born? Who will believe in our days that Ezelin was the son of a will-o'-the-wisp? But can anything more strange be thought of than what is said of tacit compacts? They will have it, that when any one, of whatever country he may be, and however far he may be from wishing to make any compact with the devil, every time he shall say certain words, or make certain signs, a certain effect will follow. If I, who am perfectly ignorant of this convention, should happen to pronounce these same words, or make the same signs, the same effect ought to follow. They say that whoever makes a compact with the devil has a right to oblige him to produce a certain effect, not only when he shall make himself, for instance, certain figures, but also every time that they shall be made by any other person you please, at any time, or in any place whatever, and although the intention may be quite different. Certainly nothing is more proper to humble us than such ideas, and to show how very little man can count on the feeble light of his mind. Of all the extraordinary things said to have been performed by tacit compacts, many are absolutely false, and others have occurred quite differently than as they are related. Some are true, and such as require no need of the demon's intervention to explain them. 6. The evidence of these reasons seems to suffice to prove that all which is said of magic in our days is merely chimerical. But because, in reply to the substantial difficulties which were proposed to him by the Count Rinaldi Carli, the author of the book pretends that to deny is a heretical opinion condemned by the laws, it is proper to examine this article again. For the first proof of its reality, is advanced the general consent of all mankind, the tradition of all nations, stories and witnesses ad infinitum of theologians, philosophers, and jurisconsults. Whence he concludes, that its existence cannot be denied, or even a doubt cast upon it, without sapping the foundations of what is called human belief. But the little I have said in No. 4. alone suffices to prove how false is this assertion concerning this pretended general consent. Horace, who passes for one of the wisest and most enlightened men amongst the ancients, reckons, on the contrary, among the virtues necessary to an honest man, the not putting faith in what is said concerning magic, and to laugh at it. His friend, believing himself very virtuous because he was not avaricious, that is not sufficient, said he, are you exempt from every other vice and every other fault, not ambitious, not passionate, fearless of death? Do you laugh at all that is told of dreams, magical operations, miracles, sorcerers, ghosts, and Thessalian wonders, 674, that is to say, in one word, of all kinds of magic? What is the aim of Lucian, in his dialogue entitled Philipsudus, but to turn into ridicule the magic art? And also is it not what he proposed to himself in the other, entitled The Ass, whence Apuleius derived his golden ass? It is easy to perceive that in all this work, wherein he speaks so often, the power ascribed to magic of making rivers return to their source, staying the course of the sun, darkening the stars, and constraining the gods themselves to obey it. He had no other intention than to laugh at it, which he certainly would not have done if he had believed it able to produce, as they pretend, effects beyond those of nature. It is, then, jokingly and ironically that he says they see wonders worked, by the invincible power of magic, 675 and by the blind necessity which imposes upon the gods themselves to be obedient to it. The poor man thinking he was to be changed into a bird, had had the grief to see himself metamorphosed into an ass, through the mistake of a woman who in a hurry had mistaken the box, and giving him one ointment for another. The most usual terms made use of by the ancients, in speaking of magic, were play and badinage, which plainly shows that they saw nothing real in it. St. Cyprian, speaking of the mysteries of the magicians, calls them hurtful and juggling operations. If by their delusions and their jugglery, says Tertullian, the charlatans seem to perform many wonders. And in his treatise on the soul, he exclaims, "What shall we say of magic? What almost all the world says of it, that it is mere knavery. Arnobius calls it, the sports of the magic art." And on these words of Minucius Felix, all the marvels which they seem to work by their jugglery, his commentator remarks that the word badinage is in this place the proper term. This manner of expressing himself shows what was then the common opinion of all wise persons. "Let the farmer," says Columella, "frequent with neither soothsayers nor witches, because by their foolish superstitions they all cause the ignorant to spend much money, and thence they lead them to be criminal." We learn from Suedas, that those were called magicians who filled their heads with vain imaginations. Thus, when speaking of one of these impostors, Dante was right when he said 676, he knew all the trickery and knavery of the magic art. Thus, then, it is not true that a general belief in the art of magic has ever prevailed. And if, in our days, any one would gather the voice and opinion of men of letters, and the most celebrated academies, I am persuaded that hardly would 1 or 2 in 10 be found who were convinced of its existence. It would not be, at least, one of the learned friends of the author of the book in question, who having been consulted by the latter on this matter, answers him in these terms: "Magic is a ridiculous art, which has no reality but in the head of a madman, who fancies that he is able to lead the devil to satisfy all his wishes." I have read in some catalogues which come from Germany, that they are preparing to give the public a magic library oder Gründliche Nachrichten, and it is a vast collection of different writings, all tending to prove the uselessness and insufficiency of magic. I must remark that the poets have greatly contributed to set all these imaginations in vogue. Without this fruitful source, what becomes of the most ingenious fictions of Homer? We may say as much of Ariosto and of our modern poets. For the rest, what I have before remarked concerning Pliny must not be forgotten, that in the ancient authors, the word magic is often equivocal. For in certain countries, they gave the name of magi, or magicians, to those who applied as a particular profession to the study of astronomy, philosophy, or medicine. In others, philosophers of a certain sect were thus called. For this, the preface of Diogenes Laertius can be consulted. Plato writes that in Persia, by the name of magic was understood the worship of the gods. According to a great number of authors, says Apuleius, in his Apology, the Persians called those magi to whom we give the name of priests. St. Jerome, writing against Jovinian, thus expresses himself. Eubulus, who wrote the history of Mithras, in several volumes, relates that among the Persians they distinguish 3 kinds of magi, of whom the first are most learned and the most eloquent. And notwithstanding that, there are still people to be found, who confound the chimera of pretended diabolical magic with philosophical magic, as Cornelius Agrippa has done in his books on Secret Philosophy. 7. Another reason which is brought forward to prove the reality and the power of the magic art, is that the laws decree the penalty of death against enchanters. What idea, says he, could we have of the ancient legislators, if we believe them capable of having recourse to such rigorous penalties to repress a chimera, an art which produced no effect? Upon which it is proper to observe that, supposing this error to be universally spread, it would not be impossible that even those who made the laws might suffer themselves to be prejudiced by them. In which case, we might make the same commentary on Seneca, applied, as we have seen, to the 12 tables. But I go further still. This is not the place to speak of the punishments decreed in the Scripture against the impiety of the Canaanites, who joined to idolatry the most extravagant magic. In regard to the Greek laws, of which authors have preserved for us so great a number, I do not remember that they anywhere make mention of this crime, or that they subject it to any penalty. I can say the same of the Roman laws, contained in the Digest. It is true that in the code of Theodosius, and in that of Justinian, there is an entire title concerning malefactors, in which we find many laws which condemn to the most cruel death magicians of all kinds. But are we not forced to confess that this condemnation was very just? Those wretches boasted that they were able to occasion when they pleased public calamities and mortalities. With this aim, they kept their charms and dark plots as secret as it was possible, which led the Emperor Constans to say, "Let all the magicians, in whatever part of the empire they may be found, be looked upon as the public enemies of mankind." What does it matter, in fact, that they made false boastings, and that their attempts were useless? In evil doings, says the law, it is the will, and not the event, which makes the crime. Also, Constantine wills that those amongst them should be pardoned who profess to cure people by such means, and to preserve the products of the earth. But in general these kind of persons aimed only at doing harm. For which reason the laws ordain that they should be regarded as public enemies. The least harm they could be accused of was deluding the people, misleading the simple, and causing by that means an infinity of trouble and disorder. Besides that, of how many crimes were they not guilty in the use of their spells? It was that which led the Emperor Valentinian to decree the pain of death, against whomsoever should work at night, by impious prayers and detestable sacrifices, at magic operations. Sometimes even they adroitly made use of some other way to procure the evil which they desired to cause, after which, they gave out that it must be attributed to the power of their art. But what is the use of so many arguments? Is it not certain that the first step taken by those who had recourse to magic was to renounce God and Jesus Christ, and to invoke the demon? Was not magic looked upon as a species of idolatry? And was not that sufficient to render this crime capital, should the punishment have depended on the result? Honorius commanded that these kind of people should be treated with all the rigor of the laws, unless they would promise to conform for the future to what was required by the Catholic religion, after having themselves, in presence of the bishops, burned the pernicious writings which served to maintain their error. 8. What is remarkable is, that if ever any one laughed at magic, it must certainly be the author in question, since all his book only tends to prove that there are no witches, and that all that is said of them is merely foolish and chimerical. But what appears surprising is, that at the same time he maintains that while in truth there are no witches, but that there are enchantresses or female magicians, that witchcraft is only a chimera, but that diabolical magic is very real. Is not that, as it appears to some, denying and affirming at the same time the same thing under different names? Tibullus took care not to make nothing of these distinctions, when he said, "As I was promised by a witch, whose magical operations never fail." While treating in this book of witchcraft and magic, it is affirmed that the demon intervenes on both, and that both work wonders. But if that is true, it is impossible to find any difference between them. If both perform wonders, and that by the intervention of the demon, they are then essentially the same. After that, is it not a contradiction to say that the magician acts and the witch has no power, that the former commands the devil and the latter obeys him, that magic is founded on compacts, expressed or tacit? While in witchcraft there is nothing but what is imaginary and chimerical. What reason is given for this? If the demon is always ready to appear to anyone who invokes him, and is ready to enter into compact with him, why does he not show himself as directly to her whom the author terms a witch as to her to whom he is pleased to give the more respectable title of enchantress? If he is disposed to appear and take to himself the worship and adoration which are due to God alone, what matters it to him whether they proceed from a vile or a distinguished person, from an ignoramus or a learned man? The principal difference which the author admits between witchcraft and magic is, that the latter belongs properly to priests, doctors, and other persons who cultivate learning. Whilst witchcraft is purely fanaticism, which only suits the vulgar and poor wretched women, also, it does not, says he, derive its origin from philosophy or any other science, and has no foundation but in popular stories. For my part, I think it is very wrong that so much honor should here be paid to magic. I have proved above in a few words, by the authority of several ancient authors, that the most sensible men have always made a jest of it. That they have regarded it only as a play and a game, and that after having spared neither application nor expense, a Roman emperor could never succeed in beholding any effect. I have even remarked the equivocation of the name, which has often caused these popular opinions with philosophy and the sublimest sciences. But I think I can find in the book itself of the author, enough to prove that one cannot in fact make this distinction, since he says therein that superstitious practices, such as figures, characters, conjurations, and enchantments, passing from one to the other, and coming to the knowledge of these unhappy women, operate in virtue of the tacit consent which they give to the operation of the demon. There then all distinction is taken away. He says again that, according to some, nails, pins, bones, coals, packets of hair, or rags, found by the head, of children's beds, are indications of a compact express or tacit, because of the resemblance to the symbols made use of by true magicians. Thus, then, witches and those who are here styled true magicians employ equally the same follies, they equally place confidence in imaginary compacts, and consequently they should both be classed in the same category. 9. It is proper to notice here that it is not so great a novelty as is generally believed, to make a distinction between witches and magicians. Nearly 200 years ago James Weir, a doctor by profession, had already said the same thing. Never did an author write more at length upon this matter. You may consult the 6th edition of his book, De Prestigiis Daemonum et Incantationibus, published at Bâle. He there proves that witches ought not to be condemned to death, because they are women whose brain is disturbed. Because all the crimes that are imputed to them are imaginary, having no reality but in their ill will, and none at all in the execution. Lastly, because, according to the rules of the soundest jurisprudence, the confession of having done impossible things is of no weight, and cannot serve as the foundation of condemnation. He shows how these foolish old women come to believe that they have held intercourse with some evil spirit, or been carried through the air. So far nothing can be better. But otherwise, being persuaded that there are really magic wonders 677 and thinking that he has himself experienced something of the kind, he will have magicians severely punished. He says 678 that very often they are learned men, who, to acquire this diabolical art, have travelled a great deal. And who, learn 679 in Gozi and Theurgy 680 whether through the demon or through study 681 make use of strange terms, characters, exorcisms, and imprecations. Employ sacred words and divine names, and neglect nothing which can render them skillful in the black art, 682 which makes them deserving of the punishment of death. 683, but, according to him, there is a great difference between magicians and witches, inasmuch as these latter 684 make use neither of books, nor exorcisms, nor characters, but have only their mind and imagination corrupted by the demon. He calls witches, those women who pass for doing a great deal of harm, either by virtue 685 of some imaginary compact, or by their own will, or some diabolical instinct. And who, having their brain deranged, confess they have done many things, which they never have nor could have performed. Magicians, 686 he says, are led of themselves, and by their own inclination, to learn this forbidden art, and seek masters who can instruct them in it. Wizards, on the contrary, seek neither masters nor instructions. But the devil takes possession of those women, whom he thinks the most likely to be deceived, on account of their old age, of their melancholy temperament, or their poverty in misery. Everybody must see, and I have sufficiently shown it already, to how many difficulties and contradictions all this doctrine is subject. What we must conclude from it is, that wizards as well as magicians have equally recourse to the demon, and place their hope in him, without either of them ever obtaining what they wish. The author sometimes believes he renders what he says of the power of magic, and in short reduces it to nothing, by saying, that all the wonderful effects attributed to it have no reality, and are but illusions and vain phantoms. But he does not remark that it is even miraculous to cause to appear that which is not. Whether the wands of Pharaoh's magicians were really metamorphosed into serpents, or that they appeared to be thus changed to the eyes of the beholders, would either of them equally surpass all the power and industry of men. I shall not amuse myself with discussing largely many inutilities which may be found in this work, for instance, he does not fail to relate the impertinent story of the pretended magic of Sylvester II. Which, as Panvinius has shown, had no other foundation than this Pope's being much given to the study of mathematics and philosophy. X. It is owned in the new book, that it is very likely some woman may be found, who, with the help of the demon, may be capable of performing a great many things even hurtful to mankind, and that by virtue of a compact, express or tacit. And it is added, that it cannot be denied that it may be, without absolutely denying the reality of magic. But when, so far from denying it, every effort on the contrary is made to establish it. When it is loudly maintained that persons may be found who, with the assistance of the demon, are able to produce real effects, even of doing harm to people. How, after that, can it be denied that there are witches, since, according to the common opinion, witchcraft is nothing else? Let them, if they will, regard as a fable what is said of their journeys through the air to repair to their nocturnal meetings. What will he gain by that, if, notwithstanding that, he believes that they possess the power to kill children by their spells, to send the devil into the body of the first person who presents himself, and 100 other things of the same kind? He says, that, to render the presents which he makes more precious and estimable, and the more to be desired, the demon sells them very dear, as if he could not be excited to act otherwise than by employing powerful means. And making use of a most mysterious and very hidden art, which, doubtless, he would have witches ignorant of, and known only to magicians. But then they pretend that this art can be learned only from the devil, and to obtain it from him they say that he must be invoked and worshipped. Now, as there is hardly an impious character, who, having taken it into his head to operate something important by his charms or spells, would not be disposed to go to that shocking extreme, we cannot see why one should succeed in what he wishes, whilst the other does not succeed. Nor what distinction can be made between rascals and madmen, who are precisely of a kind. I hold even, that if the reality and power of magic are granted, we could not without great difficulty refuse to those who profess it the power of entering places shut up, and of going through the air to their nocturnal assemblies. It will, doubtless, be said that that is impossible, and surpasses the power of man, but who can affirm it, since we know not how far the power of the rebel angels extends? I remember to have formerly heard some persons at Rome reason very sensibly on the difficulty there is sometimes of deciding upon the truth of a miracle, which difficulty is founded on our ignorance of the extent of the powers of nature. 687. It is true that it would be dangerous to carry this principle too far. Doubtless, we are not to deduce from it that nothing ever happens but what is natural, as if the sovereign author of all had in some measure bound his hands, and had not reserved unto himself the liberty to comply with the wishes and prayers of his servants, of sometimes according favors which manifestly surpass the powers he has granted to nature. It may often happen that we doubt whether an effect is natural or supernatural. But also how many effects do we see on which no sensible and rational person can form a doubt, good sense concurring with the soundest philosophy to teach us that certain wonders can only happen by a secret and divine virtue. One of the most certain proofs which can be had of this is the sudden and durable cure of certain long and cruel maladies. I know that simple and pious persons have sometimes attributed to a miracle cures which might very well be looked upon as purely natural. But what can be opposed to certain extraordinary facts which have sometimes happened to very wise and wide-awake persons, in the presence of sensible and judicious witnesses who have attested them, and confirmed by the report of the cleverest physicians, who have shown their astonishment at them? In this city of Verona, where I live, an event of this kind happened very recently, and it has excited the wonder of every one, but as the truth of it is not yet juridically attested I abstain from relating it. But such is not the case with a similar fact, verified, 10 years ago, after the strictest examination. I speak of the miraculous cure of Dame Victoire Bury, of the monastery of St. Daniel, who after a chronic ague of nearly 5 years' duration, after having been tortured for several days with a stitch in her side, or acute pain, and with violent colics, having, in short, lost her voice, and fallen into a languid state, received the holy viaticum on the day of the fête of St. Louis de Gonzaga. In this condition, having fervently recommended herself to the intercession of the saint, she in one moment felt her strength return, her pain ceased, and she began to cry out that she was cured. At these cries the abbess and the nuns ran to her, she dressed herself, went up the stairs alone and without assistance, and repaired to the choir with the others to render thanks to God for her recovery. I had the curiosity to wish to inform myself personally of the fact and of these circumstances, and after having interrogated the lady herself, those who had witnessed her cure, and the physicians who had attended her, I remained fully convinced of the truth of the fact. I repeat, whose defect is not that of being too credulous, as it sufficiently appears by what I write here. Again, I may say, that finding myself 14 years ago at Florence, I was in that city acquainted with a young girl, named Sister Catherine Biondi, of the Third Order of St. Francis. Through her prayers a lady was cured in a moment and for ever of a very painful dislocation. This circumstance was known by everybody, and I have no doubt that it will one day be juridically attested. For myself, I believe I obtained several singular favors of God through the intercession of this holy maiden, to whose intercession I have recommended myself several times since her death. The wise and learned Father Policione, abbot of the Order of Saint Benedict, her confessor, said that if we knew the life and family arrangements of this inferior sister, we should soon be delivered from all sorts of temptations against faith. In effect, what things we are taught by these facts, which remain as if buried in oblivion. What subtle questions are cleared up by them in a very short time. Why do not the learned, who shine in other communions, give themselves the trouble to assure themselves of only one of these facts, as it would be very easy for them to do? One alone suffices to render evident the truth of the Catholic dogmas. There is not one article of controversy for the defense of which it would not be necessary to compose a folio, whereas, only one of these facts decides them all instantly. We advance but little by disputation, because each one seeks only to show forth his own wit and erudition, and no one will give up a point, while by this method all becomes so evident that no reply remains in answer to it. And who could imagine that among so many miracles verified on the spot, in different places, and reported in the strictest examinations made for the canonization of saints, there would not be one which was true? To do so, we must refuse to believe anything at all, and to make use of one's reason. But when one of these facts becomes so notorious that there is no longer room to doubt it, if after that some difficulty presents itself to our feeble mind, which, so far from grasping the infinite, has only most confused knowledge of material bodies, will not anyone who wishes to reason upon them be obliged to decide them suddenly by saying, I do not understand it at all, but I believe the whole? Those also, who, through the high opinion they have of their own knowledge, laugh at all which is above them, what can these men oppose to facts, in which divine providence shines forth in a manner so evident not only to the mind but to the eyes? In regard to those who, from the bad education which they have received, or from the idle and voluptuous life which they lead, stagnate in gross ignorance. With what facility would not one of these well-proved facts instruct them in what they most require to know, and enlighten them in a moment on every subject? To return to my subject. If it is sometimes difficult to decide on the truth of a miracle, how much more difficulty would there be in observing all the qualities which suit the superior and spiritual nature, and prescribing limits to it. In regard to the penalties which the author would have them inflict on magicians and witches, pretending that the former are to be treated with rigor, while, on the contrary, we must be indulgent to the latter, I do not see any foundation for it. Charity would certainly have us begin by instructing an old fool, who, having her fancy distorted, or her heart perverted, from having read, or heard related, certain things, will condemn herself, by avowing crimes which she has not committed. But if we are told, for instance, that, after having made a little image, an ignoramus has pierced it several times, muttering some ridiculous words, how can we distinguish whether this charm is to be attributed to sorcery or magic? And consequently, how can we know whether it ought to be punished leniently or rigorously? However it may be done, no effect will follow it, as has often been proved. And whether the spell is the work of a magician or a wizard, the person aimed at by it will not be in worse health. We must only remark, that although ineffectual, the attempt of such wizards is not less a crime, since to arrive at that point, they must have renounced all their duty to God, and have made themselves the slaves of the demon. Also do they avow that to cast their spells they must give up Jesus Christ and renounce the baptismal rite. It is commonly held that the demons appear to them, and cause themselves to be worshipped by them. This is certainly not the case, but if it were so, why should witches have less power than magicians? And on what foundation can it be asserted that they are less criminal? 11. Now, then, let us come to the point, which has deceived many, and which still deludes some. Because in the Scripture, in the Old Testament, magic is often spoken of as it then was, they conclude that it still exists, and is on the same footing at this day. To that a reply is easy. Before the advent of the Savior, the demon had that power. But he no longer possesses it, since Jesus Christ by his death consummated the great work of our redemption. It is what St. John clearly teaches in the Apocalypse, when he says 688, I saw an angel descend from heaven, holding in his hand the key of the well of the abyss, and a long chain with which he enchained the dragon, the old serpent, who is the devil and Satan. And he bound him for 1,000 years. The evangelist here makes use of the term 1,000 years, to designate a period both very long and indeterminate, since we read, a little lower down, that the demon shall be unbound at the coming of Antichrist. 689 And, after 1,000 years, says St. John, Satan shall be unbound, and shall come out of his prison. Whence it happens, that in the time of Antichrist all the wonders of magic shall be renewed, as the Apostle tells us, when he says 690 that his arrival shall be marked with the greatest wonders that Satan is capable of working, and by all sorts of signs and lying prodigies. But till then, the prince of this world, that is to say, the demon, will be cast out. Which made St. Peter say, that in ascending to heaven, Jesus Christ has subjugated the angels, the powers, and the virtues, and St. Paul says, that he has enriched himself with the spoils of principalities and powers, and that, when he shall give up the kingdom to God even the Father, and destroyed all principalities, and powers, and rule. These various names indicate the different orders of reprobate spirits, as we learn from different parts of the New Testament. Now, to understand that the might and power which the demon has been deprived of by the Savior, is precisely that which he had enjoyed until then of deceiving the world by magical practices, it is proper to observe that until the coming of Jesus Christ there were 3 ways or means by which the reprobate spirits exercised their power and malice upon men. 1. By tempting them and leading them to do evil. 2. By entering into their bodies and possessing them. 3. By seconding magical operations, and sometimes working wonders, to wrest the worship which was due to him. At this day, of these 3 kinds of power, the demon has certainly not lost the first by the coming of the Savior, since we know with what determination he has continued since then, and daily does continue, to tempt us. Neither has he been deprived of the second, since we still find persons who are possessed, and it cannot be denied, that even since Jesus Christ, God has often permitted this kind of possession to chastise mankind, and serve as a warning. Thence it remains, that the demon has only been absolutely despoiled of the third, and that it is in this sense we must understand what St. Paul says, that Satan has been enchained. Thence it comes, that since the death of our Saviour all these diabolical having no longer the same success as before, those who until then had made a profession of them, brought their books to the apostles' feet, and burned them in their presence. For that these books treated principally of magic, we learn from St. Athanasius, who alludes to this part of the Scripture, when he says, that those who had been celebrated for this art burned their books. It is not that, even in the most distant time, braggarts and impostors have been wanting who falsely boasted of what they could not perform. Thus we read in Ecclesiasticus, who will pity the enchanter that is bitten by the serpent? In the time of St. Paul, some exorcists, who were Jews, ran about the country, vainly endeavoring to expel demons. This was the case with 7 sons of one of the chief priests at Ephesus. It is this prejudice which made Josephus believe 691 that in the presence of Vespasian and all his court attendants, a Jew had expelled demons from the bodies of the possessed by piercing their nose with a ring. in which had been encased a root pointed out by Solomon. In his narrative of this event, we may see, in truth, that the demons were obliged to give some sign of their exit. But who does not perceive that what he relates can proceed only from one who has suffered himself to be deceived, or who seeks to deceive others? 12. From what I have said, it is obvious, that if in the Old Testament the magic power, and the prodigies worked by magic, are often spoken of, there is in return no mention made of it in the New. It is true, that as the world was never wanting in impostors, who sought to appropriate to themselves the name and reputation of magician, we find two of these seducers named in the Acts of the Apostles. The one is Elymas 692 who, in the Isle of Cyprus, wished to turn the attention of the Roman proconsul from listening to the preaching of the apostles, and for that was punished with blindness. The other is Simon, who for a long time preaching in Samaria that he was something great, had misled all the people of that city, so that he was generally regarded there as a sort of divine man. Because, through the effect of his magic he had for a long time turned the heads of all the inhabitants. That is to say, he had seduced and dazzled them by his knaveries, as has often happened in many other places. For it is evidently shown that he could never succeed in working any wonder, not only by the silence of the Scripture on that point, but also on seeing the miracles of St. Philip. He was so surprised at them, and so filled with admiration, that he directly asked to be baptized, and never after quitted this apostle. But having offered some money to St. Peter, in order to obtain from him the apostolical gift, he was severely reprimanded by him, and threatened with the most terrible punishments. To which he made no other reply than to entreat the apostles to intercede for him themselves with Jesus Christ, that nothing of the kind might happen to him. This is all we have that is certain and authentic on the subject of Simon the magician. But in times nearer to the apostles, the authors of apocryphal books and stories invented at pleasure, profited well by the profession of magic, which Simon had for a long time skillfully practiced. And because the magic art is fruitful in wonders, which certainly render a narrative agreeable and amusing, they attributed endless prodigies to him. Amongst others they imagined that, in a sort of public discussion between him and St. Peter, he raised himself into the air, and was precipitated from thence to the ground at the prayers of that apostle. Sigebert mentions this, and, if I mistake not, it has appeared in print at Florence. The most ancient apocryphal works which remain to us, are the recognitions of Saint Clement, and the apostolical constitutions. In the first, they make Simon say that he can render himself invisible, traverse the most frightful precipices, fall from a great height without hurting himself, bind with his own bonds those who enchained him, open fastened doors, animate statues, pass through fire without burning himself, change his form, metamorphose himself into a goat or a sheep, fly in the air, and in the second they make St. Peter say, that Simon being at Rome, and gone to the theatre about noon, he ordered the people to go back and make room for him, promising them that he would rise up into the air. It is added, that he did in effect rise up into the air, carried by the demons, saying he was ascending to heaven, at which all the people applauded, but at that moment St. Peter's prayers were successful, and Simon was hurled down, after he had spoken beforehand to him, as if they had been close to each other. You can read the whole story, which is evidently false and ill-imagined. It is true that these old writings, and a few others of the same kind, have served to deceive some of the fathers and ecclesiastical authors, who, without examining into the truth, have permitted themselves to go with the stream, and have followed the public opinion, upon which many things might be said did time allow. How, for instance, can any one unhesitatingly believe that Saint Jerome could ever have written that St. Peter went to Rome, not to plant the faith in that capital, and establish therein the first seat of Christianity, but to expel from thence Simon the magician? Is there not, on the contrary, reason to suspect that these few words have passed in ancient times, from a note inadvertently placed in the margin, into the text itself? But to confine myself within the limits of my subject, I say that it suffices to pay attention to the impure source of so many doubtful books, published under feigned names. By the diversity and contradiction which predominate amongst them relatively to the circumstance in question, by the silence, in short, of the sovereign pontiffs and other writers upon the same. Even of the profane authors who ought principally to speak of it, to remain convinced that all that is said of it, as well as all the other prodigies ascribed to the magic power of Simon, is but a fable founded solely on public report. Is there not even an ancient inscription, which is thought to be still in existence, and which, according to the copy that I formerly took of it at Rome, bears, Sancto Sancto Simoni Deo Filio, which upon the equivoque of the name has been applied to Simon the magician by St. Justin, and upon his authority by some other writers, which occasioned Pagi to say on the year 42, that Saint Justin was deceived either by a resemblance of name, or by some unfaithful relation. But that which must above all decide this matter is the testimony of Origen, who says that indeed Simon could deceive some persons in his time by magic, but that soon after he lost his credit so much that there were not in all the world 30 persons of his sect to be found, and that only in Palestine, his name never having been known elsewhere. So far was it from true that he had been to Rome, worked miracles there, and had statues raised to him in that capital of the world. Origen concludes by saying, that where the name of Simon was known, it was so only by the acts of the apostles, and that the truth of the circumstances evidently shows that there was nothing divine in this man, that is to say, nothing miraculous or extraordinary. In a word, the acts of the apostles relate no wonder of him, because the Saviour had destroyed all the power of magic. 13. To render this principle more solid still, after having based it upon the Scripture, I am going to establish again with my usual frankness, upon tradition, and show that it is truly in this sense the passages in the Fathers and ancient ecclesiastical writers, must be understood. I begin with St. Ignatius the Martyr, bishop, and successor of the apostles in the pulpit of Antioch. This father, in the first of the epistles which are really his, speaking of the birth of the Saviour, and of the star which then appeared, adds, because all the power of magic vanished, all the bonds of malice were broken, ignorance was abolished, and the old kingdom of Satan destroyed. On which the learned Codalerius makes this remark, it was also at that time that all the illusions of magic ceased, as is attested by so many celebrated authors. Tertullian, in the book which he has written on idolatry, says, we know the strict union there is between magic and astrology. God permitted that science to reign on the earth till the time of the gospel, in order that after the birth of Jesus Christ no one might be found who should undertake to read in the heavens the happiness or misfortunes of any person whomsoever. A little after, he adds, it is thus that, till the time of the gospel, God tolerated on the earth that other kind of magic which performs wonders, and dared even to enter into rivalry with Moses. Origen, in his books against Celsus, speaking of the 3 magi, and the star which appeared to them, says that then the power of magic extended so far, that there was no art more powerful and more divine. But at the birth of the Saviour hell was disconcerted, the demons lost their power, all their spells were destroyed, and their might passed away. The Magi wishing them to perform their enchantments and their usual works, and not being able to succeed, sought the reason. And having seen that new star appear in the heavens, they conjectured that he who was to command all spirits was born, which decided them to go and adore him. St. Athanasius, in his treatise on the Incarnation, teaches that the Saviour has delivered all creatures from the deceits and illusions of Satan, and that he has enriched himself, as St. Paul says, with the spoils of principalities and powers. When is it, he says afterwards, that the oracles have ceased to reply throughout all Greece, but since the advent of the Saviour on earth? When did they begin to despise the magic art? Is it not since mankind began to enjoy the divine presence of the Word? Formerly, he continues, the demons deluded men by divers phantoms, and attaching themselves to rivers and fountains, stones and wood, they drew by their illusions the admiration of weak mortals. But since the advent of the divine Word, all their stratagems have passed away. A little while after, he adds, but what shall we say of that magic they held in such admiration? Before the incarnation of the Word, it was in honor among the Egyptians, the Chaldeans, the Indians, and won the admiration of those nations by prodigies. But since the truth has come down to earth, and the Word has shown himself amongst men, this power has been destroyed, and is itself fallen into oblivion. In another place, refuting the Gentiles, who ascribed the miracles of the Saviour to magic, they call him a magician, says he, but can they say that a magician would destroy all sorts of magic, instead of working to establish it? In his commentary on Isaiah, Saint Jerome joins this interpretation to several passages in the prophet, since the advent of the Saviour, all that must be understood in an allegorical sense. For all the error of the waters of Egypt, and all the pernicious arts which deluded the nations who suffered themselves to be infatuated by them, have been destroyed by the coming of Jesus Christ. A little after, he adds, that Memphis was also strongly addicted to magic, the vestiges which subsist at this day of her ancient superstitions allow us not to doubt. Now this informs us in a few words, or in the approach of the desolation of Babylon, that all the projects of the magicians, and of those who promise to unveil the future, are a pure folly, and dissolve like smoke at the presence of Jesus Christ. Again, he says elsewhere, that Jesus Christ being come into the world, all kinds of divination, and all the deceits of idolatry, lost their efficacy. So that the Eastern Magi understanding that a Son of God was born who had destroyed all the power of their art, came to Bethlehem. Theophilus of Alexandria, in his Paschal letter addressed to the bishops of Egypt, and after him St. Jerome, who has given us a Latin translation of this letter, says that Jesus Christ by his coming has destroyed all the illusions of magic. They add, Jesus Christ by his presence having destroyed idolatry, it follows that magic, which is its mother, has been destroyed likewise. They call magic the mother of idolatry, because it transfers to another the confidence and submission which are due to God alone. St. Ambrose says, the magician perceives the inutility of his art, and you do not yet understand that the promised Redeemer is come. I could bring forward here many other passages from the Fathers if I had the books at hand, or if time allowed me to select them. 14. But why amuse ourselves with fruitless researches? What I have said will suffice to show that this opinion has been that of not only one or two of the Fathers, which would prove nothing, but of the greater number of those among them who have discoursed of this matter. Which constitutes the greater number? After that it is of little import if in after and darker ages 1,000 stories were spread on the subject of witchcraft and enchantments, and that those tales may have gained credit with the people in proportion to their rudeness and ignorance. You may read, if you have any curiosity on the subject, 100 stories of that kind, related by Saxo Grammaticus and Olus Magnus. You will find also in Lucian and in Apuleius, how, even in their time, those who wished to be carried through the air, or to be metamorphosed into beasts, began by stripping themselves, and then anointing themselves with certain oils from head to foot. There were then found impostors, who promised as of old to perform by means of magic all kinds of prodigies, and still continued the same extravagances as ever. A great many persons feel a certain repugnance to refusing belief in all that is said of the prodigies of magic, as if it was denying the truth of miracles, and the existence of the devil. And on this subject they fail not to allege, that amongst the orders in the Church is found that of exorcists, and that the rituals are full of prayers and blessings against the malice and the snares of Satan. But we must not here confound two very different things. So far from the miracles and wonders performed by divine power leading us to believe the truth of those which are ascribed to the demon, they teach us on the contrary that God has reserved this power to himself alone. We experience but too often that there are truly evil spirits, who do not cease to tempt us. In respect to the order of exorcists, we know that it was established in the Church in the first ages of Christianity. The most ancient fathers make mention of them, but from none of them do we learn that their order was instituted against witchcraft and other knaveries of the same kind, but only as at this day, to deliver those possessed. To expel demons from the bodies of the possessed, says the Manual of the Ordination. It is not, then, denied, that for reasons which it belongs not to us to examine, God sometimes allows the demon to take hold of someone and to torment him. We only deny that the spirit of darkness can ever arrive at that to please a wretched woman of the dregs of the people. We do not deny that to punish the sins of mankind, the Almighty may not sometimes make use in different ways of the ministry of evil spirits, for, as Saint Jerome says 693, God makes men feel his anger and fury by the ministry of rebel angels. But we do deny that it ever happens by virtue of certain figures, certain words, and certain signs, made by ignoramuses or scoundrels, or some wretched females, or old mad women, or by any authority they have over the demon. The sovereign pontiff who at this day governs the Church with so much glory, discourses very fully 694 in his excellent works on the wonders worked by the demon and related in the Old Testament. But he nowhere speaks of any effect produced by magic or by sorcery since the coming of Jesus Christ. In the Roman ritual we have prayers and orisons for all occasions, we find their conjurations and exorcisms against demons. But nowhere, if the text is not corrupted, is there mention made either of persons or things bewitched, and if they are mentioned therein, it is only in after additions made by private individuals. We know, on the contrary, that many books treating of this subject, and containing prayers newly composed by some individuals, have been prohibited. Thus they have forbidden the book entitled Circulus Aureus, in which are set down the conjurations necessary for invoking demons of all kinds, of the sky, of hell, the earth, fire, air, and water, to destroy all sorts of enchantments, charms, spells, and snares, in whatever place they may be hidden, and of whatever matter they may be composed, whether male or female, magician or witch, who may have made or given them. And notwithstanding all compacts and all conventions made between them, ought not the fact that the Church forbids any one to read or to keep these kind of books, to be sufficient to convince us of the falsehood of what they imagine, and to teach us how contrary they are to true religion and sound devotion? 3 years ago they printed in this town a little book, of which the author, however, was not of Verona, in which they promised to teach the way, to deliver the possessed, and to break all kinds of spells. We read in it that those over whom a malignant spell has been cast, lead such a wretched life that it ought rather to be called a long death, like the corpse of a man who had just died, and that is not all, for almost all die of it, and if they are children, they hardly ever live. See now the power which simple people ascribe, not only to the devil, but to the vilest of men, whom they really believe to be connected with, and to hold commerce with him. They say afterwards in this same book 695 that the signs which denote a malignant spell are parings, herbs, feathers, bones, nails, and hairs. But they give notice that the feathers prove that there is witchcraft only when they are intermingled in the form of a circle or nearly so. And, again, you must take care that some woman has not given you something to eat, some flowers to smell, or if she has touched the shoulder of the person on whom the spell is cast. We have an excellent preservative against these simplicities in the vast selection of Dom Martinus, entitled De Antiquis Ecclesiae Ridibus, in which we see that amidst an infinity of prayers, orisons and exorcisms used at all times throughout Christendom, there is not a passage in which mention is made of spells, sorcery, or magical operations. They therein command the demon in the name of Jesus Christ to come out and go away, they therein implore the divine protection, to be delivered from his power, to which we are all born subject by the stain of original sin. They therein teach that holy water, salt and incense sanctified by the prayers of the Church may drive away the enemy, that we may not fall into his toils, and that we may have nothing to dread from the attacks of evil spirits. But in no part does it say that spells have power over them, neither do they anywhere pray God to deliver us from them, or to heal us. It is so far from being true that we ought to believe the fables spread abroad on this subject, that I perfectly well remember having read a long time ago in the old casuists, that we ought to class in the number of grievous sins the believing that magic can really work the wonders related of it. I shall remark, on this occasion, that I know not how the author of the book in question can have committed the oversight of twice citing a certain manuscript as to be found in any other cabinet than mine, when it is a well-known fact that I formerly purchased it very dear, not knowing that the most important and curious part was wanting. What I have said of it may be seen in the opuscules which I have joined to the History of Theology. 696. For the present, it suffices to remember that in the famous Canon Episcopi, related first by Revenans 697, we read these remarkable words: an infinite number of people, deceived by this false prejudice, believe all that to be true. And in believing it stray from the true faith into the superstition of the heathen, imagining that they can find elsewhere than in God any divinity, or any supernatural power. 15. From all I have hitherto said, it appears how far from truth is all that is commonly said of this pretended magic. How contrary to all the maxims of the Church, and in opposition to the most venerated authority, and what harm might be done to sound doctrine and true piety by entertaining and favoring such extravagant opinions. We read, in the author I am combating, what shall we say of the fairies, a prodigy so notorious and so common? It is marvelous that it should be a prodigy and at the same time common. He adds, there is not a town, not to say a village, which cannot furnish several instances concerning them. For my part, I have seen a great many places. I am 74 years of age, and I have perhaps been only too curious on this head. And I own that I have never happened to meet with any prodigy of that kind. I may even add that several inquisitors, very sensible men, after having exercised that duty a long time, have assured me that they also never knew such a thing. It is not often that fairies of all kinds of shapes and different faces have passed through my hands, but I have always discovered and shown that this was nothing but fancy and reverie. On one side, it is affirmed that there is a malicious species among them, who were amorous of beautiful girls, and on the other, they will have it, on the contrary, that all witches are old and ugly. How desirable it would be, if the people could be once undeceived in respect to all these follies, which accord so little with sound doctrine and true piety. Are they not still, in our days, infatuated with what is said of charms which render invulnerable, rings in which fairies are enclosed, billets which cure the quartan ague, words which lead you to guess the number to which the lot will fall? Of the pa key, which is made to turn to find out a thief, of the Kabbalah, which by means of certain verses and certain answers, which are falsely supposed to contain a certain number of words, unveils the most secret things. Are there not still to be found people who are so simple, or who have so little religion, as to buy these trifles very dear? For the world at this day is not wanting in those prophets spoken of by Micah 6:98 whom money inspired and rendered learned. Have we not again calendars in which are marked the lucky and unlucky days, as has been done during a time, under the name of Egyptians? Do they not prevent people from inhabiting certain houses, under pretense of their being haunted? That is to say, that in the night spectres are seen in them, and a great noise of chains is heard, some saying that it is devils who cause all this, and others the spirits of the dead who make all this clang. Which is surprising enough that it should be spirits or devils, and that they should only have the power to make themselves perceived in the night. And how many times have we seen the most fatal quarrels occur, principally amongst the peasants, because one amongst them has accused others of sorcery. But what shall we say of spirits incube and succube, of which, notwithstanding the impossibility of the thing, the existence and reality is maintained? M. Muratori, in that part where he treats of imagination, places the tales on this subject in the same line with what is said of the witches' Sabbath. And he says 699, that these extravagant opinions are at this day so discredited, that it is only the rudest and most ignorant who suffer themselves to be amused by them. One of my friends made me laugh the other day, when, speaking of the pretended incubuses, he said that those who believed in them were not wise to marry. Again, what shall we say of those tacit compacts so often mentioned by the author, and which he supposes to be real? Can we not see that such an opinion is making a god of the devil? For that any one, for example, living 300 or 400 leagues off, may have made a compact with the devil, that every time a pendulum shall be suspended above a glass it shall mark the hour as regularly as the most exact clock. According to this idea, that same marvel will happen equally, and at the same moment, not only in this town where we are, but all over the earth, and will be repeated as often as they may wish to make the experiment. Now this is quite another thing from carrying a witch to the Sabbath through the air, which the author asserts is beyond the power of the demon. It is attributing to this malicious spirit a kind of almightiness and immensity. But what would happen if some one, having made a compact with a demon for fine weather, another on his part shall have made a compact with the demon for bad weather? Good Father Lebrun wishes us to ascribe to tacit compacts all those effects which we cannot explain by natural causes. If it be so, what a number of tacit compacts there must be in the world. He believes in the stories about the divining rod, and the virtue ascribed to it of finding out robbers and murderers. Although all France has since acknowledged that the first author of this fable was a knave, who having been summoned to Paris, could never show there any of those effects he had boasted of. Let anyone have the least idea of the invisible atoms scattered abroad throughout the world, of their continually issuing from natural bodies, and the hidden and wonderful effects which they produce. One can never be astonished that at a moderate distance water and metals should operate on certain kinds of wood. The same author sincerely believes what was said, that the contagion and mortality spread amongst the cattle proceeded from a spell. Like the man who affirmed that his father and mother remained impotent for 7 years, and this ceased only when an old woman had broken the spell. On this subject, he cites a ritual of which Father Martinus does not speak at all, whence it follows that he did not recognize it for authentic. To give an idea of the credulity of this writer, it will suffice to read the story he relates of one Damas. But we find, above all, an incomparable abridgment of those extravagant wonders in a little book dedicated to the Cardinal Horace Maffei, entitled, Compendium Maleficarum, or the Abridgment of Witches, printed at Milan in 1608. 16. In a word, it is of no little importance to destroy the popular errors which attack the unalterable attributes of the Supreme Being. As if he had laid it down as a law to himself that he would condescend to all the impious and fantastic wishes of malignant spirits, and of the madman who had recourse to them, by seconding them, and permitting the wonderful effects that they desire to produce. Do reason and good sense allow us to imagine that the sovereign master of all things, who for reasons which we are not permitted to examine, refuses so often to grant our most ardent prayers for what we need, whether it be public or private, can be so prompt to lend an ear to the requests of the vilest and most wicked, by allowing that which they desire to happen? So long as they believe in the reality of magic, that it is able to work wonders, and that by means of it man can force the demon to obey, it will be in vain to preach against the superstition, impiety, and folly of wizards. There will always be found too many people who will try to succeed in it, and will even fancy they have succeeded in it in fact. To uproot this pest we must begin by making men clearly understand that it is useless in them to be guilty of this horrible crime. That in this way they never obtain anything they wish for, and that all that is said on this subject is fabulous and chimerical. It will not be difficult to persuade any sensible person of this truth, by only leading him to pay attention, and mark if it be possible that all these pretended miracles can be true. Whilst it is proved that magic has never possessed the power to enrich those who professed it, which would be much more easy. How could this wonderful art send maladies to those who were in good health, render a married couple impotent, or make any one invisible or invulnerable, whilst it has never been able to bring 100 crowns? Which another would keep locked up in his strong box. And why do we not make any use of so wonderful an art in armies? Why is it so little sought after by princes and their ministers? The most efficacious means for dissipating all these vain fancies would be never to speak of them, and to bury them in silence and oblivion. In any place where for time immemorial no one has ever been suspected of witchcraft, let them only hear that a monk is arrived to take cognizance of this crime and punish it, and directly you will see troops of green sick girls and hypochondriacal men. Crowds of children will be brought to him ill with unknown maladies, and it will not fail to be affirmed that these things are caused by spells cast over them, and even when and how the thing happened. It is certainly a wrong way of proceeding, whether in sermons, or in the works published against witches, to amuse themselves with giving the history of all these mad-headed people boast of the circumstances in which they have taken a part, and the way in which they happened. It is in vain then to declaim against them, for you may be assured that people are not wanting who suffer themselves to be dazzled by these pretended miracles, who become smitten with these effects, so extraordinary and so wonderful, and try by every means to succeed in them by the very method which has just been taught them, and forget nothing which can place them in the number of this imaginary society. It is then with reason that the author says in his book, that punishment even sometimes serves to render crime more common, and that there are never more witches than in those places where they are most persecuted. I am delighted to be able to finish with this eulogium, in order that it may be the more clearly seen that if I have herein attacked magic, it is only with upright intentions. 17. The eagerness with which I have written this letter has made me forget several things which might very well have a place in it. The greatest difficulty which can be opposed to my argument is that we sometimes find, even amongst people who possess a certain degree of knowledge and good sense, some persons who will say to you, "But I have seen this or that. Such and such things have happened to myself." Upon which it is proper, first of all, to pay attention to the wonderful tricks of certain jugglers, who, by practice and address, succeed in deceiving even the most clear-sighted and sensible persons. It must next be considered that the most natural effects may sometimes appear beyond the power of nature, when cleverly presented in the most favorable point of view. I formerly saw a charlatan who, having driven a nail or a large pin into the head of a chicken, with that nailed it to a table, so that it appeared dead, and was believed to be so by all present. After that, the charlatan having taken out the nail and played some apish tricks, the chicken came to life again and walked about the room. The secret of all this is that these birds have in the forepart of the head 2 bones, joined in such a way that if anything is driven through with address, though it causes them pain, yet they do not die of it. You may run large pins into a man's leg without wounding or hurting him, or but very slightly, just like a prick which is felt when the pin first enters, which has sometimes served as a pastime for jokers. In my garden, which, thanks to the care of M. Seguier, is become quite a botanic garden, I have a plant called the Onagra 700 which rises to the height of a man, and bears very beautiful flowers. But they remain closed all day, and only open towards sunset, and that not by degrees, as with all other night plants, but in budding all at once, and showing themselves in a moment in all their beauty. A little before their chalice bursts open, it swells and becomes a little inflated. Now, if any one, profiting by the last-named peculiarity, which is but little known, wished to persuade any simple persons that by the help of some magical words he could, when he would, cause a beautiful flower to bloom, is it not certain that he would find plenty of people disposed to believe him? The common people in our days leave nothing undone to find out the secret of making themselves invulnerable, by which they show that they ascribe to magic more power than was granted to it by the ancients, who believed it very capable of doing harm, but not of doing good. So, when the greater number of the Jews attributed the miracles wrought by the Saviour to the devil, some of the more sensible and reasonable among them asked, "Can the devil restore sight to the blind?" 701 At this day, there are more ways than ever of making simple and ignorant persons believe in magic. For instance, would it be very difficult for a man to pass himself off as a magician, if he said to those who were present, "I can, at my will either send the bullet in this pistol through this board, or make it simply touch it and fall down at our feet without piercing it"? Nevertheless, nothing is easier. It only requires when the pistol is loaded, that instead of pressing the wadding immediately upon the bullet as is customary, to put it, on the contrary, at the mouth of the barrel. That being done, when they fire, if the end of the pistol is raised, the ball, which is not displaced, will produce the usual effect. But if, on the contrary, the pistol is lowered, so that the ball runs into the barrel and joins the wadding, it will fall on the ground from the board without having penetrated it. It seems to me that something like this may be found in the natural experiments of Redi, which I have not at hand just now. But on this subject, you can consult Jean Baptista, Porta, and others. We must not, however, place amongst the effects of this kind of magic, what a friend jokingly observed to me in a very polite letter which he wrote to me 2 months ago, a noisy exhalation having ignited in a house, and not having been perceived by him who was in the spot adjoining, nor in any other place, he writes me word that those who, according to the vulgar prejudice, persisted in believing that these kinds of fire came from the sky and the clouds, were necessarily forced to attribute this effect to real magic. I shall again add, on the subject of electrical phenomena, that those who think to explain them by means of 2 electrical fluids, the one hidden in bodies, and the other circulating around them, would perhaps say something less strange and surprising, if they ascribed them to magic. I have endeavored, in the last letter which is joined to that I wrote upon the subject of exhalations, to give some explanation of these wonders. And I have done so, at least, without being obliged to invent from my own head, and without any foundation, to universal electrical matters which circulate within bodies and without them. Certainly, the ancient philosophers, who reasoned so much on the magnet, would have spared themselves a great deal of trouble, if they had believed it possible to attribute its admirable properties to a magnetic spirit which proceeded from it. But the pleasure I should find in arguing with them, might perhaps engage me in other matters, for which reason I now end my letter. Letter of the Reverend Father Dom Calmet, to M. Devour. Letter from the Reverend Father Dom Augustin Calmet, Abbot of Senans, to M. de Bourret Senior, Librarian at Paris. Sir, I have received the historical and dogmatical treatise on apparitions, visions, and particular revelations, with observations on the dissertations of the Reverend Father Dom Calmet, Abbot of Senans, on apparitions and ghosts. At Avignon, 1751. By the Abbé Lenglet du Fresnoy. I have looked over this work with pleasure. M. Du Fresnoy wished to turn to account therein what he wrote 55 years ago, as he says himself, on the subject of visions, and the life of Maria di Agreda, of whom they spoke then, and of whom they still speak even now in so undecided a manner. M. Du Fresnoy had undertaken at that time to examine the affair thoroughly and to show the illusions of it. There is yet time for him to give his opinion upon it, since the Church has not declared herself upon the work, on the life and visions of that famous Spanish abbess. It is only accidentally that he composed his remarks on my dissertations on apparitions and vampires. I have no reason to complain of him. He has observed towards me the rules of politeness and good breeding, and I shall try to imitate him in what I say in my own defense. But if he had read the second edition of my work, printed at Einsiedeln in Switzerland, in 1749, the third, printed in Germany at Augsburg, in 1750, and the fourth, on which you are now actually engaged, he might have spared himself the trouble of censuring several passages which I have corrected, reformed, suppressed, or explained myself. If I had wished to swell my work, I could have added to it some rules, remarks, and reflections, with a vast number of circumstances. But by that means I should have fallen into the same error which he seems to have acknowledged himself, when he says that he has perhaps placed in his works too many such rules and remarks, and I am persuaded that it is, in fact, the part that will be least read and least used. 702. People will be much more struck with stories squeamishly extracted from Thomas de Cantimper and Caesarius, whose works are everywhere decried, and that one dare no longer cite openly without exposing them to mockery. They will read, with only too much pleasure, what he relates of the apparitions of Jesus Christ to St. Francis de Assisi, on the indulgence of the Partiunculus, and the particularities of the establishment of the Carmelite Fathers, and of the Brotherhood of the Scapulary, by Simon Stock, to whom the Holy Virgin herself gave the scapulary of the order. It will be seen in his work that there are few religious establishments or societies which are not founded on some vision or revelation. It seemed even as if it was necessary for the propagation of certain orders and certain congregations. So that these kind of revelations were, as it were, taken by storm, and there seems to have been a competition as to who should produce the greatest number of them, and the most extraordinary, to have them believed. I could not persuade myself that he related seriously the pretended apparition of Saint Francis to Erasmus. It is easy to comprehend that it was a joke of Erasmus, who wished to divert himself at the expense of the Cordeliers. But one cannot help being pained at the way in which he treats several fathers of the Church, as Saint Gregory the Great, Saint Gregory of Tours, Saint Sulpicius Severus, Peter the Venerable, Abbot of Clugny, Saint Anselm, Cardinal Pierre Damien, St. Athanasius even, and Saint Ambrose 703 in regard to their credulity, and the account they have given us of several apparitions and visions, which are little thought of at this day. I say the same of what he relates of the visions of St. Elizabeth of Skonau, of Saint Hildegrade, of Saint Gertrude, of Saint Macfelda, of Saint Bridget, of Saint Catherine of Siena, and hardly does he show any favor to those of Saint Teresa. Would it not have been better to leave the world in this respect as it is, 704, rather than disturb the ashes of so many holy personages and saintly nuns, whose lives are held blessed by the Church, and whose writings and revelations have so little influence over the salvation and the morals of the faithful in general? What service does it render the Church to speak disparagingly of the works of the Contemplatives, of the Thalers, the Rushbrooks, the Bartholomews of Pisa, of Saint Vincent Ferrier, of St. Bernardine of Siena, of Henry Harphius, of Pierre de Natalibus, of Bernardine de Bustis, of Ludolphe de Chartreux, and other authors of that kind, whose writings are so little read and so little known, whose sectaries are so few in number, and have so little weight in the world, and even in the Church? The Abbé du Fresnoy acknowledges the visions and revelations which are clearly marked in Scripture. But is there not reason to fear that certain persons may apply the rules of criticism which he employs against the visions of the male and female saints of whom he speaks in his work, and that they may say, for instance, that Jeremiah yielded to his melancholy humor, and Ezekiel to his caustic disposition, to predict sad and disagreeable things to the Jewish people? 705. We know how many vexations the prophets endured from the Jews, and that in particular 706 those of Anathoth had resolved to put their countryman Jeremiah to death, to prevent him from prophesying in the name of the Lord. To what persecutions were not himself and Baruch his disciple exposed for having spoken in the name of the Lord? Did not King Jehoiakim, son of Josiah, throw the book of Baruch into the fire, 707, after having hacked it with a penknife, in hatred of the truths which it announced to him? The Jews sometimes went so far as to insult them in their dwellings, and even to say to them, 708 ubi est verbum Domini veniat, and elsewhere, let us plot against Jeremiah. For the priests will not fail to cite the law, and the prophets will not fail to allege the words of the Lord. Come, let us attack him with derision, and pay no regard to his discourse. Isaiah did not endure less vexation and insult, the libertine Jews having gone even into his house, and said to him insolently, 709, Manda, remanda, expecta, re-expecta, modicum ibi, modicum ibi, as if to mock at his threats. But all that has not prevailed, nor ever will prevail, against the truth and word of God, the faithful and exact execution of the threats of the Lord has justified, and ever will justify, the predictions and visions of the prophets. The gates of hell will not prevail against the Christian Church, and the word of God will triumph over the malice of hell, the artifice of corrupt men, of libertines, and over all the subtlety of pretended freethinkers. True and real visions, revelations, and apparitions will always bear in themselves a character of truth, and will serve to destroy those which are false, and proceed from the spirit of error and delusion. And coming now to what regards myself in particular, M. Du Fresnoy says, that the public have been surprised that instead of placing my proofs before the circumstances of my apparitions, I have given them afterwards, and that I have not entered fully enough into the subject of these proofs. I am going to give the public an account of my method and design. Having proposed to myself to prove the truth, the reality, and consequently the possibility of apparitions, I have related a great many authentic instances, derived from the Old and New Testament, which forms a complete proof of my opinion. For the certainty of the facts carries with it here the certainty of the dogma. After that I have related instances and opinions taken from the Hebrews, Mohammedans, Greeks, and Latins, to assure the same truth. I have been careful not to draw any parallel between these testimonies and the scriptural ones which preceded. My object in this was to demonstrate that in every age, and in all civilized nations, the idea of the immortality of the soul, of its existence after death, of its return and appearance, is one of those truths which the length of ages has never been able to efface from the mind of nations. I draw the same inference from the instances which I have related, and of which I do not pretend to guarantee either the truth or the certainty. I willingly yield all the circumstances that are not revealed to censure and criticism. I only esteem as true that which is so in fact. M. Du Fresnoy finds that the proof of the immortality of the soul which I infer from the apparition of the spirit after death, is not sufficiently solid. But it is certainly one of the most palpable and most easy of comprehension to the generality of mankind, it would make more impression upon them than arguments drawn from philosophy and metaphysics. I do not intend for that reason to attack any other proofs of the same truth, or to weaken a dogma so essential to religion. He endeavors to prove, at great length 710 that the salvation of the Emperor Trajan is not a thing which the Christian religion can confirm. I agree with him, and it was useless to take any trouble to demonstrate it. 711. He speaks of the young man of Delmi 712 who having fallen into a swoon remained in it some days, they brought him back to life, and a languor remained upon him which at last led to his death at the end of the year. It is thus he arranges that story. M. du Frenoit disguises the affair a little. And although I do not believe that the devil could restore the youth to life, nevertheless the original and contemporaneous authors whom I have quoted maintain that the demon had much to do with this event. 713. What has principally prevented me from giving rules and prescribing a method for discerning true and false apparitions is, that I am quite persuaded that the way in which they occur is absolutely unknown to us. That it contains insurmountable difficulties, and that consulting only the rules of philosophy, I should be more disposed to believe them impossible than to affirm their truth and possibility. But I am restrained by respect for the Holy Scriptures, by the testimony of all antiquity and by the tradition of the Church. I am, Sir, your very humble and very obedient servant, D. Calmet, Abbot of Senans. The End.